colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Haval. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal
from the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Haval. Take a test drive today.
Wait!
Good morning once again from Merriweather. We're here for Surfest 2023, proudly presented by Reflections Holiday Parks, and we have been diving into the opening round, the round of 64 for the women, the Speaking in Colour Pro, and we've seen some great performances already, and our aim this morning is to complete this round, and there's some pretty fun conditions on hand. Ronnie Blakey joined by a three-time winner here at Surfest and one of the Central Coast greats, Beck Woods. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Beautiful morning. I just watched the sunrise down there. The waves look fun, so good to be back here, bright and early.
Yeah, real buzz amongst the competitors, just with the conditions improving. It looks like overnight, relishing the opportunity to get out there and do some great surfing and put on a real show for us. But it has been a testing opening couple of days of competition. We've had all kinds of conditions. We had a howling southerly ripping through the lineup. It was onshore. But there hasn't been a shortage of opportunity for the competitors because of the way that wind's been blowing.
Yeah, I think having, just to suddenly come up, it does help here at Newcastle. It pushes, generally on the East Coast, pushes that swell right in. So, yeah, it's been good for the competitors to have waves, because I think the worst thing is when it's flat and you end up scrapping for waves and hassling each other. So, yeah, good to see those waves. Looks like really fun waves out there this morning. I'm just excited to get this next round, or the same round, but this particular heat underway, because there's some good surfers in this one.
We can't speak to the importance of this event enough. Obviously, the last major qualifying series contest in this region, and it's a big one. 5,000 points up for grabs, and we're going to see some shuffling, you'd think, towards the back end of those qualification spots. There is going to be those surfers who want it so bad, who are going to put in a big showing and try and get themselves to finals day. And there's got to be some nerves for those sitting at the top, trying to fend off those hungry competitors who are climbing that ladder.
Oh, definitely. I think looking at somebody like Zali Kelly, who's just come off a win down on the Central Coast, 3,000. So she is sitting in 6th position. I think she'd be looking to solidify a spot in that Challenger Series. She's coming back with a vengeance. So let's see what she can do in this heat. I'm really excited to see how she responds under pressure. And we've also got Freya Prum, Ellie Lampkin, local girl, and Sarah Baum.
Oh, this is huge for Ellie. She works with Philippa Anderson at her surf school, has been part of the surfing community here in Newcastle since she was about 7 years old and was riding her first waves here at Merriweather. Let's see how she fares against these seasoned campaigners. I mean, Freya Prum, she's, like Sarah Baum, has been campaigning on the QS for a long, long time and come so close to breaking through into the CT ranks. So I think, for me, Sarah's a CT caliber surfer. Just the style and just the placement of her turns is at that level, that elite level. But Zali Kelly is actually the surfer out there with the most competitive success. She is a proven winner, amazing junior career. She's had a number of big QS victories in the past, and she needs to really make this one count, because we know that there's 4 places, the top 4 places on the QS ranks in this region after this event are going to be graduating to the Challenger Series, plus a wild card. And at the moment, Zali finds herself outside that top 4, but she did make a huge jump at that last event, climbing 8 spots on the ladder. So the momentum is in her favour.
Yeah, definitely. It's always nice to come off a win, especially because it's only an hour and a half down the coast. So it tells you that you can definitely surf in these type of waves, and that you can perform when the waves come through. I've been watching Zali for a fair few years. She's one of the strongest juniors that Australia does have, and I think, it was great for her to have a win down there. As you said, Ronnie, that momentum is really important, and I think she's been a little bit up and down. She's seen other competitors of hers in the same kind of age division qualify, and I think sometimes that's difficult when you're watching on and they're on the tour. It makes you really hungry. So, good to see her get a win down there at Avoca, and hopefully she can use that momentum in this heat. Yeah,
getting that winning feeling back. I mean, she started winning QS events at a really young age. One of those sort of around the age of 15 was travelling overseas and taking big victories. But she's a really well-rounded surfer. She strikes me as a super confident competitor. She just seems to sort of really zone in on that big finish and doesn't get flustered about who she's up against. So we'll see how she fares here. But this is a pretty stacked heat. Ellie's going to have her hands full here because, as we said, there's just so much experience in this lineup.
Yeah, as we see the widescreen shot there, it seems like the surfers are staying a little bit away from each other, which I think is a smart way to start the heat. You don't want to, especially in waves like this, because I was just sitting down there and watching, and it was very shifty. There was different like A-frame peaks coming down deep near the rocks, and then there was like a couple of random ones coming up through the middle. So I think if they can all start the heat with some scores away from each other, it's a smart tactic to play.
Beck, let's like kind of dive into the mindset here of Ellie Lampkin, because you were in that situation of having a really strong junior career and getting the call up and opportunities as a real youngster to surf in QS events, and even when you got onto the CT, you were coming up against peers. How hard is it to not kind of get ahead of yourself? Do you think Ellie would have had a good night's sleep, or was she have just been thinking, this is my opportunity at home to put in a big performance? So what if I won?
Yeah.
What if I held the trophy at the end of it all and got myself a huge result in front of the folks and all the people that have been backing me all these years? Does it kind of start to weigh heavy on you?
I think, probably at and around that age, I just wanted to beat all of the older women and, prove my spot in the world, basically. So, I think just staying hungry and being aggressive is where she should be at, and probably where she is at. I think she's been having a couple of good heats in the last few contests and breaking through those earlier rounds. So, I think hopefully she's going out there and attacking, because it's always nice to take some big names down when no one knows who you are.
That's such a refreshing take on it, because, it's a game, this thing, and you don't want to let it overwhelm you or have a nasty effect on you mentally, but it is a big opportunity.
Yeah.
I always say, people often throw that comment out, you got nothing to lose, go out there. But my theory is you've got so much to gain.
Yes, it's true.
And so, you want to be able to sleep at night and not kind of get overwhelmed by the occasion.
Yeah.
You've also got to seize the opportunity in front of potential sponsors, in front of your family and friends.
Yeah.
You've got to go out there and give it your best shot.
Yeah.
I'm sure Ellie's going to do that, because she spends a lot of time in these lineups. That's I guess, where she's going to have a bit of an advantage here, is just her comfort level here at Merewether.
Yeah, I was out in that expression session, not expressing myself and sitting like a cork, but Ellie was out there and I was having a chat to her, and she was like actually just frothing. She's like, it's so good out here, and I was like, oh my God, she's such a grom, I love it, because it was like really windswept, like waves breaking everywhere, and she just was like frothing, duck diving, like solid waves and just, wanting to catch everything. So she would have a distinct advantage. It's a tricky wave, Merriweather. We saw Paige Harrop actually go down yesterday. She was sitting a little bit deeper than a lot of the other competitors, and not as consistent where she was sitting. Unfortunately, it cost her the heat. So it can be a fickle wave. So having that hometown advantage, I know she surfs out here a lot, and Philippa the same thing. So it's a really good advantage to have. There hasn't been many waves ridden though in the first 10. Like how many minutes are we in now?
It's the curse of the contest,
Yeah,
isn't it?
as soon as it starts.
We were down there this morning watching the conditions.
It was pumping.
So many waves ridden and some great surfing going down. I think we're going to have a fantastic day of competition here, but it's just having a little snooze at the moment, the ocean, as we kind of get down towards the 18-minute mark here. No waves locked in just yet. That priority's still neutral. So this is a kind of a nerve-wracking start to the heat. I mean, Zali, Freya, Sarah, I'm sure they've been in this situation before and kind of sat out there and had to just, marinate on the what's about to go down. But this is big for Ellie because it's real now. She's in that jersey. This is one of the biggest events she's probably ever had the opportunity to compete in, and certainly one of the more stacked heats that she's probably ever surfed. So we'll see how she deals with it.
Yeah, I think with excitement on the back end of the heat, so let's see if a wave actually comes through and breaks here, because there's 10 minutes where they're going to restart if no one takes off.
Well, we've got something happening at the northern end of the contest site here at the moment. Bit of movement, and it is going to be Sarah taking off on the first wave, puts her board up there.
No restart now?
No, that's right. So that sort of nullifies the restart situation there. But
Heat is on.
Bormy drops just a 0.57, a throwaway. Yeah, she had an amazing run in the contest last year, cracked the final, finished second to Macy Callahan. She really wanted to prove herself to get the opportunity to surf in the Challenger Series because they had a shortened schedule over there in Africa. But Sarah's been here in Newcastle coming up on 5 years, I believe, and they've just completely claimed her as their own because she surfs that well. Yeah,
she's been surfing at East End Board Riders and living at Newcastle Beach, so she's pretty much surfing every day. I'll be at home and going to work. She'll be like, the surf's pumping, do you want to come out? And then I'm like, no, I'm going to work, don't talk to me. But yeah, she's been busy here. She's been training really hard, and it's nice to see her performance lift this year especially. She's got the wild card for South Africa into the Challenger Series. She got 10th last year on the Challenger Series, which is a close finish to the top spots and what it takes to get onto the tour. So took out the Tweed Coast Pro up there. I think that's her biggest career win.
I think in the 3 years that the Challengers have been running, she's kind of gone like 40th, 20th, 10th. So she's building towards something special.
Halves. She's going down to 5th.
Exactly. So, getting to that 5th place and all but shore up a position for her. But she's, the dedication's shining through in her surfing performance because she's kind of looking reinvigorated. I think you surf as many heats as someone like Sarah has, it's probably going to just test your commitment a little bit, but she's found that fire. I think there was a bit of a sabbatical, obviously, 2020, and it gave a lot of those veteran campaigners an opportunity to just reevaluate what their goals were and if they really wanted it, were they going to dedicate to kind of travelling under trickier conditions and more expensive flights, obviously, and those that came out the other side with that goal firmly in mind are just looking so primed and ready to go.
Yeah, I think Sarah was on a bit of a tear pre-COVID.
Yes.
She'd won at like Avoca and I think that was her biggest win at that time. So she'd had a couple of finals, maybe a couple of wins and a final placing, like 3 in a row. So she was on a bit of a tear, and then COVID happened. So it really threw a spanner in the works for her. But yeah, like you said, she kind of used it to her advantage and just knuckled down. And I think for a lot of competitors, who goes Freya up and riding, all the girls kind of drawing first blood, but waves are just not cooperating right now.
No keeper scores just yet, which is it means that Ellie Lampkin's got an opportunity here to seize the lead early in the heat, and that should do it. Just the one turn on the outside, but it'll be the best of them so far. Zali Kelly, she has just a throwaway score as well.
Yeah, I think, the COVID thing really threw a spanner in the works. When I started competing at 15, it kind of was like you just use that momentum and all of a sudden you call it like you're on the QS and then you're on the world tour, and then I literally didn't stop till I was 29. There was not a year in between. I just spent from 15 to 29 basically competing. So I think for a lot of competitors, especially on the World Tour, it would have been very strange. Here goes Ellie's replay there, and she did really nice to stamp that and actually ride out of it, because we did have seen a few falls on the first wave. So everyone a little bit, I mean, wave's not cooperating, but everyone, maybe potentially not showing their best surfing yet.
A little sleepy out there maybe, but they'll wake up now because Ellie Lampkin, one turn, 2.67. The local girl has jumped into the lead here. And the crowd is going to be loving that as they slurp down their morning coffee here on the promenade. And Freya just getting another ride there. Yeah, it was like the funny thing was, while surfers like Sarah and Freya were sort of reevaluating what their goals were as long-time campaigners on the qualifying series, there was almost a time warp for the juniors, because there was really a couple of years for them where there wasn't a lot of junior events on, and they went away and worked on their surfing, and now there's this whole other cast joining the party.
Yeah.
So while you've got reinvigorated veterans in the mix, you've got absolute fire rising through the ranks in the form of some of these young talents, and that's been really fun to watch. There's a big generational shift. It's clearly on show when you look at the championship tour, and I think that really does filter down to the qualifying series as well. Yeah,
definitely. It's like a little bank up of competitors just chomping at the bit to come out. We've seen a couple more one-turn waves there from Ellie Lampkin, it looked like. Sarah Baum down the beach as well, just banking a turn off the top. So a bit of a slow start to this heat, but I think everyone
failed to really stomp anything just yet. She's had 2 rides. She's done 2 pretty clean turns. I mean, give her a bit more space and the opportunity to link a couple of moves together, and she could really cause a big upset here. But a 2.67 on that first ride. She might have another score on the way too. Or was that replay just a pullback shot of that same turn?
No, you're right there. She's just dropped a 2.7 as well. So, yeah, she's drawing first blood here. We see a paddle from red, Zali Kelly up and riding. Looks like a good-looking wave. Big slash off the top for Zali.
It's the class of Zali Kelly, the surfer from Cabarita. And, man, she just moves a bit more water out of the lip there, so that the comparisons will be made to Ellie's hits. When the judges start dropping this score, I think this one will be the best of the heat so far. Just nowhere near Zali's best, but just timed perfectly.
Nice bit of flare off the top too.
Yeah, she was thinking of like getting a little further down the line, so it was somewhat of a transition turn. She didn't overcommit to it, but it's still a 4.17 and enough to get her up in the second position here.
Yeah, so it looks like Sarah Baum did get a 3.5 as well for one of her backhand turns. So girls getting busy in the lineup. Looks to be, depending on what's going to come through, but there were some really nice looking runners out there. So hopefully we get a few more sets into the lineup with the last 10 minutes of this heat remaining.
Beck, obviously, being a fan of competition surfing, you're looking at a couple of different aspects to when you're watching the sport. You're looking at the performance, the surfer's ability to absorb pressure in those tight moments where you need a score in the dying stages, the competitive strategy of an individual. But when you just are appreciating good surfing, for me, Sarah's right up there. That's why I touched on the fact that I think if she did get herself into some CTs and also I think the benefit of being pushed by the world's best.
Yeah.
The form is there for her. The technique's impeccable, and the read is just so mature and clean.
Yeah.
That I think she's one of my favourite surfers in the mix, competition aside.
Yeah, I think it'd be great if she could get a wild card at J-Bay, because being South African and I feel like her backhand is in the top 5 in the women's. I've watched her kind of grow up and competed against her for years, actually, on the QS. So Zali Kelly up and riding. Nice open face slash for her. A bit of a combo carve. Looking for a little bit of a finish here for Zali. So smart surfing there for Zali.
Man, how easy and solid was that? I mean, this is going to be a big score. And Zali, she did take a couple of falls early on, but in her mind, she was saying, you know what, these are average waves, not worthy of my best surfing. So she didn't get too flustered. She's picked off her gem there and read it to perfection. One turn for a 4.17 on her previous ride. I think this next one puts her into the lead. And here is some of that just trademark style and flow from Sarah. She finds an end section herself. Great exchange happening. Freya doesn't want to get left behind. She throws a nice hit on the backhand out there too. 8 minutes remaining here.
Yeah, so good exchange from all the women just then. Everyone looking like they've completed their rides, and saw Sarah moving a bit further south. Freya's up, sitting a bit further north, trying to get some scores on the board away from her competitors. But interesting tactics here. Zali utilising her priority and a good-looking wave. Really nice connection there with the first turn, and I love this open face carve that she's got in her repertoire. So did really well to move through all the way to shore on this one. She's definitely got a nice amount of flow and finishes nice and clean there over the rocks.
Yeah, that was amazing. Great variation in her surfing too. Here's Sarah, another beautifully timed backhand hit, and her wave goes a little flat, but she does reconnect with it, hits that end section. The wave shuts down, so she gets out of there. Freya got a nice couple of hits in on the backhand too.
Nice.
So this is tightening up. I mean, in the battle of the scrappy closeout sections, Ellie Lampkin was in front, but now that there's been a couple of quality set waves, she finds herself falling down the order, or she will when the numbers do fall into place here. She's going to be chasing a score because all her experienced rivals bank good ones then.
Yeah, I think, it'd be good because setting the bar of judging right now, it's going to be interesting to see where these scores lie. It looks like Zali Kelly did get a 5.5. Sarah getting a 6.17, so getting the better of that exchange, and Freya 4.83. So super close scores dropping there for all of the women, but Sarah getting the best of that exchange. I think they probably liked the vertical kind of approach to the first section on that wave, and that's that backhand surfing that, would be great to see on the tour, I think, if she can get into a few. Actually, even on the Challenger.
I think there was some real credit for, just had a quick in and out there for Zali, but I think the judges giving Sarah a bit more credit, maybe just her wave standing a little taller.
Yeah.
I liked it. It was really crisp that first turn. Personally, though, I thought Zali was going to get the edge.
Yeah, okay.
Just on that pocket hit into the nice flowing carve and a couple more down the line. She did finish it right there on the inside, but it was Zali's wave kind of tapered off a lot.
Yeah.
Which is probably why the judges saw the exchange going the way of Sarah. But Freya got herself in the mix, 4.83 for a couple of good hits out there. So Ellie has been pushed back into fourth position now. The thing that's working for her is she's got that priority. So let's see if she can tap into a good set wave. She needs a 6.97. That's going to be a really well-surfed wave, just when you think about the restraint shown from the panel on those last two rides for Zali and Sarah.
Yeah, I think Ellie now has to utilise her experience in the lineup and just hold on to that priority. Zali and Sarah getting waves right next to her, basically, with their priority. So if Ellie can just wait for one of those to come through the lineup, a 6.97 is possible for her. But also, I guess if she could get one wave in and around the 5 mark, then she wouldn't need too much. Get straight back out the back and try and get another score on the board. But yeah, interesting tactics from Freya. 4.83, she only needs a 4.85, and she has been left alone down a little bit to the north of the other competitors as well. So priority probably won't play into her heat too much at the moment.
Generally speaking, I know the tactics change depending on what the requirement is and whatnot, but were you a surfer that liked to find a lot of space, or did you like to be right up in the grill of your opponents when you were surfing heats?
Yeah, I think it really, especially in QS heats back in the day when they were so hassly, no priority. I think I just always like to go away from everyone else and get a quick start, but you don't want to leave your competitors with the advantage of surfing on the best peak either. You know, if the wave's good enough for them, it's good enough for you. So it's always good to be up in their grill if it's like a dominant peak. And I guess when we're looking at these ones come through the lineup, there is a bit of a dominant peak to the south there a little bit where the women are getting their scores from. So quick in and out there for Sarah Blom.
Just a bit of a wave selection error, putting herself to the bottom of the priority order, but she is in first place, but she wants to get rid of that 3.5. There's a lot of talent in the lineup at the moment. Even Ellie has kind of proven that she's got the individual turns. If she strings a couple together here, who knows? She might turn this one around. But just on 3.5 minutes remaining here, yeah, it's instinctual too, isn't it? I mean, I've never surfed a heat at this level, but in the lineup, just when you're free surfing, you kind of automatically, your instincts will take you to where maybe you think there might be opportunity, even if someone else isn't seeing it.
Yeah.
And even the positioning to get yourself deep on that wave, it's not something as a surfer after you've spent as much time in the lineup as these competitors have that you really even have to think about. It's automatic.
Yeah, and like looking on screen there, the girls have gone down to try and, you know, put a bit of pressure on Freya. There's only 2 minutes 45 left in the heat, so I can tell Freya's trying to get away from them a little bit. She didn't have, I think she may have actually gone into a priority situation there, but this wave, a little bit of a quick turn in and out. She knows that's not a scorer, so she's going to get pretty quickly back out the back. But yeah, I think in this situation for Sarah and Zali, they probably are aware if they put a little bit of pressure on their other competitors now, they can, you know, possibly cause a bit of a priority error or you know, or put a bit of pressure on them to make some split-second decisions that aren't the right choice.
Here we go. Ellie Lampkin using her priority, has to get going here, drives up into the pocket. Oh, well, she almost stuck that. She's still got time, 2 minutes, but you know, you got to give credit for the effort. Ellie, the Grom is out there really giving it a good nudge out here against 3 seasoned campaigners.
Yeah, really nice vertical approach there for Ellie, but unfortunately just not able to ride through that bit of a newy shory bump. I have been victim to that, paddling out a few times. Popped my board to my face. All of the fun joys of...
Get a bit of reverb off that steep beach. But we've seen it bring the best undone, Beck.
Yeah, it's always a good amount of power. You want that in a wave, and I think that's why this is a great location for a World Qualifying Series event, because it's difficult when the waves are a little bit flat, a little bit fat, and don't push you. Like some locations, like Huntington Beach, can be quite challenging because it doesn't really have that grunt. So it's nice to come here to Newcastle and know that the waves can actually give you a bit of a nudge. Coming down to the 1 minute mark, it has been pretty much all green and red at the moment. Freya in third priority is sitting quite close to red, so we'll see what happens in this final minute for Freya. She doesn't need too much, and she has won a QS this year as well, a 1000, and I think she won an Australian title too. So Freya's had a really good competitive kind of campaign in the last few years. She is a pharmacist by trade too, so she's a busy girl. Wow.
Yeah, well, Zali Kelly isn't going to give her too much room to move here. Zali looking down the line saying, well, if you can get a 4.85 out of that, be my guest, because she wasn't going to surrender her priority in that situation. Just on 20 seconds to go here, and Freya, she does find some room, but this is a small wave. She's going to have to absolutely tear it apart. A couple of little hits, and she knows that's not going to be enough, so she doesn't even waste her energy, and she kicks out of that one. Ellie Lampkin on the outside. Last-ditch effort here, perhaps. Drives up into the section. A nice little hit, but this one's going to stretch out and get away from her. I was super impressed with the effort there from Ellie. Freya had one good ride as well, but Zali Kelly, too strong. Beck.
Yeah, I think good for both of them to have a strong showing with, you know, their experience that they have. Yeah, they needed to dominate that heat, and they did. So good news for Zali, sitting in 6th position. Yeah, she's still in the mix to jump up, so it's going to be a good day of competition, actually.
It sure is. The Speaking in Colour Pro here at Surfest 2023 will continue right after the break.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Take a test drive today.
Welcome back. A beautiful morning here in Newcastle. We love our time at Surfest, always, and we've been loving it for a long time. This event has been on the schedule for a long time. 1985 was the first year, and yeah, always one of the favourite events. Always has a lot of great energy from the hometown crowd. The locals here love it, and as a result, everyone feels right at home. We've got the Speaking in Colour Pro unfolding at the moment. Heat 14, the round of 64, getting going with a couple of rides in the early stages here. Mia Huppert's great surfer is out there in the blue. Gabby Spake is in the green. Ellie Harrison, one of those surfers sitting toward the top end of the regional ranks, is out there in the red, the top seed. And we're seeing scores drop straight away here.
Yeah, that was a nice looking wave for Mia Huppert's and a very quick start to this heat. So it probably watched on from last heat and thought, okay, we're going to draw quick blood. Really nice to see Mia Huppert's. I've been hearing her name around for a little while, and yeah, haven't actually watched too much competition surfing. So really nice surfing for her there. Great technique. She looks nice and fluent, super strong. And yeah, Surfer in Green also there, getting a 3.83. Gabby, is that SPA, Spake?
Yep.
Yep.
That's
Need
right.
some glasses, but Gabby Spake, yeah, surfing really well. Good technique for both of those girls. Yeah, Ellie's sitting in third.
Score here, and she's in a great position on the rankings to make a charge for one of those top four spots. Sitting in 8th position. She did drop a place after that last QS event on the Central Coast. But here we go, two surfers up, simultaneous hits, pretty similar turns. Mia kicked off with a 5.67, and you were talking about that smooth flow, impeccable technique. She does a lot of work with Brad Gerlach.
Okay.
Practicing his wave key. And yeah, I've seen shades of Ger's approach. And when I think about the athletes that Brad's worked with, or Ger has worked with over the years,
Yeah.
they all have that. It's the primary focus for him, even before he starts getting into that competitive stuff, is really honing their technique and ensuring that they can get the most out of each turn and harness the power of the ocean and unload it. And yeah, he basically teaches them the dance, the art of surfing before the art of competition, which I think sets him up for a long and prosperous career. He's worked with Connor Coffin, his brother Parker, and they're both like two of my favourite surfers to watch. So, you know, Mia's in good hands. And she's also just dropped another solid score, 5.43. So this is going to be interesting for Ellie Harrison. She's in that position of wanting to maintain her position at number 3.
Nice lip line snap off the top there. We saw a replay. We see Surfer in Blue again, staying super busy, doing nice open face turn, super strong slash commentator's curse. Is staying busy. I think her approach is good. 5.67 and a 5.43. Pretty solid way to start a heat.
Did you ever have that sort of big start to a CT season, say, or even a qualifying series run where you were at the top end of the ratings defending? Ellie Harrison's in a qualifying position at the moment in 3rd place. Did you ever have that where you were trying to defend a spot, and how was it different to, say, chasing? a big finish.
I think you've really, you know that you have to perform. At QS stuff, always. You're wanting, a lot of the time, here we see Surfer up in green. Good looking wave here for Gabby, quick in and out. A lot of the time, the QS would finish before the World Tour when I used to compete. So it would be nice to kind of qualify going into the last events in Hawaii. Surfer in red, up and riding here on a nice looking wave. Super quick for Ellie there. She does bank one off the top, but unfortunately doesn't ride out of it. So she's pretty aware that she needs to get some scores on the board now. It is early days, but it has been all blue and green at the moment, getting really quick starts. We saw a few heats yesterday where the quick start helped a lot, but I think, as the waves this morning, they're really high quality. If you can select the right one that comes through the lineup. Ellie is in with a good shot. I haven't actually seen too much of Ellie either, and she's really fast. Technically, to be sitting in third in the ranking, she's obviously had a really good year. Yeah,
magic run, and also putting together some great surfing. And we're going to see her back on the Challenger Series this year is Sarah Baum, who joins us now. How are you, Sarah? You turned it around. It was a bit of a slow start for everyone in that heat, but you ensured that there wasn't going to be a restart and you made it count.
Yeah, I kind of just wanted to get busy straight away, and unfortunately it was a bit of a slow start, and then I just wanted to get going. Like, first heat of the day is always hard, and I've been waiting a few days, so I'm stoked to just get going on that one.
Most definitely. This is a pet event for you. Obviously, you had a great run through to the final here last year, but does this feel like a big hometown advantage for you, coming to compete in front of mates at Surfest?
Yeah, definitely. It feels weird to sleep in my own bed and have everything around home living, and I walk down the street and everyone's like, "Oh, good luck, hope you do well in Surfest." And it's really awesome to come from a different country and be living here now and have such a big support over here. It feels grateful for everyone.
Obviously, this is one of the biggest events on the qualifying series worldwide, really, but particularly for our region. Are you really just here to sharpen up your act and get ready to attack that Challenger Series?
Yeah, definitely. I've been doing all the major QS events the last couple of weeks just to kind of iron out all those creases and make sure that I'm ready for the Challenger Series, and this is where I can make my mistakes and learn from them and take them into the Challenger Series, and just really come back firing, and boards are feeling really good, body's feeling really good, and I'm just really excited.
For me, when you were sitting a little bit further north, I noticed that you paddled down when you had priority. What were you thinking there tactically?
There's kind of two banks. I knew with the tide coming in, it might start breaking a little bit more on the rock. So I had priority, and then I kind of paddled over. I saw one or two that didn't quite break, but they looked like they had better shape over there. And I was stoked to have priority when that one came through, and I got two turns, and that was it's like when I look back now, there was so many waves just coming through. I was like, I wish they were in our heat, but I'm happy with how I surfed that heat and made it happen.
Sarah, we're big fans of your surfing. Love watching you get through these heats. Wishing you all the best for the contest and obviously the Challenger Series when it does get underway in just a month or so.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Well done, Bommy.
Yeah, she's one of my favourites. Just the surfing that she's been putting together over the last couple of years is, I think, maybe going to take her onto the CT if she can maintain the form that she's got at the moment. As she said, good boards under her feet, body's feeling good, fit and ready to go. Let's see it, Sarah, on the CT next year. And there you have it. Look, Mia Huppets, Gabby spoke. They put the pressure right on Ellie Harrison, the top seed here. Really quick start here for Mia. That's exactly what you want to do to a more fancied rival, is sort of make them chase you, not give them the momentum early on. Yeah,
they've surfed really smart going out with that approach. It looks like the younger generation, they don't take into consideration that sort of, that someone's got a higher ranking, that someone's been getting results, and that, that they're idols in the water. And I really love that about the next gen. They just go out and smash everything that's put in their pathway. And obviously Mia's experience is slowly building, but with the first exchange, that first wave she got, she's surfing super strong. So yeah, drawing first blood there, putting pressure back on Ellie in the red. She's only got a 1.03, so looks to be that she's moved a little bit further north, and she's hoping to luck into a wave that can put her back in this heat.
Well, Gabby's from the northern beaches of Sydney, Long Reef, and Mia up on the Gold Coast.
Huge turn there.
Burleigh Heads area.
I love Burleigh. It's a good spot. With a bit of a check turn there. We're seeing a replay of the heat. That was one of her throwaway waves there for Mia. That was her last wave of 263. But yeah, she did manage to get a 5.43 for one turn. So the judges are looking for those really big, solid and committed manoeuvres today. And I think that the following competitors can take that into consideration. We saw a few, fives thrown down. We see Surfer in Green up and riding right now.
Oh, just looked like she slipped off a tail pad at the back of that one. But yeah, we've got big heats still to look forward to as we move into the last couple of heats of the round. We've got a former winner in Philippa Anderson coming up next. Emily Burke's in that heat too, so a big one for the hometown crowd. And then in that last heat, Kailani Johnson, who we have seen in the CT event as a wild card over there in Bali before. So we'll look forward to seeing her surf. She's got a tough draw too. Charlie Hurst is in that heat, the Australian. And a couple of competitors that are a little further down the rankings. But like we've said since day one here, Beck, this is a prime opportunity for some of those surfers doing their first run at the qualifying series to build their seed, establish themselves as one to watch as we head into next year's qualifying series. But also just wash off some of the nerves that come with competing at this level. And at the moment, we're seeing a really big push from some, Mia's well positioned on the rankings, but Gabby's given Ellie Harrison something to think about here. This is a tough situation with 12.5 minutes to go. She needs a 7.57, but at the moment, probably still thinking about chipping away at the requirement with 2 waves.
Yeah, it might be a 12-minute restart here for the Surfer in Red. Definitely enough waves in the lineup for her to get 2 scorers within that 12-minute mark. So yeah, I think the great thing about Newcastle and about Surfest is that, we do have a bit of a crowdfunder from the local community that goes on for this event for the women. And that initiative came in 7 years ago. And, this year there are 90 businesses on board supporting this event. They all put in the same amount of money. And, we've got
draw a name out of a hat.
Yeah, draw a name out of a hat. Naming rights.
A fun night. They get everyone together. They draw the name out of the hat. And this year it was Speaking in Colour. Great organisation, 100% Aboriginal-owned, women-led business that connects people to Aboriginal culture and educates them. It's fantastic to see them involved, and good to see their name up in lights as the title sponsor of the event this year. Yeah,
and really nice. It's a nice way to bring businesses and community into surfing as well. I think some people don't, it's hard to watch because if you don't understand what's going on, it can be a bit tricky and all of the systems and all of the rules. But I think, it really encourages the communities to come down and get involved. And I think, I was talking to a few of the sponsors when I was in the expression session, and they've basically said that their grandchildren are now starting to get surf lessons and really enjoying surfing and drawing that excitement that happens when you start getting in the lineup. And I talked to some of their kids, and they were super cute, and they're like, we've been surfing and we've had a few surf lessons down the coast, and they've got the blonde tipped hair starting to happen after the summer. So it's cool. It's great. It's a good initiative.
It is, and it's an unbelievable I think way of sort of navigating what is a tricky time financially to get that big sponsorship backing, and we appreciate all the partners that are behind this contest and behind other surf events around the country during this QS regional leg. But yeah, that's a good way to kind of keep these events alive, and I think a lot of administrators from different regions could employ that same move.
Definitely.
But we're getting down to the 10-minute mark. Ellie Harrison's got to be wigging out here a little bit because, you know, that number 3 spot to get to there has taken so much hard work and consistent performance throughout this QS season. She doesn't want to let that go. She doesn't want to sit on the beach and see what unfolds through the rest of the contest, because there's just so much talent in the mix, and already we've seen surfers who are just behind her, including Mia Huppets actually, who are looking to collect some more points. And really, with every heat you progress through, you're probably adding to your score total. As we see Ellie now making a move.
Yeah, the wave running away from her, unfortunately, but she did manage to get one little hip snap under the lip there, so that will be her best score so far. I think she knows that she needs to get busy now, and
she'll narrow the requirement significantly.
Yeah.
The surf from Barwon Heads, let's have a look at it. I mean, couldn't take the bottom turn too deep. Had to almost kind of go mid-face bottom turn to get that tap in. But she does almost get into the 3-point range. 2.77, the requirement now, 5.83. She's not probably thinking about getting herself to that number 1 position. That would be just a bonus, really. What she's got her sights set on is a 5.83. She wants to chase down Gabby Spake at the moment.
yeah, and it looks like there's a little bit of movement out the back there with a few lines coming in.
Here we go.
Surfers staying away from each other, which I think is great. Now looking at, I mean, if this was a QS back in the day, people would be paddling on top of you. So, yeah, the women showing a lot of experience in the lineup at the moment as we see a set just approaching here.
Priority with Mia. And she is going to swing. She knows that even if she gets one big section on a wave like this, she can turn in a monster score, and she puts it right on the line. Total commitment there.
Wow.
That thing just stood up in a big way. I mean, had she ridden out of that, I think she gets herself the best wave of the heat, as we see the form and class of Ellie Harrison.
Nice backhand snap there for Ellie, critical under the lip. So, I'd say that will probably definitely improve her situation. She is carrying a 1. It may make that requirement a little bit less. So
I think so.
Yeah,
that was much better than her 2.77.
Yep.
Maybe even 2 points better, but I doubt that it'll take it to the 5.83.
Yeah,
but
not quite there.
It was just a classy backhand slice off the top. The form is there. It's really just about finding the wave that provides the opportunity for Ellie Harrison. Her surfing looks spot on, but I loved the absolute attack there from Mia Huppets. That was
a crazy section.
Solid section, yeah. It felt like she pushed so hard on the back foot, she kind of almost lost a bit of contact with the front.
Yeah.
And as a result, just lost control. But she's so aware of the fact that a big turn can score.
Yeah.
That she just went all out for it. But this was nice. Really well-placed backhand reef off the top.
Yeah, good-looking style for Ellie. That was 4.63, so well rewarded there for that backhand snap.
And the danger when you have one section and you're back in third spot, in danger of falling out of the mix, is over-surfing it.
Yeah.
Or putting more risk into a turn than you need. That's job done. 4.83 is a great score for a single move. And now she only needs a 3.98.
Yeah, so just under a 4, so she's just proven that she can do that with one turn. It is going to come down to the 6-minute mark, so I don't know what Gabby is going to do here, whether she'll go down and start putting a bit of pressure on her. I know that I would if it was me, but I think we'll see how that exchange goes.
Would you be there already if you were Gabby with priority?
100%.
Because ultimately you're looking to, at the moment, Gabby can't limit the opportunities that Ellie might get on the northern bank. And she has the lead. So she's already got an advantage in that she's got the lead, and she's got the advantage of priority.
Yeah.
So giving Ellie distance at the moment, to me, is a mistake, because Ellie just proved she can take off on a closeout and get herself almost a 5-point ride. So this is, I don't know, maybe a tactically not a smart decision. Interestingly enough, Ellie almost seems to be heading down Gabby's way.
Yeah, and I think with that, the tide's probably coming in a little bit now. So, she knows getting a 3.98 in these conditions, it's going to be really ocean dependent as well. So, it is a little bit deeper further north. There's a bit of a gully there. So, I think she might be moving just up toward that shallower bank a little bit there, but looking to be a nice little rib coming through here.
This one's got a corner on it, and Gabby knows it. Now getting herself to the apex of the peak to ensure she gets a good run into this first section. Taking off, using her priority here. Needs to make this one count. Needs to push the requirement higher because Ellie Harrison is fighting back, and Gabby, she wanted to dig in big time on that final section, but she loses contact with her equipment. And here comes Ellie right behind her. Oh, she doesn't time that first section too well. She's got a decision to make here, and she commits to finishing this one off. And she'll now try and scramble back to get the priority, but didn't need a whole lot. Just a 3.98 might have done it with that last turn there.
Yeah, that's going to be super close. It's unfortunate here for Gabby. Under a bit of pressure, she did manage a nice snap on the opening turn there and just went a little bit too high on that second one. So turning around and seeing Surfer in Red get a wave, she did catch a little bit of rail there, but she regathered really well, and that was a really nice finish turn there for the Surfer in Red. It's going to be a super close exchange there, but I do think Ellie may possibly get the score.
I think you're right. I think Ellie jumps up into second at least with that one. Maybe even gets herself up into the lead. Mia Huppert's nice little hit there on the end section. Numbers starting to roll through for Ellie, and they are looking pretty strong. It is a 5.97, so just shy of getting her up into the number one position, but she does overtake Gabby now, and Spake needs a 5.84 with 3 minutes and 25 seconds to go here. So that fall really costly. I feel like Gabby had the better wave.
Yeah.
And she kind of got up there a little earlier than the oncoming section, and as a result, just sort of mistimed it a bit.
Yeah, and unfortunately, possibly just a bit of experience coming into the mix in the last 5 minutes, because it's a lot of pressure holding that second position when a surfer only needs a small score. So possibly a little bit of experience coming into the mix, and Ellie really responding well to that.
Are you impressed by the composure? Because at the 10-minute mark, Ellie Harrison was in third place with nothing.
Yeah, and I think you do see the more experienced competitors under pressure with their experience surfing like so many heats. But sitting in third, definitely Ellie has a lot going on in this contest. So she's really responded well under pressure in that situation. And it's been great to watch. The heat is not over yet. There is Gabby only needs a 5.84, and we have seen that she's capable of getting that as well. So she's got priority too. So 2 minutes 15 to go. Pressure is on green again, and we'll see how she goes.
Yeah, well, Ellie, like we said, when she still did a hit in the most critical part of the wave, but the first turn on Ellie's ride wasn't her best.
No.
But she committed to the end section, made it count. That did, however, put her inside of Gabby when they were paddling back out. So Gabby got the priority back, but Ellie was happy just to get the jump. Priority was actually just a second thought.
Yeah.
For her at that point in time. Main goal was getting up into the top two, and then we'll see if it pays off for her here. Just on a minute remaining. Mia Huppert's still hanging on to the lead. She had that quick start. She's still hanging on to those two numbers. And Ellie's fought her way in a second spot here. Long reefs. Gabby Spake looking for an opportunity.
Long reef. I've surfed long reef a few times. It's pretty fun down there. Very good.
Yeah, well, it's in some ways it's kind of got some of those similar characteristics. It's got patchy reef sections, and it's bank dependent at times, but it's shifty too, because you've got all these outer reefs there that kind of break the swell up, and you've got to be really alert. You can't just drop anchor and think that the waves are going to come your way. You've got to be ready to pounce and chase down those corners. So Gabby, she'll put that experience to good use here in the final stages. She's not sitting still. She's kind of really seeking out the opportunities here. Got the priority. Mia's going to tap into one here on the outside. Probably won't go into a top two. The heat is coming to a close, and Gabby's Going to run out of time here, but Ellie Harrison, props to her for maintaining her cool and showing a couple of beautiful formed out moves as well to get her scores. But Mia Hubbard strong from the opening stages, and that's going to see her through to the next round here at the Speaking in Colour Pro. We'll take a quick break, just a couple more heats to come to finish off the round of 64 and their big one. Stay with us.
Wait!
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Probably winning. I think that's my favourite. My favourite. But I think it was 2002 and it was really big and stormy and they were a little bit uncertain about putting the women out and we're talking about going around to Nobbies and I was like, no, I don't want to go around and surf 2 foot right. I want to go out there because there's a left out there and it's like big and messy. Yeah, it was really great. You don't realise it when you're young, but when you start competing, you end up going overseas a lot. And sometimes you're there and you win an event and, you know, all your mates aren't there and you're like, oh yeah, I won. But to have it in front of your family and friends down like at Newcastle was really quite special. I'm really excited about the way female competitive sport has headed and where it's gone. I think to see that there's equal prize money now, it gives a lot of people equal opportunity and takes away the element of privilege which can exist in some sports. I think that was really important in the female division.
Good morning and welcome to Surfest. Wow, here we are. This is an incredible round one of the women's. I keep looking at the heat draws and thinking, are we into the quarters or something? It is just stacked right from the word go. Speaking in Colour Pro, down here and in the commentary box, Vaughan Blakey, dear friend Matt Hoy. How many Surfests did you win, Hoy?
None.
None?
No, not one.
that
Never even went close.
Devastating?
No, not really.
Oh, okay. I know you had a good time while you were surfing in this event.
Exactly. It's always a good time in Newcastle, you know that.
Merriweather, it's been showing up for us, hasn't it? It's been, you know, a little bit dodgy on the first day, but yesterday plenty of epic little pockets, some really good surfing, and the women have really brought it in this event so far. Like I said, I'm just tripping that we're round one, and we're looking at names like Amelia Burke, Philippa Anderson, Angela Ball, Oceana Rogers.
Now, right? This is heat.
This is it. This is the heat we're looking at. So straight into things here is our surfer in blue. This is Emily, and she is local, right?
Yep, local, yep.
So we've got a couple of big, heavy-hitting local names in this one. Former event champ, Philippa Anderson. So these two would know each other's game pretty well, mate.
Yeah, really well. And they know the breakout here too. High tide coming up at, 10 o'clock today, so it's going to get a little bit fat. How is it? I just bolted down here. I was like looking at the clock, went, whoa, I just lived around the corner. I was got a sweat up here.
Mate, you're not even puffed, though.
Oh, no, fit as, mate, fit as. But I didn't even get to check the surf, which I wanted to do, but it looks all right, eh?
Oh, it's fun.
Yeah,
really
perfect.
fun. Lots of little bowls. Classic sort of shorey, even though it's not right on the sand. It's that sort of condition. Off the bottom, crack into the lip. Just Oceana is really going to attack this heat, and I think she needs to because she's got some big names, as we said. Philippa is sitting at 5th place on the ratings in these Australasian regional qualifying rankings, mate. So
on the cusp.
You could throw a blanket over the top 15, I reckon. It's that close. So we're going to see a lot of chopping and changing, and there's going to be heartbreak for a lot of surfers. But Philippa is in the mix here, so she wants to get onto that Challenger Series again. We know that she's a former event champion here. She's yet to crack a win on this year's series. Came second at Port Stephens.
She's won nearly every year. I think it's been on one of the events.
Yeah,
at least.
yeah, she's just such a solid competitor.
second at Port Stephens, Yeah.
Second at Port Stephens, and so she's looking to get that breakthrough and just really, make sure that she's a part of that Challenger Series.
What a one to do it at.
But
home break.
Amelie's in touch too, mate. 15th on the ratings. So a big win here, and she could really catapult herself up into contention. This is her now.
Bit of a fat wave she's got, but it's looking all right on the inside here. A couple of nice turns. She ends it well. Just didn't stand up, did it? Oh, yeah, here it is.
Oh, yeah, good
Soft
finish.
bowl, yeah.
Mate, how did you go against surfing against locals? Because we all know what Surfest means to the local community. It is. No, that's what I mean. Like, is it harder? Is it easier? Like, you know the people. You see them every single day, and you've got to paddle out. Surf a heat against them. I mean, how'd you go? Surfing against Louis or Nick Wood or.
I just wanted to beat her more than anything, pretty much.
Here's Philippa. Slicing off the top, so very calm this morning.
I'd say like the true.
Oh, there's Pauline Mensa. What's she doing?
I don't know what that.
Just whack her in the mix.
She surfed so well in the expression session the other day. I think
saw
she
a bit
caught,
of it.
I'm not joking,
Yeah.
300 waves.
Yeah, I heard that too. They were all blowing up. Beck was blowing up about it.
On the back of the ski. Where were these things when I was in my career?
Oh, well, don't we all say that?
How many years do you reckon you would have surfed extra on tour if you had a ski to paddle, whip you back out there after waves?
I would have done another 10 like everyone else did. The replay, Emily's wave, it's a nice wave. Just didn't get that steep face, but she gets a few turns in, nice ending.
Also in this heat, mate,
right.
Angela Ball has been on the radar
Philippa
for a while.
off the
We'll go, we'll just stay with Philippa here. Nice first turn. Just looks like she's not, overamped for this one. Just feeling it. And that was the completion we were hoping to see. So.
Was it?
They have been. They
have been ruthless on that.
Insanely stingy, haven't they? As soon as they don't see the complete ride, they just put their wallet back in their pocket.
Yeah.
Moths intact.
Yep. Yeah. Well, that's not it. Probably we're still waiting on scores. But was that a ride at moths intact?
Yeah, well, so when the judges open their wallets, typically a bunch of moths fly out of it because that's how often they see daylight.
Dead moths. They can't even fly.
Here's Philippa. So you'd imagine there's more than a 0.5 in that turn. So, yeah, we're definitely waiting on a score to come in.
Nice. It's a good start. Just this. Here it is. Good turn, though. Layback, hack. And then, look.
What do you think?
Mate, the ruthlessness of them might say
You know who cooked?
Yeah, we'll see.
You know who cooked the finishing turn completion? Italo at Narrabeen.
Oh.
That's where it really came into focus. What is a completed ride? Because he stomps this big thing.
Yeah.
He's out in the flats. He's already patting the dog. So you'd think made. And then the whitewash knocked him off and they went, no.
Yeah, I remember that.
No.
Well, there you have it. They just said, no, no.
3.77.
100%. They know. Wow, that's...
Well, better it happen at the start of the heat than the end. At least Philippa knows, okay, all right, if I'm going to drop a big
Do you reckon she thought she rode out of it?
I don't think so. Yeah. Even her face looked a little like fighting for it.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get there.
Well, like I said, yes, I don't understand. You've got to ride out, right? So why not just grab both rails or one rail and just ride out if you can?
It's funny. That'd be a funny look.
I know, but
a grab rail.
Ride out.
Ride out. So also in this heat, and we'll have a lot of eyeballs from down in Victoria, Torquay surfer Angela Ball. First popped onto the scene. I remember Angela's name the first time I heard it because I was tripping on the fact that she was surfing proper, 10-foot bells when she was just a grom.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that though, Hoy. We're going to go down and speak with Mia Huppert's winning that last heat. A really important heat here, Mia, and you must be frothing because you're right in touch with this qualification for the last event of the last event.
Yeah, it was a nice heat to get through. I think I need a pretty big result here at Newcastle, but it was a nice start.
Yeah. I mean, a big result is possible for you, though, because we just saw you take out Ellie Harrison, who did progress, but, she's above you in the rating, so you can do it.
Yeah, Ellie's one of my good friends, and so was Gabby, so it was an interesting heat, but it was nice to get through with her.
You've had a good run this year. Ronnie mentioned that you do a bit of work with Brad Gerlach, one of Matt Hoy's old friends, and he's far out, breaking new ground with Wave Key. What does that bring to your performance?
Yeah, Brad's done a bit of work with me and also my sister, and it's a nice way to feel confident within your surfing and kind of bring it back to the land and work on that before taking it to the water.
Yeah, it's so cool. I've done a little bit of wave key myself, Hoy, and it feels incredible. You really do, feel it when you paddle out that you've got everything tuned up and ready to go. Mia, how did you find the waves out there this morning? It looks really fun.
Yeah, the waves are pretty good. It's definitely a lot cleaner than it has been the last few days. It was a little slow in the middle of the heat, but we definitely got a lot of opportunities to surf good waves.
Fantastic. Well, look, it was a great result this morning. Round one, it's so stacked. It's so hard to believe that we're only really getting to see everyone surf for the first time. But you're into the next round, and we really look forward to seeing you get a good result here at Surfest.
Thank you. I hope so.
Thanks, Mia. A great surfer from up there in Queensland, mate. And little sister, I think, just won a QS.
Yeah, right. That's what she's talking about, a sister. Classic.
Yeah, huge.
How old are they?
Young.
Yeah.
Yeah, far out, very young. But, obviously doing everything they can to keep performance at the peak level with the Gerlach.
Classic.
But, yeah, Angela Ball, man, just such a trip out. I remember there was big bell swell and there she was out there just absolutely charging. We'll come back to that. Oceana Rogers is having a move here.
Oh,
and Angela is going to use priority. Gets a big snap off the lip. So a nice turn. Oh, gee, I like that. It didn't get up and over the foam climb, but, gets that little bonus shimmy on it.
How good does that feel, a foam climb? It's a hard thing to do. That'll score nothing probably, but it's really hard to do, and it feels that good.
Yeah, I've heard Cale Bell-Warren and Stace Galbraith both write foam climbs off as a high-risk, low-scoring move.
Wow.
But they do feel good if you don't get that weird bobble.
Yeah, it's like you're floating on air.
The best foam surfer in the history of surfing is Ockie. At Bells, he'll just surf whitewash.
Yeah.
Fly off the bottom. Here goes Philippa. Nice little two-turn combo. Just feeling it out still.
Sitting in the spot. If you ask me, she'll know where to sit out there. Straight off the rocks bowl. She'll be sitting on...
She has her own surf school.
Yeah.
Philippa Anderson Surf School. So imagine that. You want to learn to surf. You come down. You've just got someone of her stature, former event champion, teaching you how to get it done. Have you gone down adolescent?
No, not yet.
No.
I'm on the verge. I'm getting to that age.
Yeah, all right.
I'm bringing girls and going for surf lessons.
So what is your pre-surf routine? The same as always?
Yeah, exactly the same as always.
Pick up board, paddle out.
Wax up.
Yeah, wax up,
yeah,
of course,
don't
always.
forget that.
Mate, fun little waves down here this morning. The tide is coming in, so that's going to slow things right up. Yesterday.
It is. It's not high for another 2 hours, so it's going to slow things right
up. We
up.
heard a couple of competitors, young crew who were surfing in this comp for the first time, saying, Jacko Baker got in their ear and went, "Hoi, tide's getting high. Make sure you get something quick."
Oh.
Real tactics coming into it.
Yep, good call. That's a great call. Jacko's giving away his secrets.
Yeah, I know. Well, he's got to try and defend his title here, so he doesn't want to give away too many.
I wouldn't be telling any secrets.
What have you made of Jacko's performance just in the last 12 months, mate?
Yeah, he's killed it. Stoked for him. He's come of age for sure. And I think winning Newcastle last year really helped his confidence. Just local. No one's ever done it before. He did it. You're probably not expected. You'd expect like someone else, like one of us before, or Ryan, but he did it. You know what I mean? It was sick, and he was ripping. And I reckon his confidence went through the roof.
Does he like the nickname the Carnival Strongman? Because he does look like one.
I reckon he looks like that guy who plays for
the Raiders.
Yeah. I'll say that he'll hate it, but whatever. I was watching the other day. There's Jacko.
I think he should just get all his wetties made with vertical stripes and wear knee-high boots when he paddles out. Here goes Oceana. Let's see. Oh, beautiful style. Whipping turn. And cracks it again. And a third. Oh, bummer that she doesn't ride out of that one. South Coast surfer Oceana Rogers sitting at 85th. So obviously a young talent and just looking to get some experience here at Surfest. You know, that's
Good
one of the
looking
great
wave.
things about this regional QS series as well, Hoy. Look at this, slicing off the top. This is beautiful surfing.
She'll probably get still a pretty good score. If she makes that, she gets a real good score.
Yeah, and, you know, far out. To be a little grom
I know.
and to be paddling out against this, you know, this level of elite surfer is a huge, what is it, stepping stone for Oceania.
Yep, for sure. And all the competitors, right? Like you said, this first round of the women's is stacked. Because it's straight in. There's no seeds. They're all in straight first round.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, judging from some of the performances, one of the other major things that's going on here at Surfest, speaking in Colour Pro, is that we've got surfers from the Asia region competing for points that go to their own rankings.
Oh.
So it doesn't go, they don't get points for the
It's
Australasian.
confusing.
It's a little bit, but it's actually pretty cool
I thought
too.
they were in the Australasian region.
No, they're in the Asia region.
Ah.
But they still can nab all the points that are on offer for their region.
Oh.
So all the Japanese surfers.
Well, there's 10 Japanese girls in. I looked yesterday.
That's
10.
right.
There's a
and they
huge
went
contingent.
ballistic
they're
yesterday,
surfing
mate. They really
good,
knocked
yeah.
a few crew out. So
Yeah.
there's this sort of event within the event for the Asia rankings points as well. There's only
Because there's no comps there.
Three spots.
Hardly any comps.
Up for grabs in the women's. Yeah, that's right. So they've come down.
So is that, it's just all their comps? They don't have any comps up there at all?
They do. They've got like 3 or 4 comps up in their region. But
Yeah.
this is the big 5,000 that
they all
everyone
come-
in the
yeah,
Asia
right.
and Australasian
Yeah,
region can
okay.
compete for.
I
So
got it.
that's why we're seeing so many Asian competitors come down.
Oh, it's good.
It's really cool.
There's
You know what it
10 Japanese,
does?
It's unreal.
Gives everyone a chance to see what the level's like up there, get a little taste of it before you hit the Challenger Series. It's
And
going
they
to be
get
cool.
to see the level here. What it's
Exactly.
got to be up to or down to or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's a good
Perfect.
system.
Yeah.
I really like it.
Yeah.
And we have seen yesterday afternoon, I don't know if you caught the last 4 heats, but, oh, man, the typhoon was in full effect.
Yeah,
Japanese
I did.
surfers really ripping. So we're going to...
I did the second last year, then I waited around for you two to finish.
Oh, you did too.
Yeah,
Thank you for that. Very nice of you. Ocean
enjoying
Rogers
it.
is on a heater
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Beautiful off the top.
That's what she needed. That
Showing-
last one, she would have got a good score too. Did she?
Showing a lot of experience and...
They gave her a 4.77 for that last one.
That's...
With the yeah,
Oh,
so imagine
man.
if she didn't fall.
Exactly.
And this is a good-looking wave here too. Without priority too here, I'm sure.
Epic style and a
Fourth
beautiful
priority
turn.
and did that. That's
Finding
what
good
it's-
rhythm, isn't she?
Yeah. That's going to put her into the lead.
You know who'd be watching this heat? Our mate, former world #1, Rob Bain. Let's stick with Emily now. Off the bottom, and this is nice, Hoy. 2 quick snaps and a third. So looking to put herself in the frame here for qualification.
Yep.
Emily Rogers, Emily Burke, sorry. She's sitting in blue in second place at the moment.
Good looking
Got a
wave.
3.67. This is going to go north of that.
Nice first snap. This next one's the one. Boom. Good looking wave too. And the last one. 3 in a row. Gonna get a good score for that.
And
Philippa would have been filthy. She got that wave because she was right next to her without priority. But that's what happens. Priority. They're sitting in the spot. See the 2 local girls sitting right on the rocks bowl, exactly where that little peak is. And exactly what they're doing, exactly the ways they want to get.
Well, she's looking
This is
staunch.
gonna
She's
put
not even
Philippa
moving.
in a position here, mate. This is she's gonna go back to third, I think, after those 2 waves.
So did Oceania Rogers get a 1 for her first wave? No, that was a 4. We're waiting on a score, right?
Yeah, waiting
For
on
last
the score,
event.
yeah. 2 scores, yeah. Emily and
Okay,
Michelle.
so...
So 4.77 was that one which she did 3
Oh.
turns and just fell at the end. She would have got a good...
She's going to jump to the lead, you'd imagine.
Yep.
This is a good heat, isn't it? We've a lot going on here. It's simmering. Feels like we're on the verge of seeing some fireworks.
3.83 for Emily. She went to first, but Oceania's wave still waiting to come in, so she's going to go to first after that. Probably the best wave of the heat.
Philippa's going to want to keep a close eye on the clock.
Isn't she? 6
She's,
minutes to go.
6 minutes. It goes so
Pressure.
quickly.
Yeah. Or it goes, when you're in the lead, it goes so slow. When you're needing a wave, it goes so fast.
Madness.
Here she goes. She's going to have a go right here.
Oh, this is a nice looking wave. One of the bigger ones we've seen. Philippa off the bottom. It's a big closeout, but she hammers it. Does not ride out.
Whoa, that was...
Ooh.
Did she have... I think she had first priority then too.
She did. Yeah. And like you said, let Emily sneak one.
Yeah.
It didn't look like much.
I
And
think
how much
I think Emily had priority then, though.
when a wave's coming in and you've got priority, you've got to mind surf it, right? You've got to say, what's this worth?
Yeah.
Can I better my situation on this thing? Or should I just let the other person get it and try and milk a score?
Yeah.
So it's not just about what you want to do. You've kind of got to consider what the other person's capable
what they
of.
can do on this wave as well.
Crazy.
100%.
All right, so slicing back here. And Angela Ball.
Oh, they're both
Nice
back.
finish.
Oh, I didn't ride
Oh,
out.
no.
Grab rail right out.
Currently 28th on the rankings, and Philippa's just going to get a bit of hustle on here.
Well, she needs to. Just under 5 minutes to go. Last wave was a 4.57, so she got more for that right than that completed left, which is, well, they were going to give that a huge score, that meant.
Well, she's in the lead.
In the lead, yeah. Scores come through. Nice first cover, and just this one doubles up and then just hits the trough. And
What a bummer. She didn't get the completion. Nice finishing turn from Angela if she rode out of that one. Meanwhile, so this is just 2 turns, but at least it's got a little bit of sting. You know, that's a bit of intent there from Philippa Anderson. Looking for a 3.74.
Gets a 2.67.
2.67, so it was a smaller wave.
Or do the other girls get ruthless on Philippa here?
Oh, you'd imagine they will.
Yeah, well.
I mean, we've got 4 minutes to go here, Hoy. It's Oceana Rogers out in the lead. So Oceana from the south coast of New South Wales, Shell Cove surfer, and she's put it together beautifully, unrattled by the seasoned experience of the other surfers in this heat. She's just paddled out with a plan and got busy. And she's looking fast, smooth, and these little clean, glassy faces are really suiting her style. A 4.77 and a 4.57. Amelie is in second place. Philippa needing a 3.74. And Angela Ball needs a 4.5. You know what? That last turn that she fell on probably might have gone close to that.
Yep, for sure.
So 3 minutes. Everyone in touch here.
Emily's like, look, near Philippa. She doesn't know what to do. It's heavy. The young, what do you call it? The young bull and the old bull, whatever it is. She doesn't know what to do.
Well, yeah, we got to.
Whether she should go and sit
There's
on
the replay. See, now that was Angela Ball. If she rides out of that, she's well and truly in the mix. At the moment, she needs a 4.5, which is not a huge score. But, you know, this morning, she's just going to have to try and find the opportunity down in 4th priority. And Amelie and Philippa.
Yeah,
Amelie probably grew up worshipping
100%
Philippa.
doesn't know what to do here. It's like a hero. You know, she could just be ruthless and sit on her, but I don't know, it would be so hard. They're good friends. Like, what do you do here?
Well, you tell me.
I don't know. I'd do it. If it was Luke, I'd be doing it. And he'd do it to me. So, she's going to go. She has to go.
And it's a nice looking wave here for Amelie Burke. Slice for the first turn. Flies through on the inside. Section looming. Cracks it up and over. That is a very strong finish. And now back. This is our heat leader, Oceana, and she gets a good connection. And, lets that one slide. I mean,
doesn't ride out again.
Not quite as clean as her other 2 waves, though, I don't think.
No, that's not going to go into her scores.
So this is great stuff.
But Amelie's is going to for sure. That's probably up there with the best wave of the heat.
I think the finishing turn's the best we've seen.
Yeah. And she went for it too. She didn't hold back. Like, she could have just done like a nice tap and rode out cleanly and got, I rode out of that one.
Well, I love the fact that, that re-entry was an up and over. It wasn't just a tap. It was a real throwing herself at the section. Philippa's in trouble here. I mean, Amelie was in second. She's definitely going to improve on a score. 1 minute. And Philippa is in 5th, mate. So she, at the moment, not in a qualifying position. It's top 4 for the Australasian qualifiers. You have to finish in the top 4 to make the Challenger Series. This is the last event, don't forget. So there's no second bite at the cherry.
Wow.
1 minute. Oh, Newcastle is just chewing their nails down to the elbow. It's heavy.
She's got priority too. Looks like there's a little couple of bumps coming through. Needing.
Score come in for last of blue. 5.67 for Amelie. So a big number required from Philippa Anderson here. A 5.57. She's going to have to let it all hang out on whatever comes if she gets the opportunity.
It doesn't look like she's going to get. Those waves just went south.
Oh,
by looking
no.
up.
This is
30 seconds.
This is not how Philippa Anderson wanted to finish what has been a pretty solid campaign throughout the Australasian region.
Well, sitting in fifth, it is, isn't it? You're not doing too badly.
You're not doing too bad, but you've got to make heats. I mean, we know how strong this field is. She's on here, Hoy. Philippa Anderson needs a score, snaps off the top, comes down off the bottom. This wave, a good jam, comes back into the whitewash. Needs a 5.57. I don't think there's enough meat on the bone yet. No bonus section and a little bit of disappointment in the body language here. 1 minute, Angela Ball. And she's going to try to find something, but again, this could be heartbreak for one of Newcastle's favourite surfers.
Oh, I think it is.
And what a heat. So let's check this out, Hoyo. What do you think?
First snap's good. Second snap's good too. Just needed an end that needed to keep going like right to get another end section. One more of them, just with a nice clean end section, she gets it, but I don't think she's going to get it.
Oh, no. Well, heartbreak here. Did not get the score. So that is Philippa Anderson's year on the Australasian Regional Qualifying Series is over.
Oh, should be filthy.
And we're going to take a quick break here from the Speaking in Colour Pro for 2023. We'll be back with more action in just a moment.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Take a test drive today.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
You know, I'd say like the true great memory is, I don't know what that old lady's name was that was there every year, but when you first rocked up at the contest, she was always there to say hello to everyone. And so for me, Newcastle is all about surfing family and that feeling. It's just a really special place. You know, when I rocked up here yesterday, I went straight to the beach and Osha Curtis was out there. And I just felt so proud that what we fought for, the women today, are getting acceptance. It's just one more step, and that's to have equal amounts of men and women is what I'd love to see. The way things are going, I don't think it's far off. It's very true, like you said about the Girls Can't Surf movie. There's a saying in there that says, if you can't see it, you can't be it. And so now women around the world are seeing other women do amazing things. And so everyone's excited to see rising women reaching this point.
Good interview.
Really cool, really cool. Welcome back. This is the Speaking in Colour Pro as part of Surfest 2023. And we are into, I believe, Hoy, the last heat of women's round one. It's been pretty exciting and a huge boil over just took place. One of the event favourites, one of the city's favourites, Philippa Anderson, unfortunately eliminated here by fellow Novocastrian Emily Burke and the on-fire Grommet, Oceana Rogers.
The crowd's gone quiet.
Mate, I know. It sucked the air out of this whole city. Are you all right? I saw you pull your hanky out. It was soaking.
It's heavy.
No,
I feel for it.
It's pretty heavy, but, you know, far out. This is, you know, one that Philippa's going to have to process. But we'll stay here with our surfer in white. This is Kyla Whitfield, one of the Narrabeen upstarts, and
another one of the Narrabeen.
Another one. Yep. It's like some areas just have this production line of talent. Narrabeen, of course. That Narrabeen long left sandbank. It's just like a.
How good it's having the comp back there.
Oh, mate, it's going to be so cool to see a long, rippable left. There's not too many anywhere on the
and hopefully
schedules.
it's a good time of year for it too.
good time of year.
Hopefully the bank's good.
Yeah.
The bank's nearly always good, isn't it?
Well, do you reckon world champ, two-time world champ Damien Hardman will pull up his gold throne on the edge of the veranda and just sit there smoking his pipe, overlooking the whole thing?
I hope so.
Like Mr. Burns.
I hope he does. That's right next to Simon with a schooner.
Far out, some absolute legends, and a lot of narrowbeam surfers in this field. So it'll be cool to see.
It's so good to have one of those events back at your home beach, too.
It is. Yeah, and Kyla is a mad power surfer, mate.
Oh, what have we got here?
She's a surfer close to your heart. Oh, a little bit of a situation, and it looks like Coral Durant.
Well, she didn't interfere. There was no priority.
Nah.
So
what do you think?
It's
just that these things are so touch and go.
Oh, no.
When you're on a beachy like this, and you can't really,
She didn't even look.
It's up to the judges to make the call, of course, but you can't really get a gauge on sort of the distance, travel, the length of the bank, or anything like that. So if you get anywhere near the takeoff, you're going to put a question mark on what's happening here.
Well, they're going to question that for sure.
That
was pretty close.
It's no fun watching these things happen. So out in the water, folks, we have Kailani Johnson.
Here it is. Look, we can't really see what. Oh,
so he does go past the takeoff zone,
it's
mate.
interfering.
This is a heavy situation.
She probably wouldn't have made the wave anyway, but she went, like you said, went past the takeoff zone.
Charlie Hurst is out there in the blue. That's the surfer who may have been impeded. We'll wait for the judges. And this surfer in white. So I see a touch of the alley rots.
Yeah.
Just going.
A couple of nice snaps.
On the attack. Kyla Whitfield's 35th on the rating, so might have watched this year sail in terms of qualification.
Wide of view. Oh.
I think Coral could be in trouble.
Yes.
I don't know. We'll wait for the judges.
I hope not, because I don't think she would have got there to where Green got to anyway. But you don't know, do you?
Well, what's the deal? If you get past the takeoff point, is that generally speaking the rule?
That's what it used to be.
It used to be, I don't know.
Who would know? Look, a good little bowley right here. Great looking wave. Good first snap. Flicks
Nice.
Over the white water. That was a good looking wave at the start.
Kailani Johnson. She's representing Indonesia, mate. Spent a lot of her childhood growing up surfing Padang, Uluwatu. Can thread the odd orb or two.
That'd be hard.
Surfing for points in the Asia regional qualifying rankings. Currently 4th there, so she's right in touch, mate. If you finish in the top 3 in those Asia rankings, you're going to qualify for the Challenger Series. So Kailani is really looking good here.
What countries are involved in the? Is it Japan, Indo, all of them, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
Philippines, Thailand.
Yeah, exactly. Japan. Taiwan.
Yeah. There's good waves there too.
Really good, yeah. A lot of the Indonesian surfers opting to surf in that Asia region as well. And so this is going to be cool. Let's head down to Emily Burke. Congratulations, Emily. Put a beautiful heat there together. And probably, how good did that last turn feel on your highest scoring wave? That was a massive whack.
Yeah, thanks. I just knew I had to make it. It was kind of low scoring heat. So just get one big turn and hopefully get through the heat.
When you've got waves that, aren't really allowing you to open up, it must be hard to really throw yourself at a section when it looms like that. Because sometimes, we're seeing heats where 3s and 4s are getting people through.
Yeah, there's a couple out at rocks, but it's not really as bowly as I was kind of hoping or expecting. But to get a section, it's good to just give it a good hit.
No, good on you. Matt Hoy was punching the air when he saw you attack that one.
Hey, how are you? You didn't hold back. It was good, Em. I loved it.
How hard is it to surf against, someone you've looked up to your whole life, probably? Philippa, eliminated sitting at 5th on the rating, so it's a heartbreaking result for her. But, you've just got to put that aside and surf your own heat. But it must be tricky.
Yeah. I surf against Philippa at board riders pretty much every event here. So, we kind of go back and forth, but I kind of felt bad knocking her out. But, no, it was fun to do.
Well, if it's any consolation, Matthew said he'd do the same to to Luke.
And Luke can do the same to me. It's the same.
So, it's part of the game. Part of the game.
You can't be nice. All friendships stop at the water line.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, look, what's it like, pulling on the Rashi here at Surfest? Obviously, it means so much to the local community. The city gets right in behind this event, and they love nothing more than seeing a local perform well here. Is it extra pressure, or is it something that you really thrive on?
Well, this is only my second year competing in it, so I don't know, I'm kind of just having fun with it. Like, all my family and friends are down there, so I don't know, it's a pretty cool experience. So, yeah.
Well, it's great to see you in this event. We really would love to see you go deep. You're sitting at 13th on the rating, so you've kind of got a long shot strike at this thing, especially if you get the win. So all the very best for the rest of this event.
Thank you.
Keep getting the waves, Em. You'll be right.
Yeah. Thanks, Roy. See ya.
See ya.
Mate, you should be a coach.
That's
good advice.
Yeah.
Catch waves.
That's the best advice I've ever been given. Well, that's what you got to do.
Look, here's the secret between. Here's the secret between
winning and losing.
Winning and potentially not winning.
Yeah.
You got to catch waves.
Yeah, you got to catch waves. Just keep getting your waves.
Breno.
Just make sure you get have a hope.
Brent
You know what I
Dorrington,
mean?
mate.
Give
How
yourself a
good
chance.
does this guy serve?
Yeah.
Like,
Did you see
seriously.
yesterday? He was classic. We were all talking about what do you do before heats, and he was there.
Oh, yeah, doing the meditation.
And he's cracked up though as soon as the camera was on.
Tapping into a bit of that Jack Robbo
It was
mindset.
so good.
Mick Fanning of all, would you have picked Mick Fanning to be meditating before heats when you first met him as a little 15-year-old
Yeah.
coolie bogan?
Yeah.
You would have?
Yeah.
Classic.
I would have. He'd have a go at anything to give himself an advantage.
He's such a legend. How good.
Yeah.
How good to have an Australian surfing icon like Mick Fanning.
Yeah. That's a classic. He's been through something.
I don't know if
too.
Breno's tapped into all the Mick Fanning's tricks of the trade, though.
I reckon he's tried to.
Yeah, he tried.
Undercutting.
So, this is the last heat of women's round one, and we're going to stick here with Coral Durant. Guess what, Hoy? No interference.
Right out.
No interference.
Oh, wow.
So, good stuff here. The judges are saying, no, there's no way Charlie Hurst was getting around that section. So, this is great. We got the even
I have to agree with
playing field, and now Coral Durant is a 3.67 and a 3.5 on the board. She's in the lead.
And this, look, good. Tony, watch this snap. Rides out of it clean, too. Look at that.
Excellent.
Look. And, yes, thank you. Not even a grab rail. Perfect.
Oh, well, great judging.
Yeah,
there's
I agree.
nothing worse than seeing an interference, especially a touch-and-go one.
Well, I don't think she was going to make it around the wave.
No.
That's to where she got to anyway.
So that's what they have basically declared. They've gone, nah.
Good.
Ooh, Xavier Huxtable coming up next. Wow, the heats are so heavy. Are you kidding me? Look at that. Lennox Smith, Brent Dorrington, Jacob Wilcox and Zave.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, that could dead set be a final, straight up.
Yep.
Round of 64, so a long way to go in this event. And already, you're going to have to bring all guns firing to this round of 64. Men's coming up next. Kyla Whitfield out there in the white is in second at the moment, Hoy. Charlie Hurst is in blue, sitting in third, and Kailani Johnson. Now, Coral Durant, guess where she grew up? The Bluff.
Oh.
So, way up there in the northwest desert.
How?
And can pack them, mate. Don't you worry about that. We got a couple of pretty hectic tube fiends in this one. Kailani would have seen the inside of some orbs over there in Indo.
100%.
And this is her now. Crack. That was beautifully timed.
Nice too.
Found some rhythm, and Kailani is, desperate to get through these heats because sitting in fourth place. So in the Asia ratings, it's only top three.
Oh, even
in
more
Australia, it's top four. So Kailani wants to crack that top three. 12 minutes to go here. Yeah, Coral Durant. I mean...
No, how? Graph at the graph. At the bluff.
How? I know.
How?
Madness.
Where do you, no schooling? Just surfing?
Well,
fishing?
you do the real schooling.
Yeah.
How to catch a barramundi.
How to get barreled.
How to, lobster dive.
Yeah. What a spot.
How to light a fire without matches.
Yep.
All that stuff.
Yeah.
Real life education.
Exactly.
And how to get completely drained on, triple overhead orbs.
Yeah, exactly.
Done much time on that?
No,
coast?
not enough. I've been to the Barrier a few times, which is one of the best spots in the world. Don't tell anyone. Sorry, boys. Yeah, but I haven't been up there much. Only once. I'm a bit scared. Paulie Patterson used to ring me all the time and say, "That's all, let's go, get on a flight." I was like, yeah, it's going to be 15 foot. My shoulders bone. I'm no good, mate.
Killarney here.
But I'd love to get up there. It
It's
looks
a nice
amazing.
first turn. Yeah, it does. But you know what? It's hard to leave New South Wales.
Oh, it's a long way too.
New South Wales is one of the greatest surf regions in the entire world, I reckon.
Oh, for sure.
And you know what? Destination New South Wales, one of the major supporters here. New South Wales government, through its tourism and major events agency, Destination New South Wales. It's it's the place to be. So many different setups. We got everything.
We have everything. True.
We've got slabs.
We haven't got
beaches.
a Nalu or
We've got points.
Yeah.
We've got swell. We've got every wind condition and swell direction pumped somewhere.
Yep. Especially here. We've got everything in this town you ever want. Newcastle, mate.
Well, there's something for everyone
Rules.
in the Hunter region. So head to visit newsouthwales.com to plan your local adventure.
See how beautiful some of the
this
footage is on the ad. It looks amazing. And there's a couple of secret spots in there. I'm like, oh, what?
Oh, they
dropped
dropped a couple of...
Yeah, it looks amazing. And you, unless you've been there, you don't know where they are.
Hey,
which
Mitch
is a
Ross
wonderful-
showed me a clip on his phone the other day of a left-hander.
Just
Not going to say where, but it was as good a rippable left as I've seen anywhere.
Yeah, just here. Was it?
Just here somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, and last Thursday was firing here. The whole, everywhere was pumping, every beach.
High speed, down the line surfing here from Coral Durant. Not finding any sections. We just saw Jacob Wilcox preparing for his next heat. Heartbreak for Wilcox last year in that last Challenger Series event. Missed the cut by that much. A tiny, tiny amount. He'll already automatically qualify for the Challenger Series.
There's a few of them, eh?
But what he wants to do is get a good result here at Surfest. Because you know what? A result here really can slingshot you into a good form. Matt Wilkinson's the surfer who springs to mind for me. He won Surfest, then he won Snapper, then he won Bells. 3 comps in a row. I was talking to Mike Hall, his coach, about it, and I said, how many heats in a row did he win?
Oh,
in that,
didn't even think about that.
Like consecutively. And he said, mate, a lot.
Yeah, well,
and
you can work it out.
I said to Wilco, what was your secret? And he goes, mate, it's amazing what four sit-ups will do for you. I should have done 4 sit-ups before every heat my whole life. I probably would have been going all right. But, you know, it's true.
That's as good a roll as anyone's ever gone on. Look at this set.
And you can see down in the bottom corner of your screen, you know, witness the rise of world champs. Well, a lot of world champs get started with a big win here. Fanning won here.
Yep.
Steph Gilmore won here.
Damien, there's Tom Curran.
Yeah.
Ock. Everyone. Pretty much every world champ has won here.
That's right. And they win first. They win early in their careers.
Yeah.
I know with Ock, he won, 86?
Yep.
And then won the world title in 1999.
Yeah. It's a long time between sips, that one. That's crazy. Like, you look on there and they've all been world champs. Not all of them, but there's world champs all through that
Pauline
winning
Mensah.
list. Yeah.
Pam Burridge.
Yep.
Did you see that turn Pam Burridge did in the expression session?
Yeah, that was sick, eh?
What is going on there?
What a classic. I saw him down here. It was so good to see everyone. I didn't see Pauline, though, or Jodie.
Yeah, I saw Pauline and Jodie.
Yeah.
The Swellian Queens.
Yeah.
Love them.
Yeah, classic.
And lots of local businesses getting in behind this event. I mean, the women's event really is funded, supported by a whole range of local business. And, far out. I always say this, Newcastle's a city, but it's like a giant coastal town, mate. It's just got such a deep sense of community and a deep sense of support for the things that you love. Footy, surfing. I was going to say, and good times.
Good time. Well, there you go. What more do you want? The that big town little city
sums up perfect existence. No wonder you never leave.
Exactly. Big town little city. That's what we always say.
There's
and it's true. It's everything you need to do in here. Everything's easy. Everything's close. Good surf. Good food. Good people.
Yeah, City Newcastle, major sponsor, of course, of Surfest since the beginning, a foundation partner. Visit, this is the website, visitnewcastle.com.au. If you've never been here, the food's unbelievable, the nightlife is fun, the beaches are incredible, and you always end up rubbing shoulders with someone, some big celebrity.
Yeah.
Who's the biggest celebrity from Newcastle in your mind? Mark Richards?
No, Daniel Johns would have to be.
Oh, Daniel Johns from Silverchair.
Wouldn't he have to be? There's few doctors
and his dad, Andrew.
And he's
a big celebrity.
He thinks he's the biggest celebrity. But yeah,
I spoke to him last night.
Did you? Yeah, I told him to ring you. He was going to go surfing.
He was given the he was at a function over at Newcastle Beach, but he told me, because we get stuck into the footy talk.
Yeah.
He told me that the Manly Warringah forwards are the best he's seen. He said they are big boppers.
Yeah, right,
which is good to hear. Sorry to go deep into the rugby league tangent, but
I'm back on the Manly ferry.
Yeah. So always good to get a little bit of insight from the great Andrew Johns. Did he have a surf in Surfest or an expression session?
Yeah,
at some
expression
point?
session. It was like 8 feet. It was good. It was good move.
He goes all right.
Yeah, he goes good. He surfs more than anyone I know. Him and his son Lewis are always out there.
Well, he actually said to me, he goes, "How's my boy from Bronte going? Taco?"
Yeah.
I said, "He's going good, mate. He's still going. He's in the next
still
round.
Going. He's frothing."
So the Bronte crew have plenty to cheer on.
Yeah. The pigs.
So there's Jacob Wilcox, and give us a bit of insight, Hoy, just while we've got a little bit of downtime here into how it affects you when you get so close to achieving a dream but just missing it. Does it drive you more? Do you get up and reconfigure your whole attitude and attack it harder the following year, or does it actually sting you a bit?
I reckon it'd have to sting. I don't know. I've never actually done, they didn't sort of have this when I was doing it, so I never had the misfortune.
Did you retire from the tour, or did you fail at
No, I retired. Yeah.
So there was no.
Nah, there was no disappointment. It was all.
No disappointment, you say?
That's heaps of disappointment. But you know what I mean. I didn't.
What was your last event?
Fiji.
That was it.
Yeah.
Mic drop. Backside snap here from Kyla Whitfield. So Narrabeen watching on closely, and good surfer, isn't she? She took off on this one, off the bottom, times it beautifully, gets that finish. It's just a one-turn wave. A 3.68 is what she's chasing.
Oh.
Let's just revisit this
heat. Is it critical
We've
enough?
Been gabbing on for just a little bit,
know.
but Coral Durant out in front of 5, so the tide's filling in. That's why it's slowing down. Coral Durant, though, in the lead after a little bit of a nervy start, sort of sharing a wave at the start, but luckily no interference declared by the judges.
I don't think it was an interference.
No, 3.67 as her backup, so looking to get rid of that. Kaylani Johnson desperately seeking big points here to get into qualification for the Asia rankings, sitting in 4th at the moment, so one spot outside the qualification for the Challenger Series in her region. The Indonesian surfer representing Indonesia is currently in 2nd in this heat. Kyla Whitfield sitting in 3rd and needing a 3.41. And Charlie Hurst.
Oh, he's a good-looking set too.
From Port Kembla.
Just to finish this heat off.
This is Coral.
Another good bowler one. Big snap.
Oh, my goodness.
Big snap there.
Beautiful turn.
Good-looking wave. I thought it was going to hold up, but it's a bit straight, eh? That next one was straight as well.
The timing off the lip, impeccable.
Threw heaps of spray too. She had a good heat. I'm glad she didn't get that interference because she's... Look, huge snap. Threw some spray and it's lobster dives off. Yeah, she's had the best heat out of everyone. It would have been so disappointing if she had been called that interference at the start. I would have changed the heat though. She would have just,
How amazing. I think earlier this year, maybe at Pipe, we saw Kyle Belly get an interference and still win the heat.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It doesn't happen all that often. Were you the kind of surfer who would get an interference and go into fight mode, or were you the kind of surfer who'd get an interference, start splashing water and
both,
swearing at the sky? And
yeah, both.
Oh, both.
Yeah. Do that and then go I've still got a chance here though, because it used to be only half a score maybe.
Yeah, that's right.
And there was 3 or 4 waves anyway.
Still
so
in with a
you
shot.
could win on 3 waves with a guy with best 4.
One of the heaviest interference
I think I actually won a heat
performances.
with an interference.
Yeah, right.
I did. I know I did, in Japan. That's the one. I had a heat and I came in out of the water. Derek Hine was coaching me the first year, like just helping me out. And he goes, come out of the water. I got out of the water and he said, all right, this is what you got to do, because I was getting hassled. And he said, just sit near your other competitor so that guy doesn't know who to hassle. And I ended up getting through the heat with an interference, double interference, and the other guy lost, so I got through. Yes.
Dr. Evil works his magic.
I know, but I was saying that the other day. Someone was getting hassled out. I said, just go sit next to the other person. So then if someone's hassling you that much, just try and go sit next to someone else. So they're going, they don't know what to do.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and it works.
That's clever. 40 seconds here.
I've used it ever since, don't worry.
Quick story. One of the heaviest sort of reactions to an interference I ever saw was that Pipe Masters 98, where Andy Irons copped an interference against Munga Barry, and he just paddled out and waited for the biggest closeout of the entire day, threw himself over the falls. Remember that? His body went over the falls. You saw it in the lit line. Here's Coral Durant. And as you say, Hoy, having such a good heat. I thought she might even ride out of that little wobble. And has there been a late charge here from Charlie Hurst? There's a lot of waves being ridden here. So Kalani just wants to put it out of reach in the last 5 seconds. And this wave is, it fizzles. So we'll have to wait and see if Charlie got something done on that last wave. The heat's at an end.
That one snap of 5.07 just says it all.
Solid, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, the judges all this event, if you get something that stands up and you clout it, they're going to give you a big score. All right, we're going to take a quick break here from the Speaking in Colour Pro Surfest 2023 and be back with more action. The men's round 3 coming up next.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
There was only a couple of minutes left. I had priority. Ryan needed a pretty healthy score. I let him go on one on the inside, and I think definitely local knowledge came into play because he teed off on it. I thought, oh shit, I've let it go here. But then the score came in and we were tied, and I went on an account back. Being a new resident to the neighbourhood, was trying to earn my stripes, and Ryan's the guy to beat in Newcastle. Stepping away from full-time on the World Tour, I had the opportunity to start my own company called Revere Projects, and supporting up-and-coming surfers and things like that I think is really important to help the next generation coming through Newcastle. The younger guys showed a lot of talent and very big future ahead of them. There's going to be a very strong presence on the world surfing scene coming from Newcastle, which is really cool.
Welcome back. We are into the Burton Automotive Pro once again here at Surfest 2023 and the round of 64. We know it's going to be stacked with those big names, the highest seeds hitting the lineup for the first time. We've got Jacob Wilcox, who had a great run on the Challenger Series last season, finished 13th overall, and with that finish inside the top 20, even though he didn't graduate to the Championship Tour, he does keep a spot on the Challenger Series for this year. Xavier Huxtable, he's been performing well on the regional ranks, and he did drop a number of places though to 10th after that last QS 3000, so he's got some ground to make up if he wants to get into that top 7, but he's so capable, such a great surfer, and the Victorian's up at the moment to get things started here. Also out in the surf, we've got Lennox Smith in the white, Brent Dorrington's in the green, Jacob Wilcox with a nice hit there. That's the 517 from earlier on. Ronnie Blakey with Mitchell Ross. It's getting to the serious stage, Mitch, especially for those surfers that have progressed out of that round of 128 through the round of 96 and earned their place here in the lineup.
Oh, for sure. This is where it all heats up. Absolutely. Even seeing that first backhand sort of slam there from Jacob Wilcox, it signifies that the levels got a little bit better. That turn was huge. It was a 5.17 for just the one manoeuvre. We've been stressing the point all week long that if you do one big turn, you will get rewarded by the judges. And Jacob Wilcox, just like that, 5.17, Ron, to start the men for the day. Really exciting stuff.
Yeah, who do you like in this heat? Yeah, I mean, Jacob, for good reason, with his free surfing, his competitive performances over the years, probably the most experienced surfer at this level when you talk about championship tour events. I think he's had around 9 wildcard opportunities at different locations around the world.
Portugal, Bells, yeah, quite a few.
Margaret's.
It's funny that, isn't it? Yeah, in his backyard there. But I'd like to see Jacob do well to actually qualify because, he's never made the tour. And I think if he sort of, the guys, the table that he sits at, he deserves a spot there. Your Morgan Siblicks, your Jackson Baker, all those guys that he grew up with, they've made the jump onto the Dream Tour. But Jacob, he's been so close so many times. Like over the last decade, he's been really close. So, yeah, he's hoping that, this year he can get it done.
Yeah, well, definitely his focus at the moment is going to be taking out Surfest 2023, the Burton Automotive Pro back underway here after we got through that opening round for the women in the Speaking in Colour Pro, and great performances across the board. Top seeds generally shining through, but a couple of upset results. So that's going to make things interesting, and some surfers who are right up there at the top end of the regional QS ranks have lost that opportunity excuse me, to get themselves into that top 4 and onto the Challenger Series. So, there's a lot on the line for these competitors. Jacob Wilcox, he's one of the rare surfers in this draw on the men's and women's side that's already solidified a place on the Challenger Series. So really, this is about keeping your weapons sharp, staying on tactically with your competitive approach, and gearing up for a seriously good crack at the Challenger Series.
It's pretty cool to see that a lot of those guys that have already got sort of spots in the Challenger Series, they're actually here at Surfest. Dill Moffat, Jackson Baker, Morgan Siblick, Jacob Wilcox, Kalani Ball. It's really cool that they're showing up here at Merriweather to, push the next gen.
I think too. It speaks to the prestige of this contest. I mean, as far as qualifying series events go, around the world, I think this one, has the most history and is the most regarded. You look at the honour roll here, it's unbelievable. Mick Fanning, multiple victories. Kelly Slater, Joel Parkinson on the men's side. Tom Carroll, Tom Curran. And then on the women's side, all the world champs have had success here. Wendy Botha, Lisa Anderson, Pam Burridge, Lane Beachley. It's incredible, and we've even got a 3-time winner on the commentary team in Beck Woods. So, it's certainly an honour roll that you'd love to throw your name on, and that's probably what Jacob's intending to do as he taps into his second ride here. Great sequence of turns on a smallish wave, and his class on show here in the opening stages.
Yeah, nice 2-turn combo there for the West Australian 20-year-old. A couple of big turns there for Jacob. As we look at the replay, that board looks super responsive. It is, of course, a Darren Hanley. Been riding for a long time, Jacob. Looking really fast. One of his strengths is probably small wave surfing, but then you see him in big wave stuff, and he's maybe even better again. So it's a little bit confusing. So fast in the small stuff.
He's just so well-rounded, isn't he? And actually has spent a lot of time on the East Coast too in recent times. He wanted to get over here and actually sharpen up that part of his surfing. He thought it would give him the best chance at success on the qualifying series and into those challenges. But he has got a new edit out, which is exciting. It's playing on Stab at the moment, Into Dust. His peers have really celebrated his surfing, and it's like you said, he deserves a seat at the CT table. As we see now, Brent Dorrington, who performed really well since he came to life here at Surfest in the round of 128. He's looked solid, so we'll see how he fares. Such a great surfer, been at it a long time, has had QS victories in the past. But even with a victory so far down the rankings, even with a win, he won't get himself into that top 7. But I always enjoy seeing him compete.
Gosh, he put the wave together well. It was exceptionally done there from Brent Dorrington. He'll do the little run around down south and paddle out next to the rocks there at Merida. But a lovely ride there from Brent Dorrington. 3 solid manoeuvres. I loved how he sort of moved through the dead water. He did it actually twice between the first and the second turn, then the second and the third.
He's an old warhorse in these qualifying series events, but he's got the same kind of moves as all the younger guys on the QS schedule. There's a couple of veterans that don't have the air game that are still campaigning as well, but Brent's really well rounded.
Yeah, he's got it all from 20 foot to 2 foot, as we're seeing today. He can get it done. Love this final manoeuvre there. And I think Brent was starting to get in a position in this heat. He was getting a little antsy because he hadn't had a wave for the first 5 minutes or so. So happy to get that wave locked in as we see Xavier Huxtable. Big turn there. Just the one manoeuvre from Torquay Xavier Huxtable. Comes with a lot of power.
Well, just on 15 minutes to go, something standing up on the outside. A very committed paddle there from Xavier. And he finds a little more room to move on this one, but it's going to fade away pretty quickly. Behind him, Jacob Wilcox staying busy. Already has a couple of mid-range 5s. This is a good-looking wall. Nice hook off the top. Didn't really tee off on the final section the way he would have liked. Not sure if that'll go into his top 2, but he looks on. That is for sure. As Lennox tries to get himself into the mix here, using priority on this one.
Yeah, needs to make this one count. Hasn't had a good score on the board just yet. 2 big turns there. That might be the best wave of the morning.
A lot of props coming his way, and we'll be talking more about his surfing in just a moment. But right now, we want to congratulate Coral Durant, who had a great performance in that last heat of the opening round for the women. Congratulations, Coral.
Thank you, guys.
How is it out there? Because from where we're sitting in the comfort of the booth, it looks a lot cleaner and a bit more manageable than what we saw on these opening days of competition for the men.
Yeah, it's definitely clean. There's a few fun waves. There's seaweed everywhere. I've got seaweed all through my hair, but can't complain. I'm pretty happy to get through that one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it is a really stacked field. Are you sensing kind of the energy and urgency from all the competitors in this big major QS 5000?
Yeah, I know that a few of the girls are really focusing on this event to qualify for the Challenger, but for me, I'm kind of just having fun, enjoying it. I've got no got nothing to really worry about, so I'm just enjoying it and, yeah, watching all the other girls really battle it out.
That's awesome, Coral. How many QS events have you actually surfed in?
Not that many. I think this year I've only done here at Boomerang and Avoca, and then just a few back in WA at home, and yeah, that's about it.
Oh, that's awesome. It's a great opportunity now with this new system for surfers like yourself who are kind of coming through those juniors to make that next step. How have you found it competing against some of those people campaigning to get onto the Challenger?
Yeah, it's been amazing. It's so cool to see like how focused they are, and just makes you know what you need to do to get there. But yeah, it's been really good.
Must be a big confidence boost too coming into that opening round when you're up against higher seeds and you get the victory. I mean, it's early in the contest, but anytime you're winning over those surfers who are ahead of you on the ladder, it must feel fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a confident boost. I am so happy to get the win and keep moving forward.
Awesome. Let's give your shaper props because your board looked great under your feet. What are you riding out there?
I've just tried a couple of LSD boards. I think it's the... Can't remember what model it is right now, but it's just a 5.5, and yeah, I've been really enjoying it. So thanks so much, Luke, for that.
Thank you, Coral, and Luke Short, incredible shaper and shaping beautiful boards for you. Best of luck as you move through the rounds here at Surfest this year.
Perfect. Thanks so much, guys.
I think one of the best boards I ever had was the Luke Short, and he's created some magic boards with Noah Dean And
Julian Wilson.
Julian Wilson over the years, yeah, he's put boards under the feet of some of the best. And they could take Coral a long way in the draw. That was a strong first-round performance. But back to the Burton Automotive Pro and this stellar opening heat of the round of 64. We're seeing some replays here. This is, on paper, just an unbelievable heat. But then when you look through this round of 64, you're going to look forward to a lot more of these.
Yeah, some amazing heats coming up throughout the day with the top seeds hitting the water. I'm really excited to watch Morgan Siblick later. I know there's not much up for grabs for Morgan as far as a berth into the Challenger Series, but I know that he's treating this event pretty seriously because he wants to get one for the home crowd where he grew up at. He'd love to win this event, Ron. Yeah, for sure. And I think, Morgan's taken his surfing to another level, having been to that elite level, having gotten himself into the surf off for the world title a couple of years back. So when I see him in these events, these days, he just looks a cut above, and we'll see if he can prove that when he hits the lineup a little later on. Also, Dylan Moffat, it'll be exciting to watch. Jarvis Earl, Jolly Vaughan. Yeah, well, Joel will be good because he did get the opportunity to surf in the Challengers last year, and he's campaigning to get back there once again. But a lot of the surfers you just mentioned did have a fantastic run through the Challengers, just falling short of getting themselves up into that top 10. As we see Lennox Smith, big snap there. Unfortunately, just getting bundled out by a bit of backwash. Tell me a bit more about Lennox's surfing. We touched on it the other day. You've got big raps on him. There's something about this kid that you can see there's some real potential there. I've just watched him, basically on the internet and his Instagram, but I just think he's really talented, and I know he rides big waves super comfortably. He wins big events from time to time. Speaking to Jarvis Earl, Jarvis says he's arguably the best surfer in the country at the age. So, I like that he's kind of a bit of a sort of throwback approach too. Surfs a lot of power. I know he has got the airs and tricks, but his rail game is sensational. Oh, we'll look to get a glimpse of it here in the final 9 minutes. He does have some work to do, though. Back in fourth spot at the moment, chasing a 4.61 to get up into second position. Brent Dorrington, he's hanging on to that third spot. Not a position he wants to be hold of in the dying stages here. He wants a 5.77 to get to second. Xavier Huxtable, Jacob Wilcox, the top seeds in this heat, sitting right where they need to be and where they should be, really. But Jacob's just outpointing the surfers on the exchange. He's got the edge on everyone with his 2 scores at the moment. Yeah, really tight. The only surfer that kind of needs to maybe get a couple of scores is Brent Dorrington. I think those 4.9s for Xavier and Lennox, they're decent backups, but I can't imagine a 3.7, round of 64 will be in your top 2 scores. I would have thought maybe 11 points in this round, maybe 12 points to get the jump up into the next round. As we see Xavier, the Victorian, couple of big turns. That's the wave of the heat, no doubt. The judges are going to eat that up. That second turn was so square and so vertical. It'll be a massive score, and I believe Xavier will go up into the lead on that one. Lump of a lad too, really has bulked up a lot. I remember seeing him as a micro grommet down there in the Jan Jack area. Every year we'd go down to Bells for Easter, and he was just always out there surfing the different breaks around the zone. But in the last couple of years, he's had a lot of power, a lot of muscle to his frame, and he's starting to really do some world-class surfing. It is. Those turns are actually CT turns. That second manoeuvre is exactly what you see on the championship tour. As we see, another surfer who can get it done is Jacob Wilcox, the current heat leader, but we anticipate a bit of a change with just over 7 minutes remaining. Yeah, solid numbers starting to roll through for Huxtable. Yeah. I know it's going to be fantastic to watch Owen Wright surf his last event down there at Bells Beach, and I believe they'll have a local trials, and Xavier will no doubt be part of that. So
We'll see if he can get himself into the main event. But, yeah, that's going to be awesome. Owen Wright announcing his retirement just yesterday. The rumours were kind of circulating that might be the case. And, yeah, I heard there was a bit of a sort of a banquet planned to celebrate Owen. He said, you know what? I don't want that. I just want to surf the event. I want to go after the win and give it a good nudge. But you can guarantee it's going to be a big year down there because of the announcement. I'm sure plenty of Australians who have watched Owen's career and seen his amazing performances in heavy water waves will be down there to cheer him on.
Yeah, never won the event. He's actually got a chance when he gets that backhand going out there.
Well, he actually got down there for a recent swell, just week before last. They had a solid swell down there, and he got a piece of it. So he'll be primed. It's a location that you want to get some reps in before the contest gets underway. But he does have just that really clean kind of traditional line at the bowl. And if it's big and standing tall, he can match it with anyone in the draw. So, yeah, let's pray for waves. Just under 6 minutes to go here. Xavier Huxtable jumping up into the lead. You're hit the nail right on the head there, Rossi. 6.5, the best number of the heat so far. And we'll see what Brent Dorrington can do in response. He needs a pretty big number now. 7.01, good-looking wall, clean float. Brings it down, but he'll want something a little bit more high impact than that if he's going to go into the sevens.
Yeah, a little old-school approach, that final manoeuvre. I think the judges like to see you go vert on that section. It looked really good on the eye, but if you want to get critical with what the judges like, first turn was pretty good. Didn't hit it the way he probably would have really hoped. That final section there, I think it was screamed for a big sort of Xavier Huxtable vertical turn.
Even the opening manoeuvre of the contest was Brent Dorrington's. He was in the first heat. He ditched the fins and got himself a big number. So something along the lines of that might have seen him turn in a score to chip away at the requirement. But looking at that one, I just don't see it factoring into the heat too much.
If you look at the clock, only 4.5 minutes remaining. So, yeah, not too many more opportunities for Brent. Right now, he will be in fourth priority, hoping that the situation remains exactly like that as far as where all the surfers are sitting. You can see the three of them there. They're up on the northern bank. If Brent can get lucky and find something with fourth priority on the southern peak, he'd be kicking goals.
So mentioning some of those big heats that are coming your way today, surfers who've established themselves at the top end of the regional ranks. Kais King still on the comeback from injury. Had a great showing at the Tweed Coast Pro. Looking to be getting back to his best. That'll be fun to watch. Billy Stammen, he's in a precarious situation. He's sitting in 7th position, that last qualifying spot. And Billy is going to have to really watch himself in his heat against Mikey Clayton-Brown, who's going to know this lineup so well. Sean Gunning and Saxon Reba. Kalani Ball coming off a big win down there on the Central Coast. He's in Heat 4. Geordie Lawler, who took out the Tweed Coast Pro, is in Heat 5. A lot of the winners coming up. Mikey Madonna, Alistair Reginato, who's cracked a couple of finals this year. It's going to be fun to watch this round play out, to see if those form surfers can maintain their position at the top, or those hungry underdogs can cause a few upsets here.
Yeah, we'll see a couple of locals out there. You mentioned Mikey Clayton-Brown, of course, a member of the Merida Surfboard Club. He'll be surfing a little bit later. Jackson Baker, also another local that will be exciting to watch.
Really cool just hearing people like yourself, members of that Merriweather Surf Riders Club, talk about just this event and get behind the locals in it. You know, it's not something they take lightly. They really do will the surfers, the local surfers, on to big results, and they have high expectations for them. So there is a pressure that comes with competing here at home.
Absolutely, and on the social media, they fire up the whole club and they all come down here. So it's not like it's sort of under the radar heats. Everyone's watching them, you know, like from parents to friends of friends. Yeah, the club really rally behind the surfers that represent the club. Rich history too. Won the ABB before.
You were part of that team, right?
I was. I was the weakest link, but we still got
Come
11.
on, mate. You're the starting surfer. So you
Far
were
from it.
relieving the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but
That's huge. That's a big honour.
Yeah, we actually came third this year too. So it's a pretty competitive club. You know, been around for, just as long as the North Narrabeen and such.
Brent Dorrington, didn't have a lot of room to move then, but I love that. Just finding that little berm out there and whipping through that carve. I mean, that's the kind of move in between a couple of solid hits that's going to help, get you that tick of approval for flow and power. Unfortunately for Brent, it was just a sort of a one-turn wave and really not quite explosive enough to take him up into the fives.
Big wave here for the man in white. Sitting in 4th spot, needs a 5.84.
Oh, he hates it.
Utilised priority on that one too.
He had to have a go, didn't he? And just hope that it was going to ramp up for him, but that wave just fizzed big time.
It's a hard game. All we've been doing is saying how good this kid is. It's like a game of chess though.
But it's, that's okay too, I think. It just means that he's got the potential, and it'll happen at one point. I mean, it is pretty tricky out here at the moment. It's not like there's a predominant takeoff spot, and you just wait your turn with priority, and that wave's going to come your way, and you're going to get your opportunities. He's found something on the inside here. 20 seconds to go. I mean, an amazing amount of talent, a big future ahead of him. He's only young. Lennox Smith will bounce back, but, a really difficult draw too for Lennox and for Brent, you'd have to say, with the form that Xavier Huxtable and also Jacob Wilcox have been showing over the last year or so.
Yeah, too good this morning. Great performance there from Xavier and Jacob as the two surfers shake hands and say, yep, moving on.
Great performance here in the opening round of 64. These seated surfers just too strong for the underdogs in this one. We're going to take a quick break. Back with more from the Burton Automotive Pro in just a moment.
Where for the spirited, the grounded, the true outsiders. We know, you know, life's better outside.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds to Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome back. Looks like just a classic Newcastle school morning here. Taking the classroom to the beach. You love to see it. There's the competitors area. Our competitors. Looks like a majority of our Japanese competitors there. Is that Hiroto Ohara on the right? Be watching things very closely in anticipation of hitting this lineup. The judges doing a great job of just breaking it down, and we do have a bit of an international field here at the event this year. Obviously, there's surfers with different heritage in the contest, but we do have the surfers from that Asia region coming over to compete and count on points from this event, and they're like the Australasian and Oceania surfers in the mix. This is one of the biggest events for them, so a huge opportunity, some really strong scores logged by the Japanese competitors in the opening rounds. As we see Darcy Crump from the Northern Beaches of Sydney here in the green, just trying to get a quick start going. Also in the lineup, Manojo Yahagi, of Japan. He had an excellent score in his first heat here at Newcastle. John Mark Takong is out there. He's from the Philippines. and Kaius King for Australia. Kaius, nasty injury for him last year, and it kind of ruled him out of the Challenger Series events, but he's back now and really did put together a great performance up there at Cabarita for the Tweed Coast Pro to announce his return. As we see John now getting things started. Whips a small rotation. Just taps off. Nice little hit to finish that wave off. Won't be a huge score, though.
This would have been a nice one from Darcy, unfortunately, just burying his nose and going over. You look good then. Yeah, looked like the board felt nice.
Seems like there's a big kind of resurgence happening in in Japan with the amount of talent. They've always had a few great representatives, but it just feels like there's a real class coming through at the moment. And it might be due to the fact that they were hosting the Olympics, the first Olympics with surfing as a showpiece, but also have a couple of great representatives competing at the elite level that are no doubt inspiring them to great things. But you competed a lot over in Japan. Mitch had a QS victory over there, but one thing for me is there's always sort of a similar style and great technique in the Japanese surfers and their performance. And yeah, I'm seeing it with Manojo Yahagi for sure.
Yeah, they've all got that sort of low centre of gravity and always got big thighs, big legs, big strong legs. If you look at Hiroto Ahara, he's just got that perfect sort of,
big surfer's build.
Yeah. But I don't know, something just hasn't quite clicked to get those guys on the elite tour. But if it breaks right, we will see a couple of those guys on the championship tour in time. But,
here we go. This is Kaius King working this one over. Have seen him in the warm-up sessions, looking pretty sharp. But it's not going to be a big score to kick things off here. Yeah, it's definitely interesting that we haven't seen more surfers break through. We've got obviously surfers with Japanese heritage on the men's championship tour. Connor O'Leary, his mum's Japanese, was a great surfer. He's a great surfer herself. And then obviously Kanoa Igarashi, both his parents Japanese, but he just grew up in Huntington. But
there he is again. He's the danger
man. Here we go.
Wow.
Manojo Yahagi. Unable to stick that final move. Was on his way to a decent score here. Let's see what Kaius can do if he can get himself a decent number. There's a bit of that power. As he clicks off that first snap, brings it through to the inside. This guy's been a superstar since he was, single figures. He's really sort of starting to take his surfing to the next level. But we've heard his name on the scene for a long time.
Yeah, forever. And, he had a huge win at Cabba, was it last year? Just proving that he can get the big wins. It was like, growing up, it was always Kaius in the events. He was winning all the Grommet events, but he sort of slowed down a little bit. But then he sort of ramped up as he got older again, and now he looks like he could make the tour at some point. He's that good.
Tell you who else is surfing pretty well at the moment. Xavier Huxtable getting a victory in that last heat, mate. Saving yourself with a couple of nice backhand verts. How was it out there?
Oh, cheers, honey. Yeah, no, it was really fun. There's a couple, it slowed up a bit as a kind of through the middle of the heat, but there was some really fun ones. So, stoked to get a couple left.
Yeah, it's you've got yourself pretty well positioned at the moment, mate. Bit of a drop after that last event down there on the Central Coast. But sitting in 10th, ready to strike. Is this the year? Are we going to see you on the Challengers, mate?
Hopefully. I mean, yeah, dropped down a couple spots, but need to make some heats here. And, yeah, hopefully keep going on the roll and making some more and getting some good waves.
Mate, one of the biggest blokes on the QS, but you just surf so light-footed. It's really interesting to watch. What sort of size board do you ride in conditions like this?
Oh, cheers. My shorty's actually like 6'2", but I was on an epoxy just then, which is a 6'1", so they're pretty big, but yeah, they float well. I'm just on a Sharp Eye Inferno epoxy, which goes epic, so stoked.
Is the tactics for you to just sort of identify, steep sections and just go mad on them? Because the judges...
Yeah.
That's what the judges love with you, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to find one with a steep bowl because I mean, the smaller ones I probably wouldn't be looking at as sharp, so I was kind of like, I'll go for the sets and try and find a bowl, and was lucky enough that I found one that had two, so happy.
Mate, obviously it's been a pretty radical schedule. The event's pretty condensed, back to back. There hasn't been a whole lot of time to get home and get yourself into some swell. I know there's been some pump and surf down home. Is that painful when you're on the road?
Yeah, I mean, it always seems like there's always good waves when you're away, which is a bit annoying. I mean, we had 2 years of pretty much flat, but no, now there's starting to be some waves, so fingers crossed the Rip Curl Pro gets some waves, and yeah, it continues when I get back home, because it's a bit annoying to see pump and waves while you're kind of grovelling, but hopefully makes it more enjoyable when I get back.
Mate, we know you're really focused on this event. I mean, it's, at this point, it's probably the most important event that you're going to be surfing this year to get yourself into those challenges. But what's the go with the local trials down there for the Rip Curl Pro? Are you going to be turning up and competing in those? Do you know if you got a wildcard opportunity yet?
Yeah, I'm in the trials. So they've got like a Victorian local trials. So I'll be in that one with Tully, a bunch of other local boys. And hopefully one of us Torquay lads gets in and rips it. So it should be a good opportunity, and I can't wait.
Well, congrats on the win there in the round of 64, mate. Good luck in your quest to get into those Challenger Series events, and for your sake, I hope that we get to see you on the stage at the end of it all, handing out the trophies.
Oh, thank you so much. Fingers crossed. Hopefully get some more good waves and keep the ball rolling.
Good on you, Xavier. 15 and a half minutes to go here.
What a legend.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys that you just feel if he can get himself into some of those Challenger Series events, he'll give it a good run. But that's what we hope for him. But we know that there's a lot of surfers with that same dream that he's going to have to overcome as he rolls through this contest, and it's not going to be easy. I mean, we've already seen some surfers who are at the top end of the regional ranks. You got to say below that opportunity. Philippa Anderson fell out of the mix early. That's going to be heartbreaking for her. Now she's already not in that top four, but was in a position to make a strike at it. So it's a difficult result to digest. Just getting so close as we go now to what's unfolding out in the lineup. There's a better rotation there from John Mark Takong, as he takes this one through to the inside. Should be his best wave. Nice and swift through the rotation there. Not a hell of a lot of height, but it's not the only thing the judges will be looking for.
Definitely sort of strung together a score out of nothing. The wave, he was third priority going in that ride, so I'm sure he just thought, you know what, I'll give it a go, and I'll throw something at it. If it sticks, might be a score. So let's see what the judges thought of that last ride there for the man in blue. As we see Darcy Crump, he just locked in a 5.67, and he's looking to back it up. Nice combo there from Darcy from down at North Avalon. Nice combo there, and it looks like he's trying to ride that thing out. You can see that there was a little bit too much pressure on the back foot when he spun around, so he couldn't ride the manoeuvre out. But I think the damage was done. The first couple of turns were pretty nice.
He's had some equipment changes too, Darcy. He's on some different boards, riding the Salakis boards now. Looking pretty good. I mean, he's got the lead in this heat, 5, 6, 7 on the previous wave, waiting on the numbers to drop for that one, as we see Ricardo Christie getting a little bit of work there. It looked like he'll be coming up a little later on for the competitors area. It's got it all. The surfer's really comfortable there. Ricardo's going to be surfing in heat number 6. He wants to limber up because he's got a tough draw against Huey Vaughan, Kajiro Nishi of Japan, and Mikey Madonna, who's showing that he can go all the way. Take these QSs down this year. Kai's up at the moment.
Utilising priority. Nice first turn. Second turn was good. It was all about the third manoeuvre, just trying to square off the bottom. Nice and vertical. The first turns weren't really majors, but the third one was pretty strong.
Yeah, Kais didn't need a lot though, did he? Just a 2.87 to get himself to second place. So I feel like there's a bit of surfing left in this heat. There's definitely going to be some bigger numbers drop. These surfers, they're too talented, and there has been some bigger set waves than what we've seen. So, yeah, I think we'll see things ramp up towards the end here. Darcy Crump with the early lead, though.
Yeah, pretty tight. There it is. Caius King, last score was a 3.3, so moves up in a second spot as we see Surfer in white getting ready for that next heat of the morning. That is Sean Gunning getting loose and limber. It should be a good heat. We've got a local bloke in Mikey Clayton Brown out there, the New Zealander, Billy Stairman and Saxon Reba from the Manly area.
I think that's why some of the local school kids have been gifted a bit of time down here on the promenade this morning. The opportunity to get behind Mikey Clayton Brown in this next clash.
It might be from a school bus from up at the Bay driven down for the day to watch Mikey. He's actually one of the important parts of the mayor of the board club. He's really important. He's like Iceman. You'd nearly put him ahead of some of the top guys like Ryan Callanan and Jacko Bacon.
That's a big call.
He's that brutal. He never falls off. They'll put a little bit of pressure on him. But there they are, the school kids down here checking out the pros. And they're looking at their face on the big screen right now. Look at that, Ron.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome to everyone down here watching. Welcome to our supporters, our strategic sponsors, major partners, Burton Automotive, Destination New South Wales, the City of Newcastle. And we're focused pretty much on a stretch of this lineup that's maybe around 200 metres long, but around this area there's so much to do. Go to visitnewcastle.com.au to get the tip off on great restaurants and cafes to visit and other activities that you can get into when you visit Newcastle, as we see the young Japanese surfer Minojo Yahagi, who blew our minds in the early rounds. Excellent numbers dropped. Just seemed to have the place completely figured out. But today it's not working out for him. He's back in fourth spot. He needs a 3.91.
Yeah, not a tall order. And, 3.91. One big turn, that's about it.
You know, when you're sensing that, though, a surfer's sort of getting desperate a little early in the heat.
Too early, you mean?
I mean, he needs to get himself a decent wave. I mean, there's been some pretty decent scores put up, or reasonable scores, and they have come on the better waves. So, like, to take off on an average closeout where you don't even have the speed to launch into the sky high enough to get the judges on the edge of their seat, you've got to think of it as a mistake. You're better off really getting in the order for priority and giving yourself a shot on a good sized wave.
Yeah, that was the ingredients for that heat where he got the 8. So maybe should try to replicate that.
So Caius looking to find some space there, seeing as though he's in that third position for priority. We have seen a couple of surfers duck towards that northern end of the contest site and actually pick off good scores when they're not in that priority position. As Caius eyes one off here, looking left. Loads up some speed. He's going to get a big section out of this one. There's a nice transition hit. Climbs the roof. Clean float. Nice flowing surfing. And he's really only looking to get rid of a low number of 3.3. I think he's done it there.
Third priority. It's wild that you can still sneak off and get a wave that good in, quite sort of, it's a bit slow out there at the moment as the tide is coming in. And, Kai snuck up the beach. Third priority found this wave. First turn was huge. The second turn wasn't as big as the first, but as you said, Ron, I think it will be the best of his scores, and it might put him up into the lead. I just don't understand how maybe, second priority wasn't sort of up there with him, putting a little bit of pressure on him. But brilliant tactics there from Caius to snap away, and there you go, he went up into the lead with a 4.4. So job done there from Caius. As we see a little bit of action, it looks like Darcy Crump tucking in this one.
Yeah, using that priority and using it well. This wave's got a couple of sections on it, but he wanted to really push it on that end section. He's had a couple of mid-range scores. And he wants to go harder, but just loses the fins on that final manoeuvre. The thing I love about Caius King is he's got mature tastes. He's old school in that respect, kind of unique. When you ask most of the surfers in the draw about who their favourite surfers are. I'm sure you get a lot of Dane Reynolds, a lot of John Florence, maybe even a bit of Gabriel Medina. You know, those surfers, even the generation before them, Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, Taj Burrow, that kind of surfer. You ask Kaius King who his favourite surfers are, Matt Archibald, Christian Fletcher, you know, and he's kind of got that similar style, even in music. And that's how he got his name, named after the band Kaius. And yeah, he's a unique character, but I love that he draws inspiration from those surfers, and he kind of does have that Matt Archibald-like approach with his surfing. It's fast, it's vertical on the backhand, and yeah, he just really looks to rip in.
Yeah, no, he actually lived over there in sort of Archie territory in San Clemente for a couple of years. I'm sure he, shared some peaks out there at Lower Trestles. As we see Mikey Clayton Brown walking down for the next heat, and here's Kaius giving this wave to the priority man. This is the surfer in 4th position, looking for a couple of steep sections on this one. Nothing big just yet. Surfed it nice and smooth, but looking for a 4.75. That's not going to be the score. Will it be better than the 3.5 he's dropping? Maybe, maybe not. I think he needs something. Well, you mentioned it before. He kind of needs a set with a little bit more steepness. That wave is a little bit slopey.
Yeah, his forehand is what fetched him the bigger numbers earlier on. Yeah, his forehand looked deadly. Just big, chunky sections. He just managed them or matched them for power. But today, with the waves kind of being a little flatter on the face, he's kind of struggled to get going. But I thought he was going to have a fantastic chance against these highest rated surfers. But Manaja Yahagi's just kind of struggling out here at the moment, back in 4th spot, but not out of it. Just needs a 4.75 to jump up in a second. I mean, Kaius is not holding on to the highest numbers, but he's looked like the best surfer out there.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's the highest number at this point is owned by Darcy Crump, the goofy footer, who's in 2nd position, looking for a low score to move up into the lead. Saxon Reba and Mikey Clayton Brown on screen as we see surfer in white. Just a quick wave there. Yeah, next heat's going to be a great one. Of course, Saxon Reba won a Pro Junior a couple of weeks ago down at Redhead, all a part of the Surfest. Surfed a really good final for a breakthrough win for Saxon. So no doubt he wants to get another big result down here at the main event, the 5,000.
4 minutes to go here. And one thing that we've seen a bit more of today is surfers heading left. Those opening days of competition, just with the way the wind was blowing, the lefts were kind of shutting down a little bit more at times. There was the occasional big one hit wonder going left, but the majority of the scores, I'd say, were on rights. That could play into the favour of Billy Stearman. He's got a seriously good backhand, and he's coming up in the next heat. The Kiwi, who's, as I mentioned, sitting in that 7th spot. To me, that's one of the most interesting stories about the Burton Automotive Pro and the obviously the Speaking in Colour Pro as well, is just how those surfers who are already in those qualifying positions deal with that pressure of maintaining that position. Billy's going to be right under the pump. Of course, they reduce the numbers of qualifying surfers, and that's kind of tough for Billy because, you know, in 7th spot, if they're taking the top 10 from this region onto the Challenger Series, you're thinking, I've got a little bit of breathing space here, but he cannot afford to drop this next heat. As we see a great rotation here from the Filipino surfer, John Mark Takong.
Wow, he did the hard work. Just got bombarded in the foam. I thought he was going to ride it out, Ron. Yeah, he did.
He did all the hard work. Oh.
Gosh, so close.
It's like knocking over 9 pins when you're bowling, and the 10th one's just swaying there, and the difference is the pin stays up. And, yeah, in surfing, if you go down.
Needed a 3.82.
That's a bad thing.
that was going to be something around a 7 maybe.
He would have easily got up into the top 2. He might have even jumped into the lead because this heat's been a little short on big individual turns, and that's a monster. Oh, he had it. He totally had it. There's always that moment after someone kind of lands bolts on a section like that, has it, that they sometimes get a little relaxed, complacent, thinking that they've got it, and he just got knocked off by that whitewater.
I think that's about the 3rd air reverse he's done in this heat. So,
and that was the best one.
Absolutely.
The others didn't even get him decent scores. They were almost sort of forced out of the lip. That one was a proper ramp.
Yeah, I don't know too much about John Mark Takong, but I dare say his secret weapon is the frontside air reverse. Doesn't need much of a section to do one. With 90 seconds remaining, still looking for a 3.82. So not a big score at all required for the man in blue. And Yahagi, he's still looking for a number as well.
Are they the hardest ones, Mitch, as a competitor, where you do a high-quality turn and just fail to get the completion? Because you know that you're on your way to a huge score.
It hurts. Particularly when the tide's coming in and, it's getting a little bit more inconsistent. The high tide, maybe 40 minutes, an hour's time. You can tell that it's slowed up a little bit. So I think one of the things, as you're falling off, you're starting to go, oh, gosh, there's not going to be another wave, not another opportunity.
Not only that, not going to be another wave. He actually needs almost like 4 waves to come through because he's 4th in priority. And, man, he's just so close to pulling off the move that's going to take him from 3rd spot into the lead and probably shore up a position at the top 2. But, he's still got work to do. He's found some space out there, though. The wave he's looking at, though, is tapering, and what he wants is an oncoming section.
It's funny. He's paddling towards the little reef rock break there called known as Rocks. There's actually a good little wave there. I don't think it's a bad tactic. With 15 seconds remaining, the question is, will there be enough time? As you see, Darcy Crump, he's trying to hold on to 2nd spot. If he does a big turn, he might even go in the lead. I don't think so. Or maybe he will. It's only 2.83. I think Darcy will move up into the lead, but it looks like it's all over anyway, Ron.
Yeah, Darcy, it was a late takeoff. He did what he could with the final section, but, it was really, the pressure was on Manojo Yahagi and also the surfer from the Philippines, John Mark Takong, to turn it around, and they just didn't do anything. They didn't perform. Kais King, he coasted through to the victory here. He's moving on through to the next round. We'll be back with more Heat 3. We'll hit the lineup in just a moment here at the Burton Automotive Pro.
Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometres to your destination. No beds to Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro. It's part of Surfest for 2023 and has been for a long time one of the real supporters of pro surfing here in Newcastle. Burton Automotive, what an institution, and fantastic to have their support as we move into Heat 3, the round of 64. Billy Stammond out there in the water at the moment with Mikey Clayton-Brown, Sean Gunning and Saxon Reba, Vaughan Blakey in the commentary booth with the 3-time Surfest champion. I get a little bit starstruck and a bit nervous just sitting next to you, Beck. Sorry about that if I trip on my tongue sometimes. It's just, I'm in the presence of greatness.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you. Yeah, it's been an action-packed morning, hasn't it?
Has been.
Coming into this, even this next round and what's on the line for these guys. qualification for the Challenger Series. There's a few surfers in the next 2 heats who are really high up there on the ratings. So it's going to be very exciting to see how all of this unfolds right now.
This guy is the man who'll be feeling it the most in this heat. He's currently 7th place on the Australasian rankings, and crack, he wants to get moving. Will he get the completion? Yes. Such an experienced competitor, Kiwi surfer Billy Stammond. And he'll take this one right through and milk every last little bit of point out of it, because 7 qualifiers go through from this Australasian regional qualifying series, and Billy is in that final spot at the moment. Mikey Clayton Brown from Newcastle, he is also, right in contention here. He's had a couple of good results this year. And Sean Gunning, how impressive was this guy yesterday? He was sensational. A really live wire, goofy footer. Spends a bit of time on the Goldie, but actually surfs for Spain.
Yeah, spends a bit of time in the air too, I noticed, after yesterday's heat. He was pretty much landing most of his airs and tricky conditions yesterday, so he's already been out and surfed through a round. So stacked heat here today. I was just wondering if Sean Gunning may have been Rob Gunning's son. Rob runs the Pantin event over in Spain, so I don't know. I'll have to double check. I'll have to find Sean and ask him. But action-packed Billy starts with a pretty good-looking left there. Looks like the tide's come in a little bit.
Yep, well, the tide has come in, and that yesterday it slowed things down a lot, but today, I think it's been challenging. Let's find out how it was with the winner of the last heat. We'll just actually ride this one out with Mikey. Okay, he's out. Caius, well done, buddy. It's pretty fun out there, but trying to pick the gems that'll stand up for you, a bit tricky.
Yeah, I definitely think you can emphasise challenging for sure. It's pretty tricky out there. That was definitely a nail-biter heat for me. I've still got a bit of nail room left though, so I'm all right. Starting to get through that one.
Yeah, mate. Good to have you back in competition. We know you had that little bit of a break. What are you looking for out of this Surfest? A big win, obviously.
Yeah, of course, that's the goal for sure, take the W, but just happy, having fun, surfing, and just, it's just good to be doing events again and just putting the rashie on and feeling the butterflies and that. Just, I don't know, I love doing it, so just having a good time and, yeah.
Mate, we always hear people say, I just want to take it one heat at a time. Have you got an eye on that qualifying series ratings sort of situation at all?
Yeah, well, so I've got... Then they take your top 5 results. I've got only 4 at the moment, just because I wanted to sort of focus on these bigger events. I didn't do the 1000s, and last year I was out for those Indo comps that they put on, so I wasn't surfing then. I was out of the water with my injury, so I'm kind of counting on this result now. This will be my 5th result, so I'm sitting at like 18th, but I've had 2 good results this year already. I've had a semis and a quarter at the 5 and a 3000, so... Just keep going. I'll just keep doing my thing.
You'll be loading up, mate. Loading up for sure. I think, it's going to be fun to watch this event play out. I guess far out. You've got a big connection with Byron Bay, obviously born and bred up there, but also a connection with Av. Mike Ramelsi, a former champion of this event. It must be pretty fun when you're connected, to former champions and stuff like that.
Yeah, 100%. Rommel's a bloody legend. Taught me how to wax my board. Gave me the ultimate crisscross, so I've done that ever since. So shout out to Rommel for sure. He's also into some good tunes too. He likes some of the 90s bands that I like, so we can rap about that. Definitely have some heavy metal before I go out, so it's good.
Oh, good on you, mate. What are you listening to at the moment before you get out there for your heats?
Bit of the Nova Cassian special, the Silverchair. It's pretty hard to beat, but then I've been listening to a bit of Smashing Pumpkins and Helmet as well lately, and Bad Brains too, actually.
Oh,
it's
nice.
Sick.
Yeah. I think far out. Smashing Pumpkins are out here at the moment. You might have to sneak off to a gig.
A bloody oath I am. Already got tickets.
Helmet playing as well?
I'm seeing Helmet as well.
Oh, brother, you're on fire. All right, well, look, mate. Just finally, one last thing I wanted to touch on. When you have a bit of a heat where you're not able to really open up, but you can get it done just on, good wave selection and solid foundation surfing, that must make you feel good heading into the next round.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, those nail-biting heats like that, they're kind of nice to get out of the way. Sort of gives you that bit of like, oh, okay, that one's done. Now I can just kind of, ease the butterflies a bit. So yeah, it's always good to get that one out of the way. First heat, get the feet in the wax, just dust that one off onto the next one.
Awesome, mate. Well, look, it's a big event for you. We look forward to seeing what you come up with next, and well done.
Cheers, guys.
Good job.
Kais King looking really solid, wasn't he? He was just a very polished performance from him. Billy Stammen on the inside. We just saw a big air reverse from Sean Gunning. And yes, this round of 64 is just heavyweight battles right throughout. Stacked heats from start to finish. And
yeah, a lot
Saxon Reba too, who's out here from North Stain, I believe. So this is going to be really tense times for all these competitors.
We did see a flurry of waves happening when that interview was going on, and yeah, it was Sean's. Looks like he has hunted those lefts again, like he was doing yesterday. So yeah, we're waiting for scores to drop. Billy did start with a 5.0, which is a solid start. Yeah, and he has just backed that up with another wave. So is Kais King still being coached by the Doof up in Byron Bay?
Oh, I'd say so.
Adam Dufner?
So.
Yeah, I saw there's a bit of a crew down there. Hedgie's like to the right of the surf club down there, and they're all hanging out. It's the spot, they say, the lucky spot. So
I know that spot.
Yeah,
it's a good zone.
Observe the lineup zones, but yeah, Kais not even carrying a counter at this time, so I'm sure he's going to be moving. We go surfer in blue up and riding nice vertical attack. Huge second.
Oh, nice
throw of spray.
It was a big heat as well for Mikey Clayton Brown. You know, he's one of those guys who everyone knows how good he surfs.
Yeah.
But we have yet to really see him crack that top tier, and getting him on the Challenge Series. That, you know, we've seen what it does for your Morgan Siblicks, your Jacko Bakers, even the crew who didn't qualify. You know, from last year, kind of in the back of my head, I've got Kalani Ball in mind, just because he was a surfer who really just grew 10 feet tall on that Challenger Series. Towards the end of it, he was just on a mad roll. I thought, holy smokes, this guy could go all the way here at Haleiwa in particular. But, you know, Mikey Clayton Brown, he's sitting at 5th on the Australasian ranking, so this is a massive event. It's a home event, and he wants to get started. He would have seen Philippa this morning, unfortunately eliminated. Big boil over. She was at 5th place on the ratings as well. So opportunity lost there for Philippa. But, you know, he'll be wanting to keep an eye on things here, because there's some really good scores going in here, Beck. Billy Stammen out in front, a 5 and a 4.33. Saxon Reba holding down a 4 and a 3.5. Mikey has a 4.2 and a 2.83. So that last wave of Mike's, that really nice backside whack. It was kind of a carving snap, getting 4.2. And Sean Gunning, he's in a pretty good posse here, because his last wave was a 5.4 for the big air rev. Snap off the lip and crack for a second turn. Billy getting moving now, and he's starting to open up. And, you know, last year he was on the Challenger Series. He finished at 82nd, so he did not have the year that he was hoping for. He wants desperately to get back on there and show what he can do down the beach. Saxon lets that one go. But pretty sensational surfing there, Beck.
Yeah, Billy, I don't even know if he had priority then, but he could see that right coming in, and it had a little double up section on it. So he's done really well to read the line up there, hunt that one out. And those are two huge turns out the back. We'll watch it in the replay again. But he's looking pretty sharp, Billy. He's already qualified for the Olympics, right, for New Zealand.
He has.
Yeah, so he's sitting in that 7th position with Mike Clayton Brown just a few positions above him on the rating. So it's a bit of a cracker of a heat. But yeah, the way that, I mean, Billy's experience is really shining through at the moment. So this bottom turn to top turn combo.
Oh, that is as crispy as anything.
Nice little tail slide there, and yeah, tried to milk it through to the inside, but all the work was done out the back, and a bit of a carve through, looking for that lovely Nui Shory link up. But yeah, Billy, I remember watching one day, I was out at Raglan randomly, just doing a little bit of a coast trip over there, and he was out at Raglan just throwing down the biggest backside airs. I think he was practicing that day, and I think he did about 4,987 backside airs.
You see a lot of 4,987 everythings if you're on your backhand at Raglan.
Yeah,
it's a pretty long wave.
Yeah, he just would stay on and be just punting off each section, and I was like, who is this guy? And then, yeah, it ended up, like, I think a year or two later, I saw him on the QS, and, yeah, he's been killing it. But, yeah, we see Saxon.
Yeah, nice opening half. Back to the power source, hits this end section, gets the slide. It's a beautiful turn. Just not quite getting that nice, crispy, perfect timing off the lip that Billy had with his wave. Burton Automotive Group, 60 years of supporting the community here in Newcastle, Maitland area, Cardiff, Port Stephens, GWM, proudly part of the Burton Automotive Group. And, of course, our major sponsors here at Newcastle Surfest. Off the bottom, and you can see it's beautiful surfing, really stays on rail, stays in the perfect section of the wave. Gets a bit of an up and over there, but you could definitely tell there was a little bit of a timing difference between that wave and Billy's wave. Billy's wave was much more vertical, and he was able to really attack it into the lip. Scores dropping, a 7-point ride. Billy is off to a little flyer here. 12 minutes to go in this one.
Yeah, Saxon just a little bit mistimed on that second section of that wave. But the first carve, I love the way that he finished his placement there. We see Surfer in Blue up and riding. A bit of a slash after a first vertical attack coming in through the inside section, and again banking one off the inside. So all surfers showing their consistency here and experience in this heat. Saxon, yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see what they score him on that wave. But his first open face carve, really nice technique. Nice and vertical there from the surfer in blue.
He kind of put it up there, and the wave didn't hit the bottom of the board back. So it was almost just like a placing turn rather than a really good attacking vert. So a little bit disappointing there. Probably some points left on the table. But Mikey, you know, he's looking really good. I love the drive that he has. It's a big, chunk of power. Big water flying off his rail with that carving backside turn he's got. So that one, it's a pretty nice wave. It was really well put together. He'll get a decent score for it. It's a 4.07, so it does put him up into second.
Yeah, it's almost like Mikey's got that fluency between turns, which is nice. I think when you're watching the World Tour, that the differences between judging and like the tiniest of technical changes for some people can then like be the difference that, 1% of difference when in scoring when you're out there. So you do notice that changing every year, but we've got Surfer in Green up and running again. Nice front side little tail slide there into a lip line flare. He does land it. Done well to ride out of that one. Surfer in Green, he needed that. So see what the scores come through. It looks like Surfer in Blue is up and riding again. Two nice top turns.
Yeah, this is good from Mikey Clayton-Brown, and he gets a big up and over to finish. He'll be feeling that one. And you could really tell there that he was getting a bit more out of the lip. That previous wave, he was in the right position. The wave just didn't have the juice. This time he gets, a couple of good solid turns in out the back and rides that momentum through the inside for rapid fire back-to-back combos. And I think the judges will definitely see 4.21 in that at least. So he'll push himself up into second. Of course, we are waiting on a score here for Saxon too. And this was a good combo, Beck.
Yeah, threw the tail a little bit there and managed to connect well. A little bit of overextension there with that, but we see Surfer in Blue. I really like the way he connects straight from the bottom up through the top with no kind of baubles. It's all linking super vertical there. So it's going to be hard to see where the exchange goes because Greens also was quite critical and he did manage to land his second turn, but we'll see if he gets penalised a little bit for the, not as clean with the finish.
Yeah, Saxon Reba, he's out here at the moment, 25th on the ranking, so he's had a good year. As Mitch Ross mentioned just before, he won that Lake Macquarie Pro Junior, but he's also got a third in the Port Stephens Pro. So, it's been a really good campaign throughout this Australasian qualifying series for Saxon Reba, and we'll stick with Mikey Clayton-Brown as he goes to the air, a big air reverse. And that one, not quite the full rotation, but a big tail high. So hits the lip, throws the tail right up. And that is a technique that we really all learned from Taj Burrow. Doff off the cap to the great TB. He used to wax right up the nose of his board, because what you do is when you come off the lip there, you can really slide the front foot towards the nose and huck that tail up high. And really lovely technique there from Mikey Clayton-Brown. He's starting to find some good rhythm. Geez, this is a big turn. And he's sitting on a good score too, Sean Gunning. And he'll get a nice, safe finish. But there was plenty in that first snap. And he is the son of Rob Gunning. So g'day, Rob, if you're watching, mate.
Okay.
And, Sean was impressive yesterday, wasn't he? He came out here and he sat away from the crew. There was kind of a nice little cupped out rip bowl off rocks. This is the replay.
Full rotation.
Mikey Clayton Brown.
This is a heat,
flats.
isn't it?
Yeah, this is going off.
It's just blasting
How's
every
that turn?
surfer.
Beautiful. Gets across that wedge with plenty of speed and just gets the completion, which is probably a good idea there. It wasn't exactly like a high impact section, so you don't want to push it too hard, lose the fins and slide out.
Yeah, so it looks like Saxon with that two-turn combo did come out on top of that exchange with Mike Clayton Brown. They seem to like the second turn a lot, which is great. He got a 5.9 and Mikey got a 5.67, so it was super close between second to fourth at this time. And yeah, Billy Stairmaid is being pretty quiet after he's smashed a few waves out at the start of this heat. Using his priority now.
Holding it down, he's got a steep face, a big crack off the lip there from Billy. And there's all that raglan surfing just coming straight to the fore. I mean, how many backside Rios has this guy done in his life? If he does 8,000 in a surf, then he's probably done. Oh my goodness, it mind boggles. I don't think a number exists that's big. So a big crack, beautiful off the lip.
Yeah, nicely timed. Unfortunately, just a little bit deep after that one, but still a huge turn there for Billy, waiting for scores to drop. But yeah, it's going to be, let's have a look at and see what Sean's last wave came through as a 5.17. So Sean has moved up into second place. It's close, right? Between second to fourth, they're all basically sitting around a pair of fives or a 5 and a 4. So it's going to come down to the wire with 6 minutes remaining in this heat. Bit of priority. Tide's coming in. Surfers opting to stay moving within the lineup, and here we see Surfer in white having a little paddle.
Gunning. Yeah, well, his whole philosophy yesterday was get down the beach, get on those lefts and start throwing the fins, and it worked for him. And he was one of the real standouts, I thought, in really tricky conditions, and he's come out today and he's done extremely well against some high-quality opposition. And opposition with a lot to surf for. Mikey Clayton Brown is 5th on the rankings, as we said. He did get a 3rd at the Great Lakes Pro, but a lot of his work to nail such a great spot on the rankings came early. And when I say early, I'm talking last year when we had the Indonesian leg of this Australasian regional qualifier. It was 2 5th places, 1 at Nias, 1 at Cruy. So that's quarterfinals at 2 5,000s.
Yeah, he's done well.
That's the best way to start the year, but he needs a big finish here, and he desperately wants to get through this heat.
Yeah, with Billy chomping at the bit in 7th. I know Billy would be really looking to solidify his spot on. I mean, everyone would be, but definitely sitting in that 7th position. You've got a bit of pressure on you, looking over your shoulder, trying to jump a few guys, and then you've got guys like Caius King who also aren't carrying a full result. So these guys would know. I mean, some people choose to put the blinkers on and just say, don't tell me what's going on when it comes to the points and all of the ratings, but others like to be all over it and know what's going on. So
would you rather be surfing from outside the bubble trying to get in, or from inside the bubble trying to hold on to your spot?
Yeah, I always preferred to be inside the bubble. And then you know who you also, but this is back also when hassling was a thing, so you could also hassle someone out of a heat who was super close to you. You could go in.
The good thing about being inside the bubble is you only need to rely on your own performance.
Yeah.
If you're outside the bubble, you're also relying on crew to make mistakes, stuff up, or feel it. But, you know, there's still an element of pressure. I mean, Billy Stammen, for example, right on that cut line. He's in now, so if he just keeps getting through heats, he'll solidify that place on the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it must be hard because, you know, you're hanging around the contest all day, you're seeing the crew just below you, you're hearing what their results are. If they get a good wave or the crowd's going up, you know that they're building momentum.
Yeah.
All of that plays into your mindset.
Oh, totally. And, yeah, I mean, you're pretty aware of those who are sitting, you know, close to you on the ratings. And I had events where some people would come up after me and be like, oh, I'm so glad you made that heat. Like one of my French mates, and was like, because you got through that heat, I've qualified now. And I'm like, I didn't know that. But yeah, it's nice. But yeah, sometimes I had another person saying, I need you to get through this heat for me to qualify. And I'm like, I don't need to know that.
Oh, yeah.
Don't tell me that.
Thanks. Thanks a lot for just adding a little bit more pressure. And emotional baggage to the whole situation.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting. These guys would definitely be aware of what they're needing and what's going on. But I think for someone like Billy, you're sitting in 7th, so you're just basically just wanting to kill everyone and solidify your spot as high as you can go in this event. So he's got that experience. Pretty awesome that he's already qualified for the Olympics. He'd be pretty stoked with that. It's a huge, achievement.
Yeah, it is. It's a huge achievement. So all eyes right now here at Merewether are on local surfer Mikey Clayton Brown. He needs a 4.9 in this last 2 minutes and 40 seconds to get through this heat. It's huge. This is a massive contest for Mikey. It's so, like, it is for so many people, right? But for this kid in particular, 5th on the rankings, he wants to get onto that Challenger Series. Down the beach, meanwhile, Sean Gunning. He's been really strong, and he looks unfazed. I get the feeling he's just all about his own performance, this guy. He doesn't get out there and get into the hassle. A couple of times he's just moved away from all the other competitors just so he can surf. And it's really been reflective in his performance. He's been able to, get progressive, throw a lot of high-risk manoeuvres into the air, and he seems to be just riding out of them with ease. So he's in a good space, and that means the pressure is on Saxon and MCB.
Yeah, both
Saxon too, don't forget, he's 25th on the ranking, so, potentially a long shot, depending on what would happen with other surfers, but, you want to finish these years if you've had a good campaign.
Yeah, as high as you
with
can.
a big result.
Yeah, so it is interesting that they're sitting apart. I guess the other two who don't have priority are just opting to stay out of that a little bit. It does get a little bit harder on the higher tide here sometimes. You do get these lulls that happen. When the waves come through, they're pretty amazing. But, yeah, you do, with the higher tide, you get a couple of fat sections that do come through. We are happy to have a bit of a sandbank. We've got the surfer in green sitting.
Well, he's got first priority, so he's nowhere near Mikey.
Hunting
so
these
any
lefts.
wave that comes near Mikey, he's going to have first shot at, seeing as though he's holding second priority. So this is tense times for Merewether, tense times for Newcastle. There's a big set looming.
Good-looking wave.
What sort of wave is it going to be as we see Saxon Reba needing a score, hammers that first section off the bottom. He gets a second one in, releases the tail. That's solid. Very solid surfing from the man in green. He's going to look for some bonus points on the inside. And that was a really strong manoeuvre under pressure. Really squared up off the bottom. He gets a bonus. He's chasing a 4.67. You'd have to say that's going to go far out. I think there's enough meat on the bone just in that first turn alone.
Yeah, we'll watch a replay.
To potentially get that. I can't wait to see the replay. 20 seconds. Mikey Clayton Brown needs a score here, but let's look at this. Big steep face, hammers the lip, and North Stain goes up as one as this kid gets some really good surfing done in these dying seconds. Mikey Clayton Brown, there's 3 seconds on the clock. Oh, no.
Saxon has gone into the lead. That's a huge... Yeah, under pressure, he did really well. Basically, in the last 30 seconds, managed to get a score with priority.
Oh, this is such a heartbreaking moment for Mikey Clayton Brown, though. 5th on the rating, so now he's just going to sit there, basically chewing nails down to the elbows for the rest of this event, hoping and praying things fall his way. But you can see that he's devastated here. Yeah, this is really, not the result he wanted in the last 5,000 of the year. And that's going to be a difficult one to swallow for the Merewether surfer. We're going to have a quick break here from the Burton Automotive Pro Surfest 2023, and we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
your destination. No beds to Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome back and thank you for joining us here at the Burton Automotive Pro, the final event on the Australasian qualifying series, and it is a huge one, so much at stake, and we are right into the thick of it here. Men's round 3, big names and big results going down, and unfortunately for Newcastle, Mikey Clayton-Brown, who was 5th on the ratings, has just been eliminated. So heartbreak down here on the sands at Merriweather. But, you know, it's going to be a tricky one. Mikey, he's in 5th, so he's still in qualifying position at the moment. But, you know, there's so many points in this event. And that's going to be, it's just going to be such a hard one to process for Mikey. You know, he would have come into this event thinking, a good result here. I'm on the Challenger Series. I'll be representing this wonderful city on the global stage, and now he's going to have to sit there and just watch the rest of this event. He probably won't watch it.
Yeah, that's a hard one. I think it is always, I used to stomp off home and just, process for 24 hours. But, I mean, he surfed well. It's just, I feel like didn't get that one wave that he needed to capitalise on, on his skill set. But, yeah, we see Surfer in white blasting, a bit of a tail slide there. These guys knowing they have to get busy. This heat's an interesting one too. For Roy Kanazawa, he is in 11th on the Asia region circuit, and Ryuki Waida is in 9th. So for both of these guys, a lot on the line for them. Basically every heat from here on in is going to be meaning a lot to each surfer. I mean, every heat does mean a lot, but yeah, getting important points to jump up on these tours and get that important spot into the Challenger Series, as we see a paddle here from Surfer in red.
This is Kalani Ball, and this guy last year was sensational. He really built throughout the Challenger Series. He managed to, I believe, qualify at the end of the year through, crew. I think what happens is the top 10, obviously, or used to, the top 10 would qualify for the CT. The next 10 would automatically qualify for the following year's Challenger Series. So that's why we see Morgan Siblick, Jacob Wilcox, Dylan Moffat have already qualified for the Challenger Series, even though we're going to see these guys surfing in this event.
Yeah.
And I think Kalani, on the back of a really strong run through the back half of the Challenger Series, finished the year at 26th, but due to a few double qualifyings and stuff like that, managed to sneak into that next 10. So,
okay, good.
Yeah, but he's at the moment he's 17th on the regional qualifying series ratings. He got a 5th at the Tweed Coast Pro, and he's basically looking to just start this year off with a bang. He wants to, a big result here, as we've always said, you witness the rise of world champs at this event. So Kalani has really grown into an elite level surfer. You would not be surprised if he makes the CT, and if he gets to that level, he's going to cause some, a lot of upsets on that elite stage.
Yeah, I mean, if he's had a strong end to the year as well, he's obviously used that momentum. I feel like, did he just win the Central Coast Pro?
He did, yeah. He's on the back of a big win just last week.
So using that momentum from finishing in Hawaii, getting some solid results, and then, already qualified, obviously, for the Challenger, and then as we see him up and riding, huge fin waft there, unfortunately coming unstuck. But I think coming off the back of a win in the 3000 and just, again, that momentum where if you can keep building, utilise that into the first Challenger Series. Everyone's throwing fins at the moment.
Ryuki there, that's Rio Waida's younger brother. And
I was wondering that.
Yeah, so that's his big bro, the first Indonesian representative on the World Championship Tour. And there's no doubt Ryuki wants to get there as well.
How was that simple air that his brother did in Portugal? Like, no grab, just like, freezing waves. Just, basically launched.
He's
didn't grab.
Rio, isn't he? He's just, he's flaring. He's really, made it known that he is of that level, and he's at home on the CT by the looks of things. It's taken him no time to get a few good results.
Yeah.
But Ryuki, he's just a young fella. I think he might be 15 or 16, so he's got a lot of surfing ahead of him in the junior series. But here he is, on the Asian qualifying rankings, he's 9th. And they're like ants on a boiled lolly. There's no points between first and ninth at all. A big result here, and he could find himself on the Challenger Series already.
Yeah, I was having a look at the points. They're so close. Over in the Asia region. So, yeah, very competitive, both regions here, Australia and Asia.
Okay, well, we're going to throw down to the winner of that last heat, and taking it out on the last wave with a huge backside vertical blast was Saxon Reba. Saxon, tricky heat, mate. A few nervous moments.
Yeah, for sure. It was pretty hard. It was just a bit wobbly and a bit hard to find a bit of rhythm, but there was some good waves out there.
Mate, you were finding lefts in the early part of that heat, and it looked like they were kind of linking up for you. The first one, a little sort of all over the place, but the second combo the judges liked. But what was it like, as the heat's sort of counting down and you need a big score to pluck off that right?
Yeah, got a little bit nervous, but there hadn't been a set for a while, so I was pretty hopeful that a set was going to come through. And I saw it peak, and I thought it was going to be a good left, but it ended up being a good right, and pretty happy I was in the right spot for that one.
25th on the rankings now. It was a big heat to make.
Yeah, it's just got to surf them all, I guess, how you would surf every heat. Try and not get too caught up on all that stuff.
Mate, when you started this Australasian qualifying campaign, you're a young fella, but was making that Challenger Series at the top of the goal list?
For sure, that'd be a big goal, yeah. But if I can just try and focus on my surfing, hopefully that will lead me to that in time to come.
And from North Stain, mate, all the crew would be online watching. Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, just the family and all the boys watching. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Good on you, man. That was a really impressive finale to that heat. You jumped up out of almost, being in an eliminated position to first place. So a great result, and you really kept your nerve, mate. Impressive surfing.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good on you, Saxon. Really solid, wasn't it? An exciting finish to that one, and he really teed off when that section loomed up for him. Yeah. Good stuff. And Billy Stammen, was sitting on a 7 in that heat. So the judges must have loved that last wave.
Yeah, he's very mature, beyond his years with that interview. I was like,
cool heads.
Yeah, I was like, he's like, yeah, totally, yeah, basically just saying he's just focusing on his surfing and hoping the rest does the rest for him. So, to hold composure in the last 30 seconds and get a score under pressure like that, and he's sitting 25th, so it'll be interesting to see where he ends up in the draw. But, taking the heat away from Billy Stammen, who was basically from start to finish dominating. So very close every round, every heat in this round. Super stacked, super close.
Yeah, and in these early stages, it's kind of hard to get a read on what people need or where they need to finish to, qualify for that Challenger Series. But there's going to be a couple of long shots who might find themselves in with a chance and do the Sophie McCulloch, which we saw last year. Soph going into that final event at Haleiwa to qualify for the CT, needed to win. Nothing less than a victory would do it, and she gets over there and wins the comp. One of the most thrilling victories I've seen in a long, long time.
Yeah, she did well. I mean, to know that you have to do that and then to actually deliver. I think Macy Callahan is also a bit of a weapon like that. I know with the QS sometimes she'd needed to make the final to qualify again, and she manages to do that. Or she's just done that once or twice when I've been watching, and I'm like, you know that you're confident in your ability if you can, pull that out of the hat in the last event of the year. So we have had 10.5 minutes gone in this heat, and everyone has been quite busy, but it is Kalani Ball at the moment with the lead, with a pocket pair of 4s. Looking very strong, Kalani, coming straight off a win from the Central Coast. Some nice looking waves coming through in the lineup. That wind has stayed away, which is awesome. We have had a few windy days here. I heard that we might get a couple of storms this afternoon. You can see it's very moody in the sky. The sky is kind of the same colour as the ocean at the moment, but it is looking pretty fun out there.
It's got that steely gloss to it, doesn't it, that you get on overcast days. Micah Margison, he hasn't had the best run this year through the Australian qualifying series, not by his standards, but he has definitely been really amped in his first couple of rounds. He just looks like he wants to finish the year on a real high, and this guy... This is Roy Kanazawa, and we've got basically 2 tours operating throughout this event. We've got the Australasian Tour and the Asian Tour. And so points from this event, depending on which region you surf for, get added to your end-of-season ranking. And so we have a lot of Japanese surfers. We just saw Geordie Lawler and Yuji Nishi preparing for their next heat in the next round. But Roy is 5th at the moment, 11th at the moment on the rankings. But as I said, you could easily shoot up from 11th to qualifying. Top 3 go through in the Asia qualifying rankings. And yeah, there's only about 2,000 points between, I think, maybe 17th and 1st. So it's really like doable for all of these competitors from that region to get a big result here and put themselves into Challenger Series qualification zone. But, you know, on the other side of things, we've got Micah Margison, 47th on the ratings, and looking to really, you know, build momentum into a stronger campaign for next year. Kalani Ball is our other surfer out here in 17th on the rankings at the moment. And he's got a couple of good scores without really putting, you know, really start to finish explosive waves together. So that's just the quality of his surfing at the moment. Can kind of get falls in his sleep. He's definitely the favourite in this heat.
See a replay here of one of Kalani's waves. He's definitely throwing so much spray. He looks like he's a tall guy. He's got a lot of power in his surfing, and
so that's the 417 Beck.
Yeah.
And then this one was a little bit better according to the judges.
Oh.
There's that turn. Yeah, so he's getting, you know, the work done. I'd say it's a bit tradesman-like, which is not surprising, seeing as though he's from the South Coast. And he's just gone to work here.
Yeah, manufacturing a heat. But, yeah, he seems like he's a pretty solid guy. Kind of got that Owen Wright type of frame, which would serve him very well in Hawaii. I feel like having some of the surfers who had that bit of extra height, sometimes it was harder to beat them because they were a little bit stronger in the lineup. So I always had to train a little bit harder before going to Hawaii because, yeah, my little stature didn't hold much when you get on a bigger board. You got to go a 6'6" or a 6'8" all of a sudden from a 5'8". So it's a lot of board to throw around, and I feel like some of these bigger statured humans have a little bit of an advantage. But yeah, I mean, the same goes for when the surf is small. I was talking to Emily Burke earlier, and she said, oh yeah, like it's been a difficult year because the waves have been quite small, and obviously I'm so tall, and yeah, then she went out there today and absolutely killed it. So yeah, I mean, it really, it can come into play, but I think for some surfers, they can make the best of the conditions depending on mindset as well. So Kalani's gone out there and gotten pretty busy, but it's Surfer in Green who's just jumped into the lead with a 617.
Roy getting big props from the judges with that last ride. Because Newcastle is a part of New South Wales, one of the big cities. Beautiful city. We'll take a quick look at this ride of Roy, and beautiful first snap. Gets the combo, and how good was that? Like pure vertical. 12 o'clock, straight up.
Yeah, I think that second turn is yeah, like to be able to go from transitional turn straight into that one with that amount of power and the criticalness of that wave, it seems like the judges really are rewarding that today.
Well, you're lucky. You grew up just down the road, so you got to experience Newcastle a lot as a Grom. But, you know, for myself, being from the far north coast of New South Wales, I would love coming down here. It's a really raw place. It's a great community. And we're going to keep an eye here on Ryuki Waiata.
Yeah.
And the younger bro of Rio, looking to make a name for himself.
Both
here.
of these Asian contingent regional surfers are juniors as well. So, yeah, being able to do both tours is always pretty fun, I think. When you're at a whippersnapper age, you can do both the junior tour and the QS. And, you know, both of them kind of, here we see Surfer in Green up and riding. Nice open face smash there for him. Straight off the bottom. Huge second turn there for the Surfer in Green. So, I mean, he's already got a 617.
Out the back. Look at this set wave. Kalani Ball up and over, looking for something steep to work with. Hammers it, gets the tail release.
Did well.
So Roy Kanazawa is on a roll here. Again, he's definitely going to replace that 3.17, but Kalani Ball, you would imagine on one of the bigger waves and finally getting to, yeah, just drop the clutch a bit. So he'll improve on his score as well. So Micah Margison and Ryuki Waiata are going to have some work to do after this. 8.5 minutes remaining But Newcastle, Beck.
Mm.
I mean, it's just so good. It's cosmopolitan. It's kind of, it's like got a big town feel, even though it's a big city.
Yeah.
I mean, you can experience all the fun stuff to do in a city, but then you've also got this awesome community feel to it as well. And this is the replay of Roy. Oh, wow, that was just solid surfing. And it's an 8.17, so into the excellent range for Roy Kanazawa.
And that wave for Kalani on replay, that was pretty technical as well. That second finish. So
5.67,
yeah, 5,
well,
6,
you
7.
can see the difference. You know, Roy's wave was steep. It was just really fast. And even though Kalani did get to match him with a couple of big turns, the wave just didn't really allow that extra bit of sting.
Yeah,
so
Roy's
Roy is ripping.
Shredding at the moment. I think the wave's really suiting his style, actually, that little bit of the zing that he gets out of his backhand from coming through that vertical turn. He's going to be one to watch in the future for sure. I mean, he's already one to watch now, but yeah, he's still surfing in the juniors, I think, and looking for a result here to push himself into those top positions. Finding a bit of a flatter right here, obviously wanting to keep catching waves, keep that rhythm moving for him in the lineup. But yeah, Kalani Ball and Green, Roy at the moment, just holding down lots of dominance in this heat from the start at the moment. So we see a bit of a paddle here from behind, surfer in blue.
Ryuki, he's going to get a section up and over. Balinese surfer, and he's just finding a little tricky to find the waves, at least the quality of wave that Roy and Kalani have found out here. Micah's in reach here, not out of it by a long shot. A 5.9 is all he needs, sitting on a 4.1. And he's got priority too. So
yeah, the priority, like playing it smart here with his priorities, having a bit of a sniff at this one. Bit of movement at the station there, but yeah, he's played it. He's been patient, which I think is given away that one to surfer in red, Kalani. Just throwing that one away, going a little bit too hard. I think, yeah, Micah's showing a little bit of experience here. He's not taking off on the, the lesser waves. I think that has been a little bit of a problem for those who have, even in Philippa's heat today, I think it was just more of a wave selection error as opposed to anything else that happened in the heat. So, yeah, I think waiting for those, obviously the better looking waves has really paid off for Kalani and Roy in this heat so far. But, yeah, Micah is being patient. He's got priority. We are coming down to the 5-minute mark, and we did see Surfer in the last heat take the lead in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a long way from panic stations here. He's got a half-decent score, Micah, but he'd be keeping an eye on it. Kalani's throwaway is a 4.33, so he's going to be looking to improve on anything. And we know that Kalani is the kind of surfer who can pick something off on the inside and get a score, much bigger than that. But Roy is definitely finding a lot of opportunity. A couple of nice little snaps. This thing looks like it might weave through onto the inside and give him a bonus section. But to get rid of a 6.17, he's going to have to do something pretty special. And here it is. Oh, I thought for a second he might ride out of that. Spectacular turn, the big fin throw.
Right on the shore too. He's carrying an 8.17 and a 6.17. That's probably one of the highest heat scores or heat totals that we've had in the last few days. So definitely dominating this heat, stamping his authority.
Kalani Ball sitting with Micah. Just applying a little bit of pressure here, making him think about every single lump that comes near them. Down the beach, Ryuki Waida, he's just decided to peel off and just try his luck on a different part of the bank. Geordie Lawler, already a big winner on this year's Australian qualifying series. He took out that Tweed Coast Pro at Cabarita, and what a surfer. He's experienced the Challenger Series, surfed a couple of CT heats, got that experience at huge pipeline in that classic event won by Kelly Slater last year. What an event. Holy smokes. So much just pumping surf.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So to get out there and get a taste of that, once you do that, that's where you want to spend all your time surfing heats. In the best possible ways on the Dream Tour.
Yeah.
And one of Narrabeen's real standout performers of the past. Going on a decade now. He's been around for a little while.
Geordie won the Manly Pro.
He did?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the first local win in quite a while on the north side there, and huge crowds turning out to cheer him on to that win.
Yeah, that was a good one. I remember, I think I was watching that one online, and I thought, it'd be nice, because I know Laura Enever took it out too, and yeah, having the local crew take it out. But I do remember there being a huge crowd down there for that. And the airs he was punting were pretty nuts as well.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. He's such a complete surfer. When you grow up at Narrabeen, and there's the carrot. I mean, the idea of having a big Challenger Series event at your home break is something that all the surfers from Narrabeen want to be a part of. And as I say, he's got the full bag of tricks, Geordie. He'll be coming up next. Right now, 2.5 minutes remaining. Roy Kanazawa is in the lead. Kalani Ball holding down second. It's a good lead, or a good space, I should say, between he and third place, Micah Margison. But he'll be on his game here because Micah well and truly capable of getting a 5.9. He's been sitting on priority for quite a while, so things have been slowing as the tide fills in here at Merriweather. And now the pressure will be starting to push down on Micah as he, has to decide which wave to pull the trigger on. This guy has been ripping. Roy Kanazawa, I should say. Even that little backside Rio there, still managing to just add a bit of flair, get the tail out the back.
Yeah, looking super sharp there, Roy Kanazawa. Loving these conditions today. See what the judges say for that score. It's just nice to see where the judges' scores are coming in. Still kind of seeing where they're setting the bar at the moment, being earlier heats. But we see a replay here for Roy's just doing his victory lap. Bit of fins free on this last turn. Made sure he landed it, rode out.
So yeah, you'd almost think that the other surfers in this heat would go, I'll take that. That was a really strong wave. It was only a 4.87. But it was still spicy.
Yeah, Micah
1 minute.
Margison, 1 minute remaining.
Okay, Micah's got to make a move. This is, he's been sitting out here for 5 minutes with priority now. He would have just been going, surely something's going to come in and I'll get a chance to flare up. A 5.9 is what he needs, which is going to be, right up there. I mean, Roy is sitting on an 8.17. That was a really strong performance. But you think about Kalani's waves in this heat, that 5.67 was a bigger wave. He was able to get a good combo in, even release a bit of tail, so there was flair. So Micah, he knows what he's got to do. He's got to bring something pretty special to this last 30 seconds. Is he going to get the chance back? That's the question.
Yeah, we need a bit of a wider shot there. But I think, time just ticking down, and it was Kalani that just basically built house in that heat. He started, pocket pair of fours foundationally, made sure he got his waves, and then, waited for that better wave to come through in the lineup and unleashed.
Ryuki's going to throw something big here. He can't do it with safety surfing. Needs a 7.07. Here we go. And he throws up the vertical Rio. Frustrating heat, really, for Ryuki, but even more frustrating for Micah Margison. He sat out there for 5 minutes. Nothing came near him.
Yeah, it's a shame for Micah because he surfed so well yesterday. But, the more experienced competitors shining through there. Surfer in green taking that heat out. Roy Kanazawa. Exciting times. Lots on the line here for all competitors in the lineup. We are into the round of 64 for the Burton Pro.
Congratulations there to Roy Kanazawa taking out that heat. We're going to have a break here at the Burton Automotive Pro for Surfest 2023. Stay with us. Ronnie and Hoyo in the booth next.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new. Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Wait!
Where for the spirited, the grounded, the true outsiders. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome back to the show. You're watching the Burton Automotive Pro Surfest 2023, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. And we've been loving the surfing as we've moved into this round of 64 with the big dogs, the top seeds, those sitting at the top end of the QS rankings are hitting the lineup and really asserting their dominance over the field here. This is a good heat. Geordie Lawler is out there in the red. He won the last QS 5000 up on the Tweed Coast. Yuji Nishi is out there in the blue, the Japanese surfer. Nathan Hedge, a finalist here last year. The Hog is in the white. And Bronson Matey, one of the most exciting young surfers in the world today, is out there in the green from Lakey Peak, Indonesia. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside the great Matt Hoy.
The great, I love hearing that, Ronnie. Thanks, brother.
Oh, you're welcome, mate. So worthy of the title, as we see. Nice wave standing up here for the man in red. Geordie Lawler just blitzed his way through the field up there at Cabarita with clean, stylish, flowing backhand surfing. It was great.
He's got that, hasn't he?
Oh, he's awesome. Really well
where
rounded.
Where did we cover? How's he sitting on the ratings?
He's sitting in
13th. He must be up there.
13th. Yeah, so he's got
After
some ground to make up. I've been having a look at the possibilities.
Oh, have you? I knew you would have. I saw Al Hunt out there. I thought I was just going to...
No, we've brought in the big dogs.
Yeah, big dog. He's back. Al is back.
He's been crunching the numbers for the ASP and then the WSL for... Well, since time began. He used to do the tabulations on stone with a... these days...
With another stone.
Yeah, these days he's evolved. He's moved on to the feather pen. the calligraphy pen. No, he's on the Excel spreadsheet up here. And on the men's side in the Burton Automotive, when you look at the QS ranks, I think it's down to around 30th position. Has the opportunity with a victory here, depending on what happens with those surfers at the top, has an opportunity to get themselves into that top 7 with a victory. So that's how far down the list we can go.
He's a good-looking set wave here.
Oh, bring it on, Bronson. The Lakey Peak phenom, who now lives on Bali.
Is that the Grom you're telling me was in the...
He lives with Rizal and his family.
Oh, yeah.
They've kind of taken him on, and his surfing has just gotten better and better, I think, as a result.
He's in the Stab High out there.
In the Stab High, he's been in a couple of times, but also, Rizal is... loved by everyone. All travelling surfers know who Riz is, and he keeps company with the momentum generation. Firstly, it was Taylor Steele that first put Rizal on the map with a couple of waves in his movies, Momentum, Focus and whatnot. But I just think because of that, when people go to Bali, like great surfers, they generally catch up with Rizal.
Yep.
Bronson's there with Varun, Rizal's son, who was in the event as well. And they're just the benefactors of rubbing shoulders with the world's best.
Perfect. You've got to do that.
Big payoff.
Yes. And there's nothing better than rubbing shoulders with the heroes.
You'd love him, though, Hoy, Bronson, and his approach, because he'll throw everything at it. He'll attempt to stick what you'd think is a flyaway air and sometimes does pull them off. But he'll also throw down a mean hack too. He's got some good power.
That's what we like to see, all-rounders.
So let's see how he fares in this
Do it
heat.
all.
He's taken the early lead here. Not massive numbers, but just a couple of mid-range threes has him out in front at the moment. Nathan Hedge, he's got the best number so far. He loves the quick start, doesn't he?
We didn't even see it. That's how good it was.
Yeah, Hogg, a 6-point ride to kick things off. We'll attempt to get vision of that in a moment. But right now, let's check in with the winner of the last heat, Roy Kanazawa. Congratulations. What a performance. A big heat score total. That must feel fantastic. Oh, it looks like he's there.
Thank you.
Well done, mate. What's it like to be here in Australia chasing points for your region back home?
Back home, I need to
You need a big result?
Big result, yes.
And how was the surf out there? Was it fun?
Yes, so fun. I tried to get many waves.
Well, it paid off. That is a big heat score total, 14.34, one of the best that we've seen in the contest so far. Are you enjoying your time in Australia?
Yes, so fun.
Well, stick around.
Is it your first time in Australia?
Not first time, but first time in Newcastle.
Ah, perfect.
He loves Newcastle.
Yeah, everyone loves Newcastle.
And welcome, Roy. Welcome, and enjoy your time here, and best of luck in the contest. That was a great performance, and we look forward to seeing you put a couple more big heats together.
Domo arigato.
Arigato. I do my best.
What a champion. Roy, he's absolutely ripping. And, like many of the surfers from that Asian region, they've come out here. There's big points up for grabs, and it's a tight tussle at the top end.
3 places only.
Yeah, not a whole lot of room to jump into those Challenger Series events. And Roy's going to keep the dream alive. But here we go, a replay of Nathan Hedges' 6-point opener.
Oh, look at him go. He just thought he was back at...
Oh, yeah.
Back at North, he just played with that wave.
That was one of those ones. It's like being at a doof.
Can
with
we see
the
that
base
again?
turned right up and it hits you in the chest. You feel it.
Yep.
That was one of those turns that you really
just
felt.
when it kicks in.
Yeah. Unbelievable feeling. Laying down a turn like that at the start of a heat.
Can we see that once again, please? Here it is. Watch this. Watch this check turn. I like this. Look, just woo, speed out of that, and then wacko, sick. Hegarty, good start.
He really does have that great
He's
low
got a good
center of
style
gravity
too, I reckon.
Clouded it, and 6 points. Really, like you said, it was just a set-up turn, that first one. He just wanted to give himself the best possible line into it.
Yeah.
But what that does is it
was
adds
sick.
to the flow of the ride.
Yeah.
And sometimes, if he'd kicked out after that first turn, he would have got nothing. But in the combination of those two moves, he turns in a great score.
It looked unreal. It was perfect. Flow on that wave was perfect, and it looked cool too. Just how the flow, like I said, just that check turn. It wasn't even. You wouldn't have even got a point for it, probably, right? All the points were from the last turn. That turn was just looked good.
It's just those details that the judges are picking up on. That was great surfing in limited space for sure. Bronson's still hanging on to that lead though, just with his 2 rides. He's the only surfer out there with a couple, but he'll look to clean things up. In his last round performance, Bronson was a little underwhelming. For how talented he is, he's going to want to definitely put something together. He had a couple of big individual moves in the last heat, but he's a guy that would be wanting excellent scores on his road through the contest, even at this early stage of the game.
Is his points going towards the Asian tour?
Yeah,
okay.
right.
So it's Indo. Yeah, they said that earlier.
And he's sitting pretty nicely in 11th position at the moment, Bronson. So this, we'll touch on it. There's going to be a bunch of surfers, as I mentioned before, basically on the men's side, on the QS ranks, down to about 30. on the ratings has a chance with a victory of getting themselves to maybe 7th position.
Wow. It's a long way down for the last event.
Mikey Clayton-Brown fell out of the mix earlier on, and he was at the top of the ladder. So
he was on the top.
Right up near the top, I think in 5th position.
Well, I thought he got a bit underscored in that heat too. I watched that whole heat from up the top there, and mate, I thought that a point per wave, actually. I thought one wave he got a 4.2 was what I thought was better. So that is really unlucky in that heat.
Yeah, it was a close one, that's for sure. We just saw Geordie Lawler really stomp a couple of big turns. And we also got eyes then on Bronson. Incomplete there. So, yeah, not expecting a big score out of that one for the young Indonesian, but expecting that Geordie Lawler's going to step things up here with his last ride. But yeah, fun heat. Nathan Hedge, I just love all the interviews with Hogg, and there's been a few lately. I think
he wins some heats, that's why.
Yeah, well, he made the quarters in Tahiti last year, and as a result, there was a bit of media attention. There was a great interview with him in Tracks magazine and a little profile piece, and they kind of talked about the peaks and valleys in Hogg's life and in his competitive career, and it was a great celebration. But one thing that he's gained over the years, Hoy, is just obviously some life experience, but great perspective on the situation he finds himself in now. You know, he is in the twilight years of his career, and he's at the end of it, but he's sort of also saying to himself, I've got plenty of time to sit around and reflect on my career. I'm still
doing it.
I'm still feeling the competitive fire. I'm still feeling the burn.
And he's winning heats. He's still in the event, getting second last year and going so well. Why would he give up? And he loves it.
He does. He loves it. And I think what he's doing is he's bringing kind of like an old school mentality to these younger surfers that he's surrounding, that are surrounding themselves around him.
Surfing.
He's teaching them fire, though. He's teaching them determination and grit, and just to have a little bit of that, more of that competitive resilience. It's paying off for him in a big way. I think he's a guy that's really responsible for a big push.
Oh, for sure. In Australian surf, for sure. I totally agree. And he's surfing old school. He's not doing any air reverses or spinners or tail wash. He's surfing old school.
He does that version of surfing so well that if you want to beat him, you better be on with those big individual turns, or you better be able to match it with him with that traditional line.
Yeah, well, I don't reckon anyone's matching with the traditional lines.
Not yet.
Well, no one that I've seen.
Geordie Lawler had a 5.43, but he's...
You've got to beat him another way.
Surfing with Nathan Hedge his entire life.
Yeah.
So he's got some similar shades of that approach. But here we go. There's the backup score for Hoggy now, 5.8. The replay of Geordie's last ride.
Oh, that was sick.
Well
that was
planted.
A heavy section.
Well planted. And Bronson, let's see. Just you can see he wants to push that innovative approach, but it doesn't work if you try and force it.
No, that was not that good a wave either.
It's also sort of been the case, for me, it's the case with air shows as well, you know, and we worked on plenty of them back in the day together, but air shows, the strike rate comes down so much because the aerialists who in a lineup with a lot of ramps, they will stick the majority of the airs. But when you go out there and say, do an air, you're trying to manufacture it off sections that don't actually ramp up enough.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't work. And for that reason, I think quite often you're a little underwhelmed at the air shows. You kind of you see some great flyaways, you see one or two, three amazing turns stuck. But if you just read the wave and surf it for what it is, you know, probably a lot of the times you just go for a big hack or a big snap instead of an air. And
a free surf show.
It might just...
Wow, that was a sick...
Might work in Bronson's favour just to pull back a bit on the innovation and
just
throw
surf.
a bit of power our way.
Yeah, for sure. Surf what the wave allows you to surf.
Yeah.
If it's a wave there to be hacked, hack it. If it's a wave there to do an air on it, do an air.
And Nathan
It's all
Hedge
about
at the
the
moment,
wave.
looking just the manoeuvre choice for each section. Obviously, that one was complete
Not that
garbage. But
Geordie's
he
was a
does
sick
pick
one though
his
before
moves
that.
really, really wisely. It's his experience shining through. He's just saying,
Well, there you go. You got a 5.8 for that one big backhand turn.
yeah.
That's a huge score for that wave. Here's a little insider for Geordie. Look, check turn like Hegarty did. Nice little another check turn. This last turn's the one though. Oof. Bit of Hegarty in that actually.
Yeah.
Like his first turn. Then that's a good turn. This one's even better.
He just is. He's looking like he's just been on a
Right.
diet of baby turtles. Nathan Hedge, just shells and all. He's just so ripped.
Yeah, I know.
Full 8-pack.
Clean living.
Clean living. He's definitely not on the same dietary regime as I am.
Me either.
Around Surfest, but yeah, I mean, I'm here for the surfing, but I'm here to enjoy myself.
Here for the cakes I saw upstairs before.
Mate.
You and Mitchell can't help yourselves.
Well, Johnny Harvey's been part of Surfest for a long time. He's bringing his wife's cooking up the caramel slice and bringing it down, making sure we're all happy. And
I'll go a caramel slice any
there you
day.
go.
Good.
Yep. So basically a block of brown sugar.
Perfect.
8 minutes to go here. Nathan Hedge, strong lead. Geordie Lawler, who's well positioned to make a strike for that top 7. He is sitting in second spot, trying to stave off the fight back from Bronson Matey, who's had another kind of low-scoring heat so far. He's capable of turning this one around with a single ride. He needs a 6.1. Yuji Nishi, he's back in fourth spot. He's after a 5.18. Here we go. Bronson loading up, big section. We're going to go to the left, though, and see Geordie rolling through to the inside. Another strong finishing turn for the surfer from the northern beaches of Sydney. Trying to better at 4.57. Pretty similar to his last ride. We'll get caught up on what Bronson was able to achieve on that right in just a moment. But
The cameraman went from the right to the left. I was confused.
He must be from Narrabeen.
Just playing favourites, you reckon?
Yeah, 7 minutes to go. And hopefully that's the wave that gives Bronson a better opportunity in this heat, or maybe even sees him up in a second. But Geordie, he's a chance at upping the requirement for those in third and fourth at the moment.
I reckon it was better than his last one. He did 2 stronger turns. Did a couple of check turns on the other one and finished well, but they did 2, flowed really well to get 2 good turns in.
Mad flow.
Mad flow. Bit of Hegarty mad flow.
Yeah, it's it's always impressive to me when someone can really kind of make conditions look a lot more fun and cleaner than they are. I think all the competitors have done a pretty decent job of that today, and especially those that have won through to that next round.
There's actually some really good waves when they come. It's just, I think it's 1 heat on, 1 heat off too with the swell. But yeah, there's some good waves.
Yeah.
It's pretty clean. I've seen a couple of good ladies bowls too. Always getting a couple of good barrels out there.
Heat 3 was a beauty. That was the Billy Stammen, Mikey Clayton
Yeah, that was
Brown,
good.
Sean Gunning and Saxon Reba, all
got
competitors
waves.
with fantastic numbers, and a heat score total of 12.57 for Saxon Reba, who got the victory
Here he
from
goes.
some more fancied rivals. Here's that replay.
He did do a
And
big
there-
turn on the outside.
There's a little bit of that flair that we've been touching on for the young Indonesian, who does make that connection through to the inside.
Mate, got a good score for it too. 5.53 for that one. And here's a replay of red. Nice first turn. This is the last wave of 4.8. Did better that last score, so 2 good turns. I like those last turns. They look good.
It's really funny to me. I think with the rotations, you know that there's more risk in getting that board above the lip. But it's so refreshing to see someone not go
Don't
to
do-
it
oh, for sure.
and go to
I'd
that
much
way
rather
back,
see that.
drift. Yeah, it's funny. It didn't. I know where the judges are at. 4.8. We also saw yesterday a couple of rotations that looked
rode out.
Looked pretty impressive from the drone.
But when you
but
saw
when
in
you
front
saw
on?
in front, they looked even better.
Oh.
And that might have been the case too for Bronson on that last one, that 5.8. He definitely gets.
Yeah, I'd like to see that from the front.
He gets the tail so high. He sort of ticks all the boxes with his version of the air reverse.
2
But,
Narrabeen boys splitting the peak there. Ali rights and lefts.
Nathan Hedge in transition, still collecting numbers, but this wave's fading into deep water. So we're waiting on scores to roll through here. Geordie Lawler, he's in danger. Bronson's chasing him down now. He needed a 4.7 now that last ride. Went the backside rotation. Just a reverse, kept the board in the water, but there was a bit of recovery time in it.
Yeah.
And that'll...
Rode out, though,
that'll hold you back on the scale more often than not. So I'm not convinced that
he's going to get it.
That he's going to get it and jump ahead of Geordie here.
He's another good set approaching too. Boys just saw it.
I think when you compare Geordie Lawler got a 4.8 and then Bronson needed a 4.7 out of that ride.
Yeah.
You just kind of go, Geordie had that big power hit.
Yeah.
Bronson only logged a 3.57 with that.
Yeah, for sure.
So he's still chasing the mid-range 4. And he's been quiet out here, Yuji Nishi, but he's not out of this one. 5.41. I mean, if you're up against some tough customers and you say to yourself, wait, I've got priority and the opportunity to turn this heat with just a couple of decent turns, you're in a pretty good spot.
Yep. You're not out of it.
Because the three surfers that Yuji, I haven't seen too much of Yuji surfing, and I'm going to be honest, but the three surfers that he's drawn here are three of the toughest in the event.
Yeah, for sure. Always getting their waves too. You never see those guys sit out there and not, give it a good crack.
Well, Nathan Hedge looking like a absolute speedboat out there at the moment. He's going into the offensive mode.
Well, they're both going to do it, are they? Just sit on.
Well,
Paul Bronson's going to get hammered by two narrowbeam boys right here.
Yeah.
Oh, they're letting him go though. He doesn't need much to do these huge airs, like you said.
Wow.
Whoa. Oh, and a claim.
Yep.
Well, that's a go-to right there, and they let him have it.
Yep.
Is it going to be enough? You know what I like too? They're not scoring those manoeuvres as high as they used to either.
No, they're super critical
Yeah,
on them. They,
it's good though. I think they should be.
the head judge gets the monocle out and has a good look over those turns, and there's a couple of things that they're looking for. First of all, they're saying to themselves, was the section critical?
Yep.
That's the first thing that they're looking at. And that wave was a bit smaller, so it probably won't score as high as his 5.53.
Well, there you go. It's in.
The other thing that they're looking for is, I think we're still waiting for it, but the other thing they're looking for is how much did the surfer rotate. That's one thing that we can give him in that instance. But height is another factor when you're looking at ticking off the, whether it's going to be a big score or just a mediocre score. It really did well to manufacture that move out of the section.
They've got to get it in there because now they're wasting time for the other two to know what they've got to get if he got that score.
He's not banking on it. He's actually looking inside and looking to get more work done here, Bronson, as he hammers the section, whips that board tail high into the reverse, but you saw that back foot kind of crept up the board, and as a result, he just couldn't maintain his balance. So that one's not going to factor in, but we're still waiting on that previous score, and it's looking pretty decent.
Well, he
got it. He got a 5.2, and there's 50 seconds remaining. Geordie's out there. He could get another opportunity here, but that was a big call.
Yeah.
It was right there. 5.2.
Huge call.
Again, like the judges, you can tell that they're thinking there's more risk involved in the airs that Bronson's doing, even though they're not the best versions of those moves that he can execute. They're seeing more risk in that than the power and end section layback hits from Geordie Lawler.
Yep.
I don't think you can argue that there's more risk in taking to the air. But I wouldn't have even been surprised if Geordie's 2 4s were better than the airs that Bronson threw down. I just think it's a matter of opinion. There was some split decision amongst the judges too, but the majority gave it to him, and they've been doing a great job of picking these close heats apart. I think in these conditions too, Hoy, what they're looking for is a bit of that progressive element in beach break conditions. That I think that's the message I'm taking from it, from the panel.
For sure. I agree. It's a vicious circle.
It's a tough call.
Yeah, it is a tough call.
Geordie might be able to reflect on his heats and think to himself, could I have done more with the opening stages of those waves? Did I wait until the final section to do my real business? But it's history now. He's going to end up in third place. Yuji Nishi is out as well in 4th position, progressing through, saving himself with his aerial antics. Bronson Matey and Nathan Hedge with another victory here at the Burton Automotive Pro. We'll take a quick...
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Wait!
Where for the spirited, the ground.
Some are kind of bouncing up the stairs on a high after progressing through to the next round. Others are stubbing their toe on every step. And oh man, it's tough because there is so much on the line. This is a major QS event. This is the one that counts when you start thinking about potentially getting a run on the Challenger Series. And Geordie Lawler in that last heat missed out by a...
Could have gone either way.
Just a hair. And yeah, Bronson Matey, his progressive approach paid off in the end. It kind of had him frazzled at the beginning. It felt like he was forcing it, but he settled into it. And props to him under pressure. He stuck a couple of decent moves, and he is now on to the next round. But Nathan Hedge, the veteran, he got the victory, and he's looking sharp.
Such a contrast in surfing styles right there. Old school to new school to, yeah.
Which was interesting because Nathan and Geordie were doing a similar kind of surfing, but there was clearly a gap between the surfing that they did.
Yeah.
Nathan Hedge definitely deserved an edge in the numbers that he posted, but Geordie kind of didn't get the
Geordie's
same credit.
waves, both of his waves are sort of exactly the same too.
Yes. Yeah, and they were scored that way.
Yeah.
So now throwing our attention back into the lineup here, heat number 6. This will be fun. Mikey Madonna, the surfer from Lennox Head, broke through for a victory on the QS this season. Kajiro Nishi, he's out there in the blue, the Japanese surfer. Huey Vaughan, the super micro grom, who's been on a mad tear, is out there in the white. And Ricardo Christie, the Kiwi veteran, is in the green, but it is going to be Mikey who'll get a couple of scores on the board first. This is a replay.
Oh yeah, nice couple of turns there. Just doesn't get an ending, but that's a good turns at the start. And they just barred the ending. He's blew up and running. Oh, nice carve. Another one. Once he gets an ending here, he's going to get a good score. Oh, a bit of a soft ending, but not too bad. 4.43 and a 4.67 for those first two waves. Good start.
Yeah.
They're backup scores for that last heat, so good start for those two. 5 minutes in.
That morning cloud cover burning off now. Beautiful day down here at Merriweather.
Here it goes again.
As we see our Japanese surfer, Kajiro Nishi. He had a 4.43 on that opening ride. I like the carve off the top. There's been with the arcs, there's been a tendency for the competitors to cut those turns short. He brought it right back into the bowl. So promising signs if he can thread a move like that together with a big end section hit, I think he'll score well. Yeah,
he just needed that end section, didn't he? At the end of that wave sort of just went out to sea and the soft foam coming at him, so he had no opportunity at the end there. But that first carve was good.
So Mikey Madonna is another one of those surfers in 8th spot, just outside that qualification mark. The opportunity is there with some movement already within the top 7. So Mikey's got to get himself through this heat. The surf from Lennox, he's
how's the pressure
great
on
talent.
That? Do you think they have to be feeling the pressure?
Oh, I feel it for them. But yeah, in 8th, and then you've got Kajiro Nishi. He's in 6th place on the Asian ranking, so he's right up there. But he needs to jump a couple more spots.
Yep.
So he's
top 3.
He'll be out there. He'll be out there hungry for a big result here.
Are all those top competitors here for the Asian rankings, are they all in this comp, all of them?
The ones that are right up there near the top, I believe so, yeah.
They'd have to be. They're mad not to be, because if you've got all these guys who are in these places below them. You've got to be here trying to beat them.
Look at the hustle going on the outside here. These guys are all over each other.
No priority. The Grom versus the veteran right here.
Huey Vaughan.
Wow.
Not backing down to Ricardo Christie.
Well, a bit more paddle power to him. Wow, they're not. These are the only two without priority. They're having a go at each other. I love it.
Careful.
Oh, he took the inside too. Huey wanted this inside for this left. Out paddled him to the Grom.
Careful, mate. Ricardo Christie will just turn around and take a big bite out of you. He's a big unit, Ricardo Christie. He has a lot of power and just trying to, you can tell what he's trying to do.
Intimidate the Grom.
And it's not
Why
working.
not? Yeah, it didn't work at all.
Huey's, he's got his chest out.
Yeah, so I think they were trying to get the inside for the left, obviously.
Mikey up again, just that beautiful point break flow, that wave. It was flat, like a.
Oh, he just let it go back out. If they wanted the inside for the left, he just gave it back to him without even after the paddle battle for it.
So yeah, Huey Vaughan's really just getting into his first major qualifying series events. He's rated 110th. He's turned up. I like that he's getting some reps in the qualifying series events because he's going to be surfing a lot of them next season, and probably giving it a good nudge. His surfing's getting bigger all the time. Couple of just lackluster rides there that won't really factor into the heat at the end. But Huey Vaughan, Ricardo Christie, down to the 17.5-minute mark, yet to get themselves a score on the board. Bit of hustle on the outside with priority remaining neutral between those two competitors.
Right now.
Ricardo Christie's going to get going here.
Well,
looked like he hit a section there, but isn't interested in milking it through to the shore.
Well, Huey in his interview yesterday, or was it yesterday? Yeah, it must have been yesterday, or the day before maybe. He just goes, I said, how's the pressure? He went, nah, don't care.
Yeah.
I'm not even trying to qualify this year.
That was fun talking to Huey, wasn't it?
I don't care. I was like, oh, all right, no worries.
And it's
good though. He shouldn't. He's such a Grom. You don't want to start putting pressure on yourself at that early age. Just trying to get experience in these events.
You want to go out there and attack
You want
for
to win.
sure, but there's no point in being flustered about where you're sitting on the ratings.
Yeah.
He's
exactly, because if you're not trying to qualify.
If he gets a big result, he might build a better seed for next season. But at the same time, he's so young, 16 years of age. He's got a big, bright future. Really, I think at this stage, he's just working on his surfing. And he's doing a great job of that. He's been collecting some amazing clips, some incredible images. Definitely worthy of a follow on Instagram. Such a classic Rom. And here he is, loading up. And he will take to the sky. And amazing strike rate with the airs.
Do you think he watched the end of that last heat and saw, all right, or heard it anyway, because he was out there and just went, all right, well, that's what's getting scored.
And if you got it, and you know that's the trend, you may as well flex that part of your repertoire. I just love seeing the control that this next generation has once those fins grab. It's so easy to kind of get lost as that board swings around.
Oh, geez, it spun around quick at the end, didn't it?
Got that awesome technique too. He's got that wider stance that he just masks beautifully by dropping that back knee a la Taj Burrow. And that was a really sweet little version of the turn, and it's going to help get Huey in a solid position to potentially get through this heat. He's got the best number of the exchange so far, 6.5.
Wow.
Kid's on fire.
They've changed the way they're judging.
Yeah, well,
one quick foul swoop.
I don't know about that. I think Power's still kind of getting the nod if you think about what Nathan Hedge did in that last hit. So
well, that's a huge score for just that.
The thing is, you're just not going to get too many big, powerful.
No.
To do a power turn, you need kind of a powerful sectional wave, right?
For sure, big wedge. You can't do it on. He couldn't have done it on that wave. So he surfed the wave to its potential. But it's a big score. Oh, well, that's it, mate.
That's
it.
it.
Air reverses.
Yeah, it's not a surprise.
Here he goes.
To see that
Here's the
score
6.5. Yeah. So you can see, but after that last heat where it's changed. Well, Hegarty got his scores. Look at it, here it is. It's pretty. It's not that high. Pretty flat. Good. The landing spin. You know more about that than I do. So What do you reckon?
I thought it was great. Got the tail high.
Yeah.
Did a majority of the rotation.
Yeah. All right.
In the sky.
Perfect.
And just there was not a single moment where he was looking like he was recovering from the impact of that landing. Straight on his toes.
Yeah. And spun so quickly.
And looking for
sick.
more down the line.
All right. Perfect.
Here's where he strikes a blow, especially on Ricardo Christie. Hustled Ricardo.
Yeah.
The Grom hustled the veteran basically out the back. And then Ricardo moved inside, took a wave. Ricardo turned into 3.57. And then Huey initiated his priority over Ricardo, kept him off that wave, and almost doubled his score.
It schooled him.
So it was impressive stuff from the youngster. 13 minutes and 20 seconds to go. I am loving the new regional qualifying series for the fact that we see surfers like Nathan Hedge and Ricardo Christie up against the next crop of talented rising stars like this guy, Mikey Madonna, who's had a sleepy start to this heat by his standards. I would have thought that he would have asserted his dominance early. He's such a big, powerful unit, great flowing surfer, just gets a little bogged down on that shore break there and, took that wave right through to the inside and it gave him nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Full waste of time.
Gear up, Hoy. We've got some big heats coming our way. Alistair Reginato, who's been one of the standouts on the QS ranks this season with a couple of finals appearances and some big scores. He's coming up in the next heat. And then heat 8, last year's champion, Jackson Baker, the top seed in the event. He'll be out there looking to defend that title and get it done for the hometown crowd. The Bakehouse.
And the Bakehouse, young Manning in that heat too. Little Grom from Merriweather as well. You're good. Merriweather clan will be down there cheering them both on. Big moment for Manning too. He's frothing.
Oh, that's awesome.
He's like, I saw his mum down there before. She said it's like his childhood dream to be in this comp surfing against Jacko.
Look out.
Surfest.
Look who else is down here catching up with mates and gearing up for a heat later on. Heat 9, Julian Wilson making a competitive return. Julian living down here in Merriweather these days, and he loves it. He absolutely loves it here. 11 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Time to chat with the winner of the last heat. What a start to the exchange. Hog, big 6-point ride and a real powerful hit on a rare end section out there, mate.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of surfing I like to do, and I don't have the trickery that some of these other guys have got, but I think the power and the rail's never going to go away. So that's, stick to my strengths as the section comes, to get it and get it good. So stoked it worked out. Really
smart strategy, mate. Fighting the progressive approach of Bronson with a little bit of power. And, man, how good is it, though, to have some of these young Asian competitors, Japan, Indonesia represented here, mixing it with the field. It's a good test for everyone.
Oh, it's such an incredible addition. It really complements the whole event and lifts everyone's level. And it's so great that surfing's, such an international sport. And it's great for everybody because I'm sure when they come to Australia, they think, it's heaps harder draw, and so it pushes their surfing as well. So I think everybody wins, It's a gnarly draw.
We're lucky here. We've got quite a stacked schedule. Over in parts of Asia, they have some great events, and I know there's going to be more next year, but they were kind of limited last season. They only had really one qualifier, and you can speak to that. That's pretty brutal if you're trying to get a spot in the Challenger. If you have one bad heat, you're done.
Yeah, we were really fortunate to get some momentum and do a little leg and a little series. So, yeah, we were really fortunate here in Australia to get, like a little leg. But, yeah, say if you have a bad night's sleep or you just get have a bad one day and you're over there, you don't get another crack. So it's pretty cutthroat. So I'm stoked that there's been a dual sanction thing happen and we get to hang out and get a full multicultural experience with all the good old boys too.
That's
and we
awesome.
go there and give them a good wave at Merriweather, then you get one at one of the key locations when you go over there. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, love it. Mate, obviously you got a good night's sleep and probably a rip of feed into your guts too last night, Newcastle. It's got it all.
Yeah, I was fortunate last night. I've been getting out in the town and mixing up the dinner spots, but last night the Airbnb where I'm staying, this beautiful couple, Christine and Bob, little Airbnb on Janet Street, they cooked me up a feed last night. So I fill it with spuds and asparagus. It was mental.
What are we having for dinner tonight?
I know. Seafood.
Surf and turf. I love it, mate.
That's it, yeah.
Hedgie, obviously, mate, you've had the pleasure of working with so many different craftsmen over the years and established some great relationships with different shapers. Whose boards are you riding at the moment? Because they just look like they're flowing through this flat water so beautifully.
Yeah, cheers, Ron. I have been blessed with a bunch of different shapers and having that surfer relationship over the years. But right now I'm on Tokoros, wave Tokoro. You know, I always had in mind, like after Tahiti, that he was really good wave boards, and when the waves got mental, his boards went to another level. I never really thought of him as like a short, small wave board guy, but Z Cloud won the US Open on this 5+ model, and if you saw Keanu Singh last year at Bolito, he was riding the 5+ model, so I was like, yeah, I'll give him a try. And they threw me a bone after Tahiti, and I'm getting bored, so I'm just frothing. And they probably gave me 25% more spice in my surfing with this model. I got like a double running through them, and I think that's what Cluffy used to do for me when I rode Alohas. So it just feels natural, and I'm doing turns, and they're staying under my feet, and I'm hopefully doing another turn. So keep it. Yeah, it's going good, eh?
Scoring really well, mate.
Yeah, ripping.
Boy's impressed, that's for sure.
That's so good.
He felt the thump of that big end section hitting that last heat.
Just good flow, Hegarty. It's good to see, mate. Keep it up.
Sick. I love that, boys. I respect what you boys see, eh? Thank you.
All the best, mate.
Yeah,
powering through the rounds. Brother. Nathan Hedge, heat score total of 11.8. And he is loving his time just chasing results on the qualifying series. Out there in the lineup at the moment, Mikey Madonna's starting to make his move, but Huey Vaughan's the danger man at the moment. Even though he's outside the qualification positions, he's got the benefit of a 6.5, and he's just waiting to get to the top of the priority order here. You know what he's thinking.
Yeah, he's just cruising, mate. For a Grom, his competitive head is unbelievable.
Yeah, you see it. He's got that cheeky grin on his face. He knows what he's doing. He knows what's up. He's streetwise.
Streetwise.
Surfwise.
Yeah, surfwise. Exactly.
No, but yeah, 3.8. He's just found that backup score that he needed. So he's in front. Mikey Madonna's been pushed into second spot. Needs a 5.64. I will say, Mikey and Ricardo, like Nathan Hedge in the last heat, give them one big stand-up section, and you're going to see one of those ribeye fillet turns that Nathan
that just
Hedge
got cooked
laid
up
down.
last night.
Yeah.
How's that for Airbnb?
We'll be getting that link.
Oh, 100%. Where is that joint? Go for the weekend.
Here's Huey.
This is his 3.8, eh? Yep. See, he just needed a backup. He's just such a smart contest surfer for such a Grom.
And Mikey Madonna, here we go. He logged a 4.57, one of his best here. He's just kind of hanging on, going through the motions at the moment. He hasn't yet connected with that truly special ride.
Under the rock shelf there too. That's dangerous.
He goes, Big Rick. Nice floating re-entry over a lumpy old section there.
Wasn't it? Rode out of it too. The strength of him. No one else probably would have rode out of that besides him. Finishes it off,
Been to the CT a couple of times, got knocked off once, fought his way back. He's had a CT quarterfinal finish before. Had some big numbers too at Jeffreys Bay when he competed there. He can reef a big rail turn, that's for sure.
Look, he's a big boy. Thick.
So this one's getting interesting.
Yeah, Mikey's got a different style, and he looks like his front foot. You know how everyone's front foot's like 45 degrees? He looks like his front foot is like straighter. Straight across the board like a snowboard type setup. Have a look when he gets up. It's good. I'm not knocking it at all, but it's a bit of a
point break flow.
Yeah, it's not like mine's 45 pretty much front foot. His looks like it's 30.
I point both my feet forward like I'm on a single water ski. Yeah.
That'd be, right.
Look, here we go. Initiating that priority. Look at that water coming off the rail. There's a clean sequence of turns.
Maybe it's not. I'm just seeing things, but that was a sick couple of turns.
Yeah,
that's his best wave.
I think so. That there's not a massive difference, but the speed that he carried, and look at the he finds the finish that he's been after throughout the heat so far. So he only needed to better a 4.57 to consolidate that second position, and we feel like he's done that. Huey Vaughan wasn't able to stick that one, but it was a bigger version that was going to turn in a bigger score if he did.
He actually, I think he second guessed himself there. He looked like he might have go for a floater, and then he went, oh, no, air. Sort of got a bit mistimed. Look at this set coming in. This could be interesting.
This could be danger for Huey Vaughan. Mikey Madonna might just get himself up into the lead here. We're waiting on the numbers to roll through. But Ricardo Christie, he's got some space out there.
Oh,
here he goes. Oh, he's not going to get into this one. And on the inside, Huey's having to think about it. He's got to get over this lump to begin with.
Float it.
Has some speed, but the wave just backed off. It just laid down.
Where'd that set go?
It was a fizzer.
Wasn't it? It's still coming, maybe. This is it.
So 5.4 for Mikey. Doesn't take him into the lead, but does push the requirement a little higher for Ricardo Christie and also
here it is.
Kajiro Nishi.
Nice. It's a check turn, that one, this second turn.
Yeah, it was
throw the tail, yeah.
It was just fast.
Yeah.
It was actually a sort of a measured approach from Mikey. You can go bigger, but I mean the speed in which he executed that little combination on the outside and the authority in which he finished the wave on the shore break kind of took him to another level. Huey Vaughan throwing everything at these older, more experienced surfers in the lineup, and it's paying off for him.
Well, that set just dissipated into nothing. Huey Vaughan got that first one, and then there was no other ones. It looked like a full.
Yeah.
Might have just marched down the beach, that set.
Like opening a present from your grandparents on Chrissy morning. Socks. That's all they got then. Just, you expect so much. Now, socks is all I want.
Yeah.
Nothing better than a fresh pair of socks.
Oh, nothing better. I got some on.
When you're Huey's age, that's the last thing you want.
Yeah, true.
Especially when you get them for free from your sponsor.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, Granny.
Yeah. Used to like a scratchy.
Yeah, there's always a chance.
Yeah.
Always in with a chance. Good call.
I stopped opening my cards expecting money to fall out ages ago, Hoy. Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, well. It's all right.
2 minutes to go here. Huey Vaughan holding on to the lead. A 6.5 and a 3.8. And Mikey Madonna, he's in second spot, and he's not looking too bad here. But, you know, if Huey can get a 6.5 on a medium-sized wave with a clean rotation, Ricardo Christie and Kajiro Nishi, they're not out of this heat, that means.
No chance. Well, that's what I thought. That set was going to look good for Ricardo, but it just, like I said, just disappeared. It looked like he was going to get a good chance on the left, but it just went to nothing. And it looks like that's pretty much gone flat. I'd like to see that overview a bit more panned out.
Boy, this is obviously as a competitor stressful situation if you're in third or fourth, but are these the best moments if you do convert? You have no time on the clock. Your rivals can't even answer if you somehow get
100%
the lead on them.
It's the best. That's what we're saying before. It's the longest 5 minutes of the leaders thing and the shortest of the ones trying to get the score.
So Mikey just maybe trying to take opportunities away on the outside or even just milk this one through the inside. Really stylish surfing.
Might be his back foot's on an angle too. I don't know what one it is. It's just got that different.
You're seeing something unique there.
Yes, it looks good. I'm not.
The finer
all,
details with Matt Hoy, just picking it apart.
Different stance.
30, just over 30 seconds to go here as we see the replay. He did well to just even get into this wave.
Trying to better a 4.67. What do you reckon? A couple of nice turns.
Yeah, maybe.
Flows through.
I mean, if there's a point in every turn, then he's a chance.
Yeah, it's a bit of downtime in the middle, though, isn't there?
Yeah, it's never good when you lose sort of engagement with the ride you're on and look out the back to see if anything better out there.
Exactly.
But
not paying much attention.
He got a 4.77. It's not going to change the situation much, but Mikey Madonna does improve his heat score total just by a small margin. And Ricardo Christie and Kajiro Nishi are going to fall short in this one.
Still got some energy running up the beach after a heat like that. That's I like fitness.
Yeah, the Grom though. Huey Vaughan too strong in this one, and he's going to get the victory and motor into the next round.
Can't wait to hear his interview. Let's see what he says today.
We'll go get some popcorn and get a nice seat for it. We'll take a quick break here at the Burton Automotive Pro. More to come from the round of 64 and some big names entering the lineup right after this.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro, and this is Surfest 2023, firing right up into the round of 64, heat number 7. Little Huey Vaughan getting it done just a moment ago. Looking forward to speaking with him. But out in the water, Oni Anwar from Indonesia, Alistair Reginado, who is well poised to have a first strike at this Challenger Series, currently sitting at second on the Australasian rankings. Georgie Pitter, a guy I know you've got close eyes on, Mitch Ross, and also Adrian Kovacic from Bronte Beach. And guess what? Andrew John's pick for the win at this event. Here he goes, the taco, upside down and bashes it. That's his nickname, by the way, in case you didn't know. But yeah, I was speaking to Joey last night, and he said, how's our boy from Bronte going? Taco. I said, he's going well, mate. He's made it through 2 rounds already, and he's going to be fighting it out with some big names. Vaughan Blakey, Mitch Ross in the commentary booth. G'day, Rossi.
How you doing? And he's the guy that I sort of have circled as one of my favourites in the event. Georgie Pitter, great surfer, up against one of his good mates in Reggie, Alex Reginado, as we see the replay of Taco's first wave as well. So what's the deal? So Joey from Bronte loves Taco. Is that the deal?
That's exactly right, mate.
So how's my local hero? Is that what he's saying? Wow, that was big. That was a big looking wave there for the top seed in this one. Reggie, 2 massive turns there, Vorno.
Big event for Alistair Reginado. We've seen a couple of nervous starts. Mikey Clayton-Brown, you know, he really wanted a big result here, sitting at 5th on the ratings. But look at this. Wow. That's intent. And Reginado's had a good season. 3rd at the Tweed Coast Pro, Rossi. Got a 2nd at the Sunny Coast Pro. He's 2nd on the rankings. And, geez, I mean, he's been on the radar for so long. He's a bit like Mikey Clayton-Brown, I reckon. You know, they made names for themselves in those ABB events. Kind of become, from the ABB, which is shown on TV in Australia, and all the people who surf for all the different clubs watch it. And these guys really made their name in that format. But the Junior Series and all that, they've been plugging away. Now they're on this QS and in that top league of qualification. So Reginado would have seen what happened with Mikey this morning, gone, right, I'm getting out here, no mucking about, I just want to lock this in.
Yeah, for sure. And he's definitely one of those guys. There's a few of them that, you know, once they take off on a wave, you can tell there's something special. You know, Reggie looks like a top-tier athlete. He looks like a CT guy. No doubt at some point he will make the leap to the top. I remember speaking about him with Morgan Siblick a few months ago at the ABB, and I actually thought Reggie was a lot older than what he is. I thought he was Morgan's age. Yeah. But he's 2 years younger. Oh. He's young, and yeah, here he goes.
Here he goes again.
Yeah, but he's a lot younger than what I thought. So he's only getting started. I guess when he did that stuff in the ABB, I think he was like 18 years old. Yeah, and he just destroyed that whole event.
How fierce were he and his brother for the North Shore Board Riders Club? Only on one now. And he's only on one. Just a couple of nice backside snaps there. He's competing for points on the Asia region, Rossi. So he's sort of fighting on a different tour. Nice snap here. Georgie Pitar, far out. Fireworks at the start of this one. We've had a couple of slow heats at the top of the tide, but plenty of rides. But Oni is 2nd on the Asian rankings, mate. So even though he's been around for a long while, he's right in the mix to get back on the Challenger Series.
How many make it from that region?
Three. Yeah.
And here's a replay here from Reggie.
This second turn, I mean, this is a nice little set-up float. Look at this, Rossi. Bam. Fins out over the back. Wasn't the nice buttery ride out, but still.
Huge call, but, you know, maybe tube's the best feeling in surfing. It maybe a big hack, but there's not much better than a speed floater. You know, that projection floater.
Especially once you do it, if you're just coming around the corner into just a beautiful cupped-out pocket.
Yeah, Reggie did it beautifully then, and a score on the way. So, yeah, only 3 guys make it out of on his region. And, mate, second?
That includes Philippines, Japan,
Thailand.
Taiwan, Thailand.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a big region. And to be sitting in second, it's big because we've seen a lot of the Japanese surfers have been so impressive in this event.
Yeah.
Amazing. Only been around a long time. We got a winner of that last heat, a grommet who has caught fire in this event. Got through a close one yesterday, but Huey Vaughan, congrats, buddy.
Thank you.
How'd you find it out there? It looks like a bit of a skate park for you.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. Like, I got the first wave and it kind of just set my whole heat up.
Yeah, mate. I mean, look, clearly you're a lot younger than a lot of people in this field, but you just seem to be paddling out there and ripping into it and really not being too fazed at all by the quality of your opposition.
Yeah, I guess I'm just surfing. I don't really care at this moment. I'm just surfing and I don't know.
That's what
just doing what I need to do.
That's what I wanted to ask you. When you go out, if you got sort of any sort of tactics up your sleeves, like you see, I don't know, like a Mick Fanning or something, they're going, I'm going to sit there for 6 minutes, I'm going to do this for this and this and this. Are you just going out there and going, nah, I'm just throwing it all up and down the peak?
Yeah, I just see like where the waves are before the heat and just know what one's the best wave and what one I can get the best score on. And I saw Bronson in that last heat do a couple of airs and they scored pretty high, so I knew if I did one I'd hopefully get through that heat.
Mate, a beautiful little style you've got. Would you mind sharing with us who your influences are growing up?
Mick Fanning is like my idol. He surfs he's got like the best style and yeah, I just think his surfing is the best.
Mate, last year was just such a huge breakout year for you. I noticed you got voted the best junior in the world in that Stab Pier poll, which is just enormous. You know, that's like John and Gabby and Italo and all sorts of people voting in that. What did that mean for you? Was that cool?
Yeah, it was so good. Like, I don't know, I couldn't really believe it. Like, yeah, I was kind of lost for words when I actually saw that I was getting votes and yeah, I was just having heaps of fun just surfing and yeah.
And mate, your older brother Joel, he's been performing well on the Challenger Series. You know, what sort of time frame are you giving yourself to get on that Challenger? Are you looking at next year's regional qualifying series and going, yeah, why not? Let's have a crack at this thing.
I don't know. I just want to surf some comps and just see how I go. But it would be good if I could get up there. I'm just kind of doing this one for seeding for next year. Get a good seed in the 5,000s and all the QS rankings. So, yeah.
Mate, growing up just down the road at North Shelley, how is it surfing for that club? I know it's really competitive and it must push your surfing a lot.
Yeah, the community gets behind you whenever you're surfing a heat or even surfing board riders. Like, I think last board rider was like 162 competitors. So it's a pretty big board riders and I love the community there and so many people rip around there and yeah, it's good to look up to people like that.
World number one coming from that club as well, I believe.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, man. That's inspiring. All right, Huey, we'll let you go, mate. But far out, great result. Took down some big names in that one, and we look forward to seeing you surf in the next round.
Thank you.
Good on you, buddy. And ripping. Isn't he? Gosh, he's just everywhere. Look at this guy. Taco from Bronte. And, gee whiz, I mean, there's such a powerful, well, it's a legacy of power, really, from Bronte. I think back to all my favourite surfers from there. Rod Kerr, Shmoo was there for a long time, RIP, but Luke Hitchings.
Tommy
Whittaker.
Yeah.
Far out, mate. And now the Taco, here he comes.
Look at this guy. Current heat leader.
Yeah, Reginato. There's been a flurry of activity while we were chatting to Huey there. Rossi, anything stand out to you?
Him. The man in red, he stood out. Everything he's stood up on is a score so far. Been ripping, Alex Reginato. 14 minutes remaining. A couple of nice peaks. I know you mentioned before, a couple of slow ones through the peak of the tide. But the good news is, tide's going out now, so it's going to get consistent.
It's going to get good.
Yeah, should be.
Winds are light today, right?
Yeah, I think it's meant to be sort of variable from the northeast direction. Swell direction's a little bit more east today, which I think is a little bit better than the south yesterday. As we see Georgie, the placement there was just perfect. Nice carve there. That board looks like it's built for mushy little waves. A lot of life in it, a lot of activity.
He's staying really busy, George, and I like that approach because he's 14th on the rankings, and we've seen a couple of big names disappear from the top end of that ratings ladder, and far out, man. You just don't want to be in a position where you're feeling out of rhythm. You want to be catching a few waves, make sure that you're completely on when the opportunity presents itself. And Pitar, he's not getting the best wave so far, but he just looks live, doesn't he? Lively, spicy.
Yeah, but isn't it funny? It's only half the ingredient to get through heats. Doesn't matter how good you look. You need to ride waves of, some sort of consequence. The judges aren't really rewarding the small waves that sort of pitter out.
Pitter out?
Yeah.
Well played.
Really need to look for a wave that sort of offers up a bit of an end section.
Look at this set.
Yeah, nice looking right-hander.
Who's in position here? It looks like Oni Onwa. No, too deep. Yeah, well, you want sets. I mean, the big scores have been coming from the bigger waves. Anything that has a little bit of a scooped-out face where you can really attack the lip, that's what the judges want to see. Oni Onwa, mate, representing Bali, Indonesia. He's such a good surfer, and he's been around for a while. I remember he sort of had some really big breakout performances in his early career, and he spent a lot of time up there on the Goldie. This is him riding.
Yeah, he's one of those Indonesian surfers that really invested in his surfing. As you said, he moved to the Gold Coast. It was always sort of, always like a bit of a question mark with Indonesian surfers, how they perform once they got out of Indonesia because of the climate, the warm water, the perfect waves. But, there comes a few of these guys that actually really sort of, as I said, they kind of invest in themselves. And, yeah, when he moved up to the Gold Coast, would have lived there for years. Became sort of a bit of a resident as much as he was over in Indo. Right now, looking to move on through this round. Right now in second position. Looking for a 6.67 at the moment. Looking to replay here from the current heat leader in this one, Vorno.
Nice hack down, beautiful speed check, and gets a big finish. Alistair Reginato's been on fire, only on way. He's a Lakey Peak resident. That's right. That's where I remember seeing him flaring up, and that Lakey Peak's churning out some talent at the moment too. Here's Taco from Bronte, and Adrian has been impressive throughout the early rounds of this heat. He's going to have his work cut out here. George Pitar. Oh, he is looking sharp as, but he needs better waves than that. He's sitting down in third at the moment at 4.27. Jeez, he's milked some scores out of those insiders.
Yeah, looking really good. Looking like he's got a great board under his feet. I actually think we did touch on it yesterday. Remember in a post-heat we talked about that board. Said he's got a couple of doozies. Made a board change a couple of years ago. Went from riding Matt Biolis's over to the CIs. Both beautiful boards, both incredible boards. But sometimes it's sometimes said people might get stale on the one shaper for a while.
Oh, do you think that's true?
I think I think it sort of creates some spice every now and then.
It's a pretty classic battle, the old CI Mayhem battle. Do you see crew going back and forth from between those two brands too often? I don't think you do.
It's nearly like if you go one way, you're probably not going back.
No, exactly.
Is that right? But what do you think about that? Like,
I really do believe mixing things up isn't so bad. Like, I mean, you've got people who understand your surfing. Like when you're on a level like, say, Mick Fanning, where you're just completely dialed in together. That's a full-blown symbiotic relationship where, anything that Mick needs to fix, he can just say it to Darren, and without really even having to say it, Darren probably knows. But, even Mick would jump onto Mayhems if he went over to Trestles. It's sort of like, I guess there's spots and shapers who can really play to the strengths of a certain wave or region. And that's something to keep an eye out for when you're at the top level.
Yeah, the old battle of the boards. What do you think about that new sort of shapers rankings?
I can kind of understand what they're trying to do. It's like the Constructors' Championship on the Formula One. It's a little bit kind of trippy, I suppose. I guess there's a handful of shapers that everyone goes to that become fashionable on the back of whoever's leading the rankings. But, Yeah, I mean, my favourite shaper is Ian Burton, and he's not anywhere on those ratings.
He'll be coming good at Bells, I reckon.
I think so too, eh? House of Burn up there at Burley. Love you, E.
Here we go. Here's Georgie Pitter looking for a couple of sections. A nice transition snap there. Another big turn. Gosh, that was sparky.
He looks like he's just skating across the surface of the water like soap on wet tiles, don't you reckon? It's just, there's no grab.
Looks so good.
He's really fast.
Surf similar conditions to this every day, growing up down there at Manly. As we see, Oni Onwa, a couple of backhand turns here. I think he's on his secret weapon's the air reverse on the forehand. I'm surprised he hasn't gone to that with the northeast wind, which is, the wind into your face.
Adrian here.
I'd put money on it that Oni will do an air in this heat, right?
Okay.
He has to.
Yeah, well, I'll put lunch on it. How about that?
We get free lunch. It's a replay of
You got
Georgie's
me.
last ride here. First turn was big, and the second was maybe even bigger. Just so much spark on the...
He really uses the power of the wave to, get that tail release. Doesn't look like he's ever fighting it, does he? He's just in perfect sync with it. Timing, it's a beautiful thing, timing. You can really, keep a lot of your energy just held in if you've got perfect timing. Tom Curran springs to mind. Like, barely moves and is just everywhere.
Absolutely.
Everything everywhere all at once. There he is, the defending champion coming up next. How's the crowd down there? 60, 70,000 strong?
Oh, you're understating it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 500,000.
I reckon whenever Surfest is on, I don't know if Wazza does it on purpose, but there's always a home game for the Knights as well. So it turns the city into this giant sporting spectacular. And, you go from one to the other. This is a big footy town. And here goes Georgie Pitter on the backhand. Gets in going. Nice backside re-entry. Little shimmy on top of that floater. This is much more work. You can see this time he's actually having to generate a fair bit of speed himself. Every wave he's caught so far, he's just been able to use whatever the wave has to just fang along it. This time he was really getting some work done. Adrian Kovacic, I should say. He's been really strong. He's such a powerful surfer. He's got scores here that are right on par with second, third and fourth. It's really only Regginato who's run away with a couple of good scores, Mitchie, a 6.17 and a 5.33. Pitter, I think he's just dropped a 5.27. That's really interesting. I think the judges loving that he was really putting a bit more into that backhand surfing.
Yeah, big score, particularly, in this heat. 6 minutes to go. It's, pretty tight for second spot at the moment. As we look at the replay here for Georgie. Nice snap there. Just throwing a nice little floater there to try to get a couple of more sections down the line. Looking really busy.
See what I mean, though? That the last wave, the right, he was just fanging along it, barely having to turn. Put much energy into it. This time he worked hard for those extra points.
He's really having to work harder. That little right hand at 4.27, a little bit more than that. Sometimes you just have to listen to the judges, though. Is that right, though?
Yeah, you've definitely got to cop it.
You can complain as much as you like, but you just got to listen to them. They just want big waves and, big sections, big steep sections. Yeah.
Give it some. Show us that you care. Regginato is really, he's given us plenty. Giving the judges a lot to love out here. He's sort of taken the foot off the gas. He got those scores nice and early. His first two waves, actually, 6.17 and a 5.33. Even his throwaway, in the context of some of today's scores, like a 3.77. Crew have been getting through with one of those. So he's done well to just come out of the blocks with, plenty of intent. And currently second on those Australasian qualifying series ratings. What do you reckon? I mean, are you bold enough to make the call? Is he safe? Is he going to do it?
Oh, he'd be safe unless it's just a nightmare, occurrence of everyone under him that needs results do it. And I'd say, there's less than a 10% chance on that. So the thing about Reggie and all these guys right at the top of the rankings, they wouldn't think they were safe, which is probably the smart tactic. But I'd be surprised that someone up at the top one or two will get overtaken here at Newcastle.
Georgie Pitter throws the fins out. This is the guy from the northern beaches, the north side of Sydney.
Home of a couple of your good friends and some of the best surfers in the world. Richie Lovett.
Indeed.
Around North Stain area, as we see a little air reverse there. I'm sure Rich is watching.
Reckon he's tuned in?
Absolutely.
Looking forward to hearing Rich back on the comms for Bells, Margaret's.
Yep, for sure. He'd be proud today watching Saxon Reba and Georgie do their club pretty proud. Some good performances from the boys.
Has been. Yeah, Saxon was really impressive. I think what I loved about Saxon's approach was that he was really needing a big score in the tail end of his heat, and he got this beautiful wave, like a really good wave, and a wave that was without question going to provide the opportunity, and he just attacked it with everything. Backside, under the lip, hook here from Adrian, Bronte's finest. And he's had to just cop the one turn. Spewing he didn't get a second section.
That first turn was big enough for to warrant a big score if he could get something on the second. But the judges don't love when you sort of look for another section and you don't get it.
Oh, what about this?
Disengaging some fins there on that one. Wow.
Far out, man. That is just whiplash sting, isn't it? Nothing better than seeing someone hit the lip and just throw fins when you're not ready for it. Who did that? Andy Irons.
That had
Isn't
some
it?
Andy,
That's an Andy turn.
Yeah.
You whack it, really hard crack off the lip, but then you just
Wasn't
tweak the
part
fins
of the
out
plan?
as well. Nah.
There's no chance that was planned.
And Taj Burrow, he's another one, but he actually would project the fin throw a little bit more.
That's got to be a good number. I'd assume that last ride there for Georgie Pitter. Scores on the way with 2 minutes remaining. This is the replay. Check it out, Vorno.
Yeah, love it. Deep bottom turn. Throws a big slice to slide. That reminds me a lot of someone. I'm going to try and tell you who it is. But that last turn, where you hit the lip and then you just fang the fins out. Beautiful stuff. And having the ability to really add flair to your turns is something that is, that is muesli for the judges. Healthy.
Muesli.
Well, a healthy option.
With some maple syrup.
Bit of maple, maybe even a chop up a banana on there.
Some bacon.
Bacon on your muesli. Interesting.
I was just trying to make it unhealthy, but I was being cheeky.
Given the choice between a big bowl of muesli and a big plate of bacon, which way do you lean?
Muesli.
Do you? I don't know. 1 minute to go here. And George fangs up into the lead. So a 6.73. That first turn, who did it remind you of? It was like a skinny Margot.
Yeah.
A big body talking hack into a kind of tail release.
When you said the Andy thing, though, I started to think about Andy, too.
Yeah, true. So 50 seconds here, and it's a bit of a battle. Georgie has thrown down the gauntlet here for the heat leader, Alison Reginato. So it's Oni Onwa and Tako with the work to do, but Pittar's found a nice one on the inside. My goodness. Nose pick. See, now that's a TB move. 100% Taj Burrow, where your front foot slides right up onto the nasal hairs. And there's a nice air reverse. So Reginato not to be outdone by the flaring tail drifts of Georgie Pittar here. And he's going to come in. I think he'll be pretty happy with that performance. Is Tako going to get a bite? Oh, my goodness. It's a big set wave. He needs a 7.5. What a moment here for Tako. Off the bottom, bashes the lip. It's a huge turn. So, what a bummer that thing didn't open up down the line a bit.
Big turn.
Big turn. Big fella. Get the feeling that could be the end of his campaign at Surfest, but I want to say thanks to Tako for bringing it. He was a lot of fun in those early rounds.
Yeah, he did a great job. And all you want is a chance. He got a chance, unfortunately. It won't be the score he was looking for. Looking for a 7.5. And I think that number will come a little under. It looks like Alex Reginato locked in a 5.13 for his last. So it looks as though the man in white, Georgie Pitter on screen, he will win that one, and he'll win it convincingly in the end.
Great surfing. We're going to take a quick break here from the Burton Automotive Pro Surfest 2023. We'll be back with more action in just a moment.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometres to your destination. No beds to Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Probably 2 years ago, I was fighting for points just to make the top of the rankings, and now I'm just here enjoying it, being home on home turf. Surfest is a great platform for your juniors to your pro juniors to your QS athletes. I'm so lucky to have had that on my doorstep. I feel like for myself it's kind of shaped the competitor that I am. Just to be surfing against the best in the world on a regular basis is a dream come true, and I feel like it's huge for me and also for my family and just the local community as well. Now I get to be the top seed is a pretty special feeling, especially coming from the bottom. Yeah, it's been a very exciting journey, and I feel like the younger kids, they've still got the same platform that we all had, myself, Ryan, Morgan, hopefully put on a show and make it worthwhile for myself.
Kind of at that crossroad.
Welcome back, and far out, cool clip of Jacko, but where did he end and the background start? Almost the exact same shade of pink there. This is the Burton Automotive Pro for 2023, the final event of the Australasian qualifying series. It's a big one, Mitchie. 5,000 points up for grabs, and this could really make or break a year, to coin the phrase, but a big result here, and you could shoot up the ratings and find yourself on that Challenger Series. That's what everyone wants. And I just want to give a huge shout out here to Burton Automotive Group. Big supporters of Surfest for so long now. They've had the naming rights, and we just wouldn't be able to do it with such an epic, community institution backing us.
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of good that it does for the community, Burton Toyota, is unfathomable.
Yeah.
I know, and I won't mention any names. I know that Kim and the crew, they give cars out to so many of the local surfers. They support them. They get them around to these events. They don't have to do it, but they just love surfing.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it really is. I think it'd be pretty hard to find any other sort of car shops that look after the surfers the way that the Burton family look after theirs.
Mate, this is the final spring, the launch pad into a big career in pro surfing. So it's such an important event to get behind, and Burton are proud partners, basically the senior partners here at Surfest. Look at this, Jacko Baker, the defending champion. Well, he looks calm in his interviews. He's grown so much in the past year. I can't believe just how light he looks. He's always been a power surfer, but I think one of the surprising things, sometimes, surfers grow into their power. He's always had power. What he's grown into is being a lot faster, a lot more nimble.
I think on either of the tours, you need to be a little bit more nimble. So it was something that Jackson worked on for the last couple of years. And now he's playing with the big boys. As we see Surfer in green up and riding here. This is Daniel Farr, who has already made a heat.
Yep, he's one of the Kiwi competitors. 35th on the ratings. This is Thomas Carvalho from up there on the Goldie. Falls off on that one. He's had a pretty, a bit of a few mixed results, I'd say, for a guy of his calibre. He's 31st on the rankings at the moment, so a big result here will shoot him up for good seedings into next year. Got a third at Maroubra. That's his best result on the qualifying series so far. Mate, I'm just thinking back to the semi-finals in Maroubra. He must have been up against Mikey McDonough, because the other semi-final was Joel Vaughan and Dakota Walters, and probably one of the heats of the year already on any level.
10 and 9 from Dakota.
Air show, yeah. Crazy stuff.
Get well, Dakota, if you're watching.
Oh, we miss you, mate. This is really in your wheelhouse too, just to put a bit of salt in the wound, but we'll see you back for sure. This is Carvalho answering back now. So, mate, I'd love to get your take on Manning Gregory, local Grom, who's going to be surfing against the big dog, Newcastle's #1 seed. He's on tour here, Jacko Baker, but surely Manning Gregory would have looked up to Jacko as a Grom.
Mate,
He is a Grom.
You could go and survey every person in this town, and they give you a rave review of young Manning. He's a legend. He's the nicest young kid. He's always been a part of the board club, and he's just this little kid that was could hardly turn a few years ago. Then he just got better and better and better. Now he's
Well, I was thinking, I was like doing a bit of research because I'm, that's how I treat my job, seriously. And I was like, how did Manning Gregory get this deep into the draw already? How is he seeded?
No, he got a wild card.
There you go.
Yeah, he won an event.
Won the trials.
Yeah, which wasn't an easy one. Yeah, as we see Jacko have a look at this wave. Yeah, big battle for both of them. I know Jacko's excited to surf against Manning. Big snap there from...
Wow, power.
Throws so much spray.
Man, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So fast out of the lip now. Sometimes power surfers, they just go to that rail so often and you can get a little caught up, a little boggy, but he's just looking... he just looks like a razor. So sharp.
Picking up where he left off 1 year ago. Nice check snap. He can make those manoeuvres look like they're majors, but there's kind of more so, just to get to the next section. It's really crafty surfing there from Jacko. Going to be a big number there. I dare say it will be the highest scoring wave of the heat. But, as I was saying, Manning, he won the local trials up against a couple of, gnarly surfers. And it was the day that we're having the Mirror of the Surfboard Club presentation. And, Manning was up at Barooby in the event. I think it was pretty small, which probably suited Manning, because I actually know how much he weighs because I asked him yesterday because he's so...
How much?
52.
52?
Yeah, there's not much of him. So
6 of him to make up one of us.
Exactly. So, yeah, he's quite light, but has big turns. He actually charges really hard too. He can do airs. And recently signed... to be a part of Julian Wilson's new clothing label, which I thought was cool.
Nice work. Well, he lives on the same street as yours.
He did.
He did.
Yeah, he
there
did.
you go.
Yeah.
That helps. All right, let's throw it down to Georgie Pitter. Well done, mate. That was some pretty live wire surfing. You just look like you're really finding some good rhythm out here in this event.
Jeez, I don't know about that. I was having an absolute shocker at the start. My legs felt so shaky and I don't know, I was just like, oh, this isn't my day. And then I was like, I just need to surf myself in. Yeah, I was like, I just need to surf myself into the rhythm and just back myself. And I saw a few rights, a little bit further down. I was like, oh.
We must have been watching a different heat.
Yeah, I think so.
Because we thought you were really good.
Oh, jeez. I don't know, I saw Alistair start at the start with like a 6 and a 5. I was like, oh, there he goes again. But, and I was like, oh, I just need to kind of battle for it, like start building a house. I kind of hate surfing a heat like that, but I just reverted to that almost. And I was happy. I got that 1.5 on the right, and I was like, okay, that's kind of starting it off. And then went on and saw like a little wider one, and I was like, oh, I'll just give this a crack. So I ended up getting 2 all right ones, which I was happy with.
Mate, you mentioned Reggie a moment ago. Is he one of the guys that you actually travel with?
Yeah, we're really good mates, me and Reg. We've been staying with each other at most of the places. But he keeps knocking me out of the round of 16, like in the last couple of minutes, like every comp. But no, I'm stoked for him. He's ripping and he really deserves to be there. I guess I'm just trying to kind of follow his ways and, I don't know, get some good ones.
Well, man, that was a big heat for Reggie, but it was a massive heat for you too. 14th place at the moment on the rankings. Every heat, it helps you build momentum, but it helps keep that dream alive of getting onto the Challenger Series. How hard is it to just focus on what's in front of you and not look towards, anything beyond that?
Yeah, it is really hard. I think that heat, I was pretty affected by it, actually. I don't know, I just felt myself warming up and I was like a little bit shaky and I just was thinking about it so much. But I don't know, I just want to get the ball rolling. I like surfing heats in comps, obviously, and I don't know, I just want to keep going the way I'm going and start just doing bigger turns and getting better waves in each heat. So hopefully that happens, but we'll have to see how we go.
Mate, is that a different board you're riding today from yesterday?
Yeah, I haven't ridden that board in like a week and a half. And then I was like looking at the conditions. My mate came down and he's like, oh, I'll ride that board. And I was like, okay, well, I'll wig myself out if I ride another board. And then, so I was riding that board. It went good, actually. I think I could have ridden my other board. Like, it would have handled the chop nicely. But, no, they're both really good boards, so I'm confident on either of them.
Is it epoxy or a PU?
It's a PU. I just sprayed it black because I like how those dark arts things look. But, yeah, it goes good.
You don't do the epoxy thing?
Now, I do ride epoxies, but I really I like them only when it's real clean and small. I just think like the chops sometimes you can't lay as rail as much, but I don't know, it depends on what the conditions are and how big it is.
So, job done today. What are you going to get up to this afternoon in Newey?
Well, I'll watch the rest of this round. I've got a few mates coming up in the next couple of heats, so going to watch that. It'll be really exciting. And after that, probably just wind down at the house and then maybe play a little bit of tennis to Savo.
Yeah, good.
That's very good.
We've talked about playing tennis every day, but we've got nowhere near it because we're lazy.
We have,
I've been playing the last couple of days. So good.
Is there a spot for Vaughan?
Yeah, get in there, mate. We've got 3. I need a 4.
Thanks, mate. Actually, I was just reminded of a tennis match that it was myself, Ryan Cowell, the Magic Axe, the drummer from the Goons of Doom, and we were playing Jake Patterson and Jack Perry down in Victoria one year. We were 6-2 up in a tie break, and Jake goes, "I bet you $100 you guys lose," and we took the bet and lost. Haven't paid him yet.
Yeah,
So
that happens.
Mate, trust me, you'll make money if I come and play with you for sure.
I'm not that good. You'd probably smoke me, but yeah, no, it's good fun.
Really good surfing there, George, and congratulations on the win, mate. I think that you built beautifully through that, and I'm just loving that flair that you bring into these heats. Really best of luck throughout this the rest of Surfest.
Yeah, thanks. Really appreciate it. There you go.
Cool guy, mate. Cool guy, and he's building beautifully. I think the first heats, they're just so important to get out of the way, aren't you? When you're a seated surfer and you're getting through, you just want to wash all that stuff off, get rid of the nerves, so you can just focus on the job at hand.
Where'd you say, 13th?
13th. 14th, actually.
See, he's knocking on the door, needs a big result. I'd say he has to go probably up towards maybe the semis.
I think so.
Yeah, it'd be something like that.
And he'll probably need a few results to go his way as well. But 14th, we're only taking 7, Mitchy. Taking 7 onto the Challenger Series this year. It's been reduced from 10. So, that little gap of opportunity has narrowed just a tiny little bit.
Some big upsets today too.
I think so.
Geordie Lawler, that was heartbreaking, that one.
Oh, that hurt. And Mikey Clayton-Brown, 5th on the rankings, mate. So, there's points to be made on these guys.
He's still got a little bit of a chance.
He does.
Little, if at all.
Look, it does happen from time to time. When CJ Hobgood won the world title at Sunset, there was 10 or 11 guys were in contention for that world title. He lost in the first heat of the morning and then watched every single one of those competitors lose after him the whole day. 10 world title contenders. Here's some replays, mate. And that's that turn you were talking about. It's sort of a check turn, but just because of the experience and the power, he makes it look like a major.
6.33 for that one.
Oh, he's got him fooled.
And this was a 5 from the Kiwi. Great surfing here. That board looks like it just keeps on going.
Doesn't it?
So a nice number there. And then this was the backup. I believe this was a 4. Maybe, or this was the 5. Nice surfing there from a man currently holding down second spot. That was actually a 3.27. So, yeah, that's the breakdown. Manning Gregory at the moment looking for a decent number, a 6.4. Hasn't had much in the way of good open green faces yet.
What's his go-to, Manning? Is he an air guy or a rail guy or a punchy backside vert guy? What's his...
I'd say nothing. I'd say it's all just
It's all there.
Yeah, he's not... you have those guys that airs. No, he's just pretty strong. I'd say he's a charger, believe it or not. I think that's kind of his thing.
Here he goes. Star.
He wasn't a backhand turn guy on that one.
No, he wasn't.
But,
tennis. I feel like there's a tennis gun in the draw. Someone who gave tennis the flick to focus on surfing. Just saw that yesterday. Do you know who it was?
I don't. No.
It wasn't Jacko Baker, was it?
Definitely not.
No? He didn't grow up with Bernard Tomic and those two were...
Marat Safin? No, he didn't. No. I've played with him. He's worse than me, and I can't hit him back. No, I don't. So you actually heard that there's a good tip?
No, I'm dead serious. There's someone. It's someone from the sunny coast. I know that much. I'll come back to you. I'll do some research.
Well, I would say that Georgie's playing with him because that's who he's staying with.
There you
Cooper
go.
David and all those guys.
Oh, that's who it is.
Is it? He
It
looks
is.
like a tennis player.
Yeah. So snap off the top.
Is it really?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a gun tennis player. Like, could have gone all the way. Might have been the next Leighton Hewitt. Come on. 9 minutes remaining. There's just a little bit. What do you know of any other surfers who have sneaky, skills in other sports on tour? I mean, they're all pretty good at ping pong.
I think Xavier Huxtable a good AFL player.
Is he?
I think so.
Torquay Tigers, off the top.
I think he was really good.
Manning Gregory and what's this one from Jacko? I didn't see this wave.
One turn.
Nice. And Thomas Carvalho, this is live action. Beautiful snap, Rossi. Gets the combo. See? That's nice. And a 3. So 1, 2, 3. You do the carve into the snap or the snap into the carve, and you're instantly going to raise a couple of eyebrows in that judging booth.
Yeah, that was good. That, to me, I think that's the second best wave of the heat. And I dare say the man in white will move up in a second spot. Not looking for... Well, actually, he's looking for a lot. A 5.8. Was it a 5.8? I think
it's a squeeze.
I think it's going to be close.
So, well, that was pretty similar to Jacko's little speed hack. Gets the carve, gets the finish. Probably needed a little more sting on the end.
I think the second turn was just a little bit sort of soft for, if you're looking for a massive score. Could be wrong, though. Let's see what the judges think.
Daniel Farr from New Zealand out there, 5 and a 4. So he's just been quietly going about his business, getting it done. Carvalho, he's struggling to really get a decent number up here. Don't know. He's looked good. I think he's looked good at times. He's just sort of hasn't had the wave with the big finish, or he's had a little misstep here and there. So we'll keep an eye on him. But this guy's out in front. 6.33. Snap off the top from Jacko Baker. Off the bottom. Oh, the power and the passion.
Midnight Oil.
Well done. Well done, Mitch. And what's your favourite Midnight Oil
You look
song?
like Peter Garrett.
I do a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I dance like Peter Garrett.
That's scary.
Yeah, it is. Get out of my way because you could lose an eye.
Here's a replay of the last ride here for
What did you
Jackson
like?
Baker. I liked it all. He had 2 sections to deal with, and he put everything into each one of them.
Here's Cavallo now. Slicing, so throws a nice bit of spray off that, mistimes the second hit. And he's really working hard.
He needed a 5.8 on that last ride.
Got a 5.9.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just like that.
What do you think, first turn and finish?
Yeah,
what you liked?
but I actually said I thought it was the second best wave of the heat.
Oh, there you go.
So I thought it was somewhere around that region.
He's
but
done well.
This wave, I think, will be a bit of a throwaway. Caught a little bit of rail at the beginning of the wave. It looked like it was going to be a good one, but kind of went into the hole, so to speak. As we see Manning Gregory, be interesting to see what he got up to on that one. Looking for a 6.5. So a tall order here from Manning. Nice snap. Unfortunately, riding some of the smaller waves. I think he needs to get in a bigger wave, Vaughan.
Yeah, I mean, you can see hints of why he's in this event, how he won those trials. His positioning's really nice. But let's see him get something a little more meaningful. 2.63 and a 2.6. I like that Cavallo's just gone about it here. Rolled up the sleeves. You know, it wasn't really flowing for him, but he surfed his way into second. 5.9 on his last ride, and here we go, Rossi. He's found another one.
Yeah, you can see those ribs from this angle. Looks like a difficult wave to navigate, and unfortunately went down in that second manoeuvre. It's funny, those ribs are actually working with you on some of those sections, if you can time it, so you can sort of poke your board sort of when you're getting one of those ribs.
That drone angle makes it look so much harder, doesn't it?
Totally.
Here's Daniel Farr out the back with priority, so he's going to have the next wave. It's all his. Just rubbing his hands together. Jacko's deep, but he'll keep an eye on Farr because he's making a move. He doesn't want to go anywhere near him. And here he is, off the bottom, the Kiwi. Just the one turn, punches it. He tries to hold on, but it's a bit of a frivolous move. What's he looking for to get up into second here? It's 4.81.
Yeah, medium number required. 4.81's not that easy today. 4.5 minutes remaining. It is the local Jackson Baker out in front. He is a member of the elite top tour.
27th on the CT at the moment.
Yeah, got some work to do.
What's the cut-off line, Rossi?
25.
25. So
22.
These next two waves suit him. I would argue. Like Bells is right in his wheelhouse. You know, big open-faced wave with a couple of looming sections of the bowl. Just a Baker hook on that bowl. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Takes one event, mate.
It does, and he's been. You could argue that he's been ripping. Putting on some really good performances.
Even you looked in the last event in Portugal, there was a couple of guys that had nothing. And then, you know, Conor O'Leary's one that comes to mind. He wasn't doing too well. Then he got to Portugal and got a massive result. And then all of a sudden, things look a whole lot different. So, yeah, it's just... all it takes is one big result to change things up. And
you spend a bit of time on tour. Look, how do you see the playing field? Is there a definite gap between, I don't know, the top 5 and the rest? Or, you know, because back in the day, you could almost go. I'm talking, let's say, early 2000s. You could go the first couple of days of an event without feeling like you were going to miss something. I don't know if you can feel like that anymore.
Nah, I think on their day, I think the guy that's coming dead last can still kind of keep up with the guy that's coming first. You know, there might be a little bit of a difference in maybe, you know, confidence. And some of those guys at the top, they're just stone cold. They don't feel any sort of pressure. That might be the biggest difference. But
who's the coldest? Medina?
Yeah, him and Felipe and
John?
Jack is probably the coldest.
Jack's cold, isn't he? He's icy cold.
They're just really consistent with the work they go about. But yeah, as far as talent, you know, the talent's really close between all of them. I think that's, even if you go back to talking about tennis or something, it's just like, you know, is it Djokovic? Djokovic? He's just like...
unflappable.
Exactly.
Does not get rattled.
Yeah, but the 50th guy is probably, skill-wise, not much different. And a lot to do with what's between the ears.
And what's between the ears here? What's going on here in Jacko Baker's mind? He's got a 6.33 and a 5.6. It's a good start to his campaign. Defending champion. What's he thinking about right now? You reckon he's thinking about the heat or is he thinking about lunch?
I know he's got a bit of a deal with the local bakery down the road, Mirror the Bakery, so he might be thinking about a big sandwich.
Nice.
What do you reckon?
Yeah.
Oat milk? No, I don't know. He's probably thinking about improving on the 5.6. As we see a bit of a set coming on through. Minute and a half remaining, and it looks like Jackson's got a little peak to himself up north, but it looks as though the Kiwi looking for a 4.81.
Oh,
no. Manning Utilo's priority or second priority.
Nice hit. Gromit's been impressive here. I know that he hasn't had the waves that he probably would have liked, but definitely some good signs here from Manning. Can see why there's a bit of banter about him around Merriweather and Newcastle. Julian Wilson catching the eye of the great pipeline master from 2014, putting the Revere sticker on his board. Got to actually hang out with Jules last weekend. It was nice.
He's surfing
We had
today
a great
too.
time. He is surfing today. Daniel Farr needs a score. 1 minute. Throws a little choppy. The cheesy. Can't see the judges loving it. We don't know really what he got up to out the back, but Carvalho, I mean, credit where credit's due. He has surfed himself right into this thing because it looked like Farr had got away to a pretty good start with a 4 and a 5, and Carvalho, you know, really had to build his heat in the back half.
Yeah, he did really well, didn't he? But I don't know what the man in white was thinking catching that wave. Kind of opened the door a little bit for Daniel Farr, but it looks as though the priority, as you can see, hasn't been rewarded yet. I'd be interested to see if Green gets it because he's still looking for a number. Okay, he didn't get it. He got third priority, so I don't think he'll get another chance here. With 15 seconds remaining, it's looking as though Jackson Baker will be moving on through along with Thomas Carvalho.
Good signs here from the defending champ, and I have seen Jacko Rossi driving around in one of those Burton Automotive vehicles.
Been supported by them for about 5 years.
He's doing it in style, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Righto, folks. Well, thank you for enjoying that heat. Jacko Baker, the local legend, the first local to win here at Surfest in 37 years. His defence kicks off with a beauty. We're going to have a quick break. Be back with more from the Burton Automotive Pro Surfest 2023 with Ronnie and Beck in the booth after the break.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Burton Automotive Pro. You're in for a rare treat here. Julian Wilson, a former winner, former Pipe Masters champ. He is out there in the lineup and he's keen to put in a good performance in front of what is now his hometown crowd. He'll be in the blue jersey. Dylan Moffat, he's the top seed in this one out there in the red jersey. The surfer from North Narrabeen up at the moment. Got a big section standing up here. Nice rotation. And he's going to stick it with ease. And let's see if he can't add some extras on the inside. Great, raw, young approach. Love Dylan surfing.
Yeah.
Showing us he can do it in the small stuff, but absolutely charges as well.
Did really well in the challenges.
Really well.
Got pretty close.
Painfully close, Beck. 11th position.
Yeah, that's good and bad. But yeah, 11th obviously tells us that he's killing it.
Yeah, he might even get at some stage during the Australian leg at Bells Beach or Margaret River the call-up if there's an injury, say, as an alternate. But, yeah, he's going to be back on the Challenger Series because he did finish in the top 20 on last year's Challenger. Had some great results, and he's about to kick off this heat with a big score. Also in the lineup, Julian Wilson loading up for a similar turn.
Got a new haircut.
Got the buzz cut, taking it right down to the bone. And, yeah, they're up against a couple of our international competitors in Koyoshiro Suda of Japan and Tenchi Iwami, who are both sitting pretty well on that Asian regional rankings. 21st place for Suda, and Iwami is in 13th position. But let's take a look at the replay of Julian's ride. Already had a 3.33 back.
Yeah, he's looking really strong. Yeah, awesome to see Julian back in the heat draw. I've kind of missed him from contests, actually, and I see a wind up here from the Japanese surfer. That was a pretty nuts turn. We'll see a replay here. Huge open face.
Love that.
That was a very nice start for the surfer in red.
Yeah, Dylan's just, he's got it all. I love his power, but he stuck that move beautifully. Julian with a similar rotation, maybe not the same kind of height that Dylan threw our way, but Julian's going to get off to the quick start here. A couple of waves, mid-range threes. Dylan Moffat's the danger man, though, holding on to a 7 at this stage of the game. But I'm with you, Beck. It's a great call. Julian, one of the best that Australia's ever produced, and a legitimate title threat. He had a couple of amazing runs at the Crown, but he won multiple CT events at some of the most prestigious venues on the schedule.
Yeah.
And, I just...
And it was a shame with, like, COVID happened, and then...
It was so disruptive. It just, it was a big commitment required from all the surfers, and one that Julian, with a young family, 2 young kids, he just wasn't willing to continue to go through that. kind of quarantine nightmare that was the reality at the time. And yeah, I think he's really enjoyed his time away from the competitive side of surfing, and you see him riding different boards. He's released some collaborations with JS and done some soft board stuff, and yeah, such a great surfer though. Man, oh man, one of the best.
Yeah, I've seen him releasing a few clips up and down the East Coast, and yeah, residing in Newcastle now, nice little whipping backside hack there. I think it is like challenging for a lot of surfers as their careers kind of wind down a little bit, and I was wondering for Julian whether it was just a decision because of COVID and whether he is going to make a comeback, whether he wants to come back into this arena, because it is challenging. Seeing with a nice little kind of check turn there straight up into a vertical attack. But yeah, I think transitioning is something that, I mean, I found confronting. Julian was and is a world-class surfer and has had event wins at the highest level. So nice opening face turn there for the Japanese surfer in white. But yeah, I'm wondering how he's going with all of that. And yeah, I think also seeing Adrian Buchan retiring. I just saw the news that Owen Wright is retiring, and it's yeah, it's a little bit like they were kind of a little bit. Adrian's a little bit older than me, but the other two are a bit younger than me, and it's kind of like a little bit of an end of an era in a way. So
oh, for sure.
Yeah, I hope that Julian. I don't know what his plans are.
He's not wasting his time away from competition. That's for sure. He's been so busy. He's kicked off his own label, Revere, which is doing really well from all reports. He's got a great team, and I see it all over the place. So getting a lot of sales around the joint, and yeah, making inroads in that space.
I saw him launching off ramps on a motorbike the other day. Clips of him doing that, which was pretty nuts. I was like, oh my god.
He's got such varied interest, Julian,
yeah.
And that's what his brand Revere is kind of all about. Just sort of playing on all his favourite sort of lifestyle activities: motocross, golf, mountain biking, surfing and skateboarding. And yeah, the focus for him at the moment though is just banking 2 good scores, because he knows that it's a grind fest out here in these QS events. He competed in the event last year and didn't have too much success in the smaller conditions, so he'll be keen to put in a spirited performance at the venue this year, as Dylan Moffat still maintains his position at the top. Julian with just those mid-range threes. Tenshi Iwami, the Japanese competitor, back in 3rd spot, looking for a 6.19 to climb up into 2nd. And Koyashiro Suda is currently in 4th spot with priority out there. Really loving the inclusion of these Japanese surfers to the draw. It's not going to be easy to flick them out of the mix, because they're actually chasing points for their regional tour over there in Asia, and this is obviously being a QS 5000, significant points up for grabs. Every heat you progress through, you know, is basically sort of adding to your tally.
Yeah, and Koyashiro Suda is sitting in 21st with Tenshi Iwami in 13th, so big heat for Tenshi especially, surfer in green, needing these valuable points to move up into the top 5 for the Asian men.
Yeah, look at Reef Hazelwood there on screen, activating, getting ready to hit this lineup. Yeah, I think it might be less than that for the Asian region. Top 3
really
for the women. So yeah, top 5 for the men. You're spot on.
I was going to say that's very brutal.
Yeah, well, last year I think it was, you know, that a bit more limited.
Yeah.
So why it's been restricted. You know, the Asians haven't lost too many more spots in those Challenger Series events, as we see now. Jarvis Earl, the current World Junior Champion, chatting with just an icon in these parts especially. Merriweather royalty right there, Luke Egan, former world number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a big heat, that next one as well. I noticed that we see the surfer in white up and riding here. Huge blasting backhand turn. Oh, backs it up with a vertical attack and gets a third little whip off the whitewash there for the surfing white Kayashiro Suda.
And talk about a small wave flare. Kayashiro just absolutely exploding out of the pocket a few times there in order to get himself maybe out of that fourth position and potentially even up into second place, waiting on that score to come through. Meanwhile, in the green, Tenshi Owami. This is a nice looking section, really leans hard in that front side, whipping carve. And he's not done with this one, chipping away at it. 14.5 minutes to go. Let's see what Julian can throw our way, loading up. Gets a bit of speed, but unfortunately that wave flattens out. And he'll want to get back out there and get that priority. Dylan Moffat has backed up the 7-point ride now with a 4.43, well out in front.
Yeah, getting rewarded for that really critical opening air that he did, getting 7.0. So it'd be interesting to compare that to Kayashiro's last wave, where he did manage to get a couple of pretty sharp backhand hits here. See what the judges think score-wise. That was very crisp.
Yeah, really solid stuff. So looking to get this round of 64 dusted for the men. And again, we've still got a lot of the top-seeded surfers yet to hit the lineup here at Surfest 2023. I'm excited about what's to come this afternoon. We saw Jarvis on screen, and he's one of those competitors that, you know, he's a top seed. He's sitting on top of the regional rankings at the moment, but as the World Junior Champion, he's already earned that spot on the Challenger Series.
Ah, stellar year. That's amazing.
Oh, he's such a good surfer.
Yep.
I mean, the World Junior Champs this year was, you know, blessed down there in that San Diego region with really solid swell.
Yep.
And the surfing was unbelievable.
Where did they run it?
Levi Slauson, Alan Cleland Jr., he surfed so well. Oscar Berry was one of the standout surfers early on.
Yep.
Jackson Bunch, oh my gosh, in the men's division, the surfing was a next level, and the women's was equally as impressive.
Lots of fun waves in and around that part. I used to stay down near Carlsbad. I know Josh Kerr was residing in and around there. You'd see him popping airs all over the place when you go for a surf.
Definitely.
Well,
Well, Sierra looked at home there for sure, as Dylan Moffat looks to get rid of that 4.43.
He's got some flair, doesn't he?
Oh, I love it. Kind of got that real kind of powerful, boxy stance, rips into his turns with everything he's got. And yeah, as a result, often turns in those solid numbers. Here's the replay of it. Just in transition, you know, that there's that ability to add those extra points. So even though you're kind of hitting a section that your main aim is to get past it and find some open face down the line, but
Manages to do a manoeuvre.
it's all timing, isn't it? You know, it's clouding that section and throwing a lot of spray. It's there's been some incredible proponents of that, you know, great transition surfing over the years. I mean, Kelly Slater's probably, you know, one of the best in just flowing past sections to find more opportunity down the line. He wouldn't waste it. He'd have that punch and power to send some spray skyward. 11.5 minutes to go here as Julian Wilson loads up. Stand by for something dynamic from this guy. You can never kind of think you've got him figured out. One of the most unpredictable surfers we've ever seen, but just working this one over, it really didn't cooperate with him, that wave. He's still just hanging on to that second position at the moment, but he needs more because Kayashiro is definitely chasing him down here at the moment. Doesn't need a whole lot to get to that second position, the Japanese surfer. Tenshi's not far behind either.
Yeah, Julian did well to kind of manufacture a turn out of that third section, but unfortunately the wave just being a little bit flat. See if it does match Kayashiro's score there with the 4.5 for his last wave. Not sure if it will be in that 4 region, but we will see.
You know, it's so great with the regional qualifiers, giving surfers of Julian's calibre the opportunity to compete because they're following so big. You know, they bring a lot of eyeballs to this third tier of the WSL pathway. You know, you've got the elite level, obviously the championship tour, then the challenges, which all these surfers are aspiring to get to. But, you know, we're able to put the spotlight right on surfers like this guy, Tenshi Awami, with a really dynamic turn there. Great way to finish that one off.
That was nuts. I don't know how he found his surfboard.
But yeah, Julian's got almost 800,000 followers on Instagram alone. So,
wow.
You know, there's a lot of people probably tuned in to just see how he looks. You know, they haven't had the opportunity other than seeing the old free surfing clip here and there to see Julian with the jersey on. I know he took part in a community event, a board riders event down at Coffs Harbour last week and stomped a monster air on his road to taking that event out.
Nice.
But he was really just turning up to have a bit of fun. And
yeah,
I mean, the guy surfs so good, even when he's having fun, he's, you know, in a real threat.
Be nice to see him today. The wind has swung a little bit more onshore. The last heat I was commentating, it's still looking quite crisp out there. I just went and had a look from front on, and it has got a little bit of that wind in the face. It is allowing the guys to go to the air a lot more now. But yeah, it's starting to get a couple of ribs in the face, and you really got to select. So I pick the eyes out of this at the moment. I'm not sure if the wind's going to pick up much more today.
One thing we know for sure is that Julian's going to be unfazed, whether it's howling offshore and really clean and he's going to the rail to do his work, or whether it goes a little bit onshore or into these right-handers. He's got the kind of moves that you know, can match it and even surpass what's been thrown down so far out here. But he's just not having much luck with his wave selection. You know, everything he's caught so far has kind of laid down on him. It hasn't really given him a big ramp yet to seriously take things to the sky. But Tenshi Awami found a big oncoming section on his last ride, and he's turned in a 5.93. That's pushed Julian actually back into 4th spot. So he's got a little bit of work to do here with 8.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was a huge turn from Tenshi there. I mean, the fact that he was able to reconnect with his board, he looked pretty much, like out of control, but in control at the same time. I haven't seen a turn like that in a long time, so he did really well to connect with his board. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he was duly rewarded for that. So a 5.93 for one turn is pretty, all of these surfers are capable of doing that. And you can kind of tell that Julian is hunting those sections a little bit because he's got the speed. Once he gets the speed to be able to launch, he's going to go pretty big, I think.
Well, here goes Koyoshiro Suda, just tapping one there. This wave's not doing much for him. He needs a 5.27. He's going to opt out of this one. And we also had Tenshi Awami get a ride as well. He's trying to improve on a 3.83 to push the requirement up for Suda and Wilson here. Beck, you know, obviously there's a bunch of competitors kind of outside that top 30. That's sort of where we're putting the line of, you know, surfers within reach of the top 7 with a victory in the event. Everyone beyond that is out of reach mathematically. You definitely probably outside of that top 30 thinking, you know, I don't have a whole lot to lose. But even like someone like Julian, who's not looking to get himself onto the Challenger Series at the moment, still wants to go out there and put a good performance on. You surfed in the Surfest Expression session. Did you sort of that competitive thing just sort of start to kick in, even though it was meant to be a fun showcase?
Yeah, and I was talking to Jodie Cooper about that. We were laughing about it because as soon as I was out the back, I started getting nervous. And I was like, what is going on? Like, it's not even a heat.
I love that.
And, it brought back all of those emotions that go on and your adrenals are pumping and then, like, you're trying to control your mindset. It's just like, oh, my God, what if I don't catch a wave? And then you're like, oh, you're like having brain battles, being like, just have fun.
That's
like,
classic.
Yeah,
and we've seen that in those expression sessions so often when the icons get together and they have their icon heats and, you know, talking to Oki when he's taken on Tom Curran around events as a showcase piece, you know, you said that the competitor is still in there.
Yeah, it's like waking the beast within, basically. You're like, I mean, I play, you know, a bit of soccer and I've dabbled in a bit of other, like, things after finishing with surfing and it always comes out. Like,
are people shocked to see it?
Sometimes now, because I'm pretty mellow on the beach, but occasionally, especially on the soccer field, they were like, oh.
Yeah. The sleepless night before the Surfest Expression session. Did it keep you awake a little bit?
No, it didn't. But that's a good thing these days. Plenty of sleepless nights.
Did it keep you awake the night after the Expression session?
I had to think about it for a while. I was like, you did plenty of sitting out there. There's nothing much happened. So
I love it. Yeah, everyone wants to go out there and put on a show.
Yeah.
That is without question. You can't deny that. One man that did do that in the last heat, put together a heat score total of 11.93. We expect more, Jackson Baker. What do you got? You got some in the reserves for us?
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to show a bit more, but it's hard to get my big rig moving out there. But
I love it.
It's good to be here on home turf. And, I mean, yeah, the waves were fun earlier. It's got a bit tricky. I think that tide will bottom out. I think it'll get better all afternoon. Might have just been that heat with a bit more tide. But, yeah, I don't know. I definitely didn't feel good. I mean, I was more nervous than what I expected. I thought maybe after winning this thing one time, I'd probably take the pressure completely off, but it could be more pressure than last year.
You've got to back it up, mate.
I know everyone's saying back to back, but I entered last minute and just want to be here on home turf with the family and just be normal and have my normal routine, and to add a contest into that's kind of perfect.
Yeah, it'd be really cool to reignite that winning feeling too, heading into the Aussie leg of the CTs.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, to do that would be definitely a dream come true. I mean, last year was a dream come true. To do it again would be like a double dream come true. I don't think anyone would have really thought it would have been possible after no one winning for such a long time. But I'm just here to just get some reps in the Rashie. I mean, it's been tough on the CT this year. I've had some close matchups and kind of stopped early in the draw, so to be here and just get in the Rashie, and mate, I think the level in these contests is the strongest region by far. Some of the surfing I've seen this week has been incredible, men's and women's, so it's really cool to see and to be a part of it and watch the next generation come up. It definitely, me being in the event makes me scared coming up against those guys. Like Huey Vaughan was doing huge punts before. I was going, I hope I don't dry up with him when it's 1 foot.
Mate, Portugal was unbelievable. Have you got the salt water and the sand out of your orifices yet?
I think I'm slowly just on the back end. One more shower now and a shower tonight. I should be okay. But no, it's been I love Portugal. It's an amazing place. I ended up staying the whole time on the road. That whole trip I stayed in between Hawaii and Portugal. So 2 months on the road. It's definitely nice to be home, and washing off those Portuguese tarts in that heat, I think I was slowed down by a few of them.
Yeah, I love it, mate. And what's it like, heading into a lineup like this? It was so intimidating in Portugal. I don't think we can kind of state enough just how intimidating the waves are there at Super Tubes. What's it like now just coming into this lineup? It's kind of a different fear that you might not get opportunities out there.
Oh, it's completely different. I think Portugal, you almost say there's too many opportunities because half the opportunities are landing on your head. It's a really tricky wave, and we were dealt a pretty hard forecast, but I mean, there was still some amazing surfing going on, and I mean, you saw some great heat totals, but yeah, it's definitely got that really brutal, harsh power. It's probably one of the closer waves to Hawaii, power-wise, and to come back to 1 to 2 foot northeast Merriweather. It's been hard to adapt. I've been trying to figure out what board to ride all week. I've got so many good boards at the moment from Channel Islands, and they're mainly for bells and for super tubes and stuff. And I had to go back in the back of my quiver and found an old OG flyer and get scooting around on that.
Oh, perfect, mate. Well, when you figured it out, which ones you're going to use, let us know. I'll come over and take the others off your hands.
Perfect, Ron. There's always one there for you.
Oh, good on you, mate. Jackson Baker, last year's champ, powering through the draw. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, always love catching up with Jackson. A minute and a half to go. Time flies when you're talking to the Bakehouse, and Julian Wilson's after a number here, Beck.
Yeah.
Boom! He almost had it.
That was what he was looking for. I think, yeah, really close to landing it, but just amazing aerialist.
Oh, the loft in Julian's airs is so cool. It almost looks like he just hangs up in the wind for an extended period of time, but he's obviously still chasing a number. Incomplete on that last one. He is after a pretty decent score too, 7.1. These young upstarts, they've got the jump on him at the moment. Dylan Moffat got the early lead, big opening ride, 7, and backed it up with a 4.43. Tenshi Iwami, he's got a couple of mid-range 5s. Kiyashiro, he's after a 6.53. Julian chasing a 7.1. The tough thing for Julian is no priority, and he's got to try and find some space out here at the moment.
Yeah, so coming into that very last 30 seconds, Surfer in red looking to probably Get another score under his belt here. Huge.
Oh, man, you love it. Just the flair.
Bit of a
Not to be
Larry.
sure if he rode out of that turn, but I can still appreciate it as we see now the surfer in white, who is chasing a score. He's after a 6.53. Might need a little bit more here through the chop up.
Close.
And, yeah, that's...
Good looking wave there for the surfer in white. That was one of the better waves that came through the lineup, but not sure if it's going to get to where he needs with a 6.53 there, Ronnie.
Yeah, and unfortunately for us, we're not going to be treated to another performance from Julian Wilson here this year. He's going to finish up in 4th place. We're still waiting on the score for Suda to come in. Needing a 6.53. He whipped that board beautifully through those first couple of turns. The chop hop, I just don't know if you get credit for that anymore. It's almost like save your speed and hit the shore break section instead. But the first turn and the second were solid, but there's just no points in this.
Yeah, the second connection there, he really timed that well, even over that big lump that happened in the middle of the wave. So we'll see what scores come through for the surfer in white. He was sitting in 21st on the ratings for his region.
Yeah, it came through. It was a 5.27, and he's going to fall short. So Tenshi Awami and Dylan Moffat powering through to the next round. We're going to take a break. More to come from the Burton Automotive Pro right after this.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal
From the people you can trust. Take a test drive today.
Wait!
Welcome back. Just a beautiful day here at Merriweather as we witness the rise of champs. And this is where it all begins. You've got to get through these regional qualifiers, get yourself on that intense Challenger Series. What a fantastic charge we saw from the Australian representatives that came through the QS ranks last year. We had a number of them finishing in the top 20. Therefore, we've already got 3 surfers solidifying a place via a top 20 finish. That's Dylan Moffat, Morgan Siblick, Jacob Wilcox, but also with Jarvis Earl winning the World Junior Champs. There's another surfer from this region, and we've still got to decide who the top 7 are going to be after this event is wrapped, and also that we'll have a wild card for our region too. And yeah, that's going to be awesome to watch this next crop, because as Jackson Baker said, you know, he's really recognising an intensity, a rise in the level in this region, and feels like it's the strongest from what he's seen around the world.
Yeah, I think the way that they've set these regions up, I was actually just texting the other day with Jessie Miley-Dyer, and the setups of it, like the competitiveness of the regional tour, which is then leading to the next level of competitiveness in the challenges. And then on the World Tour, like it is such a solid pathway, but it's definitely going to push that level just up and up and up. You just can't step away from it or take your finger off the pulse, because, yeah, I mean, it's moving forward so quickly. I think even watching the women's heats yesterday, round of 64 was stacked. Like, you can't go to sleep at all. Sometimes in my heats, you'd look at a round of 64 and there'd be a couple of heats that were a little bit easier. Sometimes that made me surf worse. But yeah, I think when you've just got that extreme level, the level just keeps rising and rising and rising, because you do have to work really hard. I mean, even in this heat alone, looking at Jarvis Earl and Reef Hazelwood sitting in 1st and 3rd, interesting. Like, this is round of 64 still.
A Challenger Series surfer might find an easier heat in the opening round of a Challenger Series event than they would in the round of 96 in this region, I feel.
Yeah, I mean...
That's how deep the talent pool goes.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I think you've really got to... I mean, so for someone like Kai's King, he's like a little bit further back, he said, and he hasn't even got a final counting result. So there's other guys in that kind of setup that you're looking at when it comes to the rankings, and they're going to be the dark horses that come through because they're going to have a whole counting event. So, yeah, there's a lot on the line here, and the level is just nuts.
Oh, it's going to be so fun watching this event play out as we see Jarvis Earl taking off then. He was licking his lips as he paddled into that one.
He got the
See
froth,
that?
yeah.
And then just couldn't find a section to launch off, but he's so well-rounded last year in the event. He pulled the air of the contest, big, full rotation, alley-oop. Just a guy that's got it all. As he taps into that first section, just sunk that nose down into the face of the wave, trying to ride out of that move. This is a great clash. One that's got a Japanese competitor in the mix, Kazuki Okamura, and he's in 41st position, so he's a long way back. He might need to actually take this event out to get himself into a position, a top 5 position, and qualify for the Challenger Series. Hinata Azawa, he's got Japanese heritage, but he lives on the Gold Coast, and he's in 29th spot as he comes into this final QS event. Reef Hazelwood well placed in 3rd position, so he's really looking to lock in his position with a couple of heat wins. Should get him there. And he'd be loving what he sees out here at the moment. Reef, just like Jarvis Earl, really well-rounded, has a lot of power, but above the lip, maybe has the best strike rate of any surfer in the draw.
Nice ride there for Kazuki. That was pretty crisp surfing. Bit of a combo there in difficult waves. Considering he's in 41st, he may not have done as many events. I haven't actually looked, but yeah, they're all surfing pretty well, the Japanese. There was a fair few of the women Japanese surfers who went through in heats yesterday afternoon in tricky conditions. Their region seems like it's stepped up a lot, which is really good to see. They're going to be taking it to the Aussies in this contest. Big, nice looking left here for Reef Hazelwood, unfortunately coming unstuck. I think I was looking at Jarvis Earl and Reef Hazelwood's results. They've kind of gone 1st and 2nd in the Taiwan event, and both got 3rd and 5th respectively in that nice little snap there, and then unfortunately just a bit high.
Reef's kind of one of those guys where it almost seems like when he's not toning it back and just goes full all out with those end section hits, his strike rate goes up a bit. If he gets a little semi-committed to the end section, that's when he has his falls. He's one of those guys that seems to perform at his best with the foot to the floor, giving it everything he's got. But he was on his way to a really good score there to kick this heat off.
Yeah,
and
unfortunately.
he's left some points on it.
Yeah, nice looking wave, choosing to surf away from his other competitors.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Today's, probably there's been some slower periods with the frequency of the set waves, but there's probably been more quality out there, and also the opportunity to break away when you don't have priority, move to that northern end of this sandbar and maybe find yourself something special. Just one of those rare left-handers, which Reef tapped into then.
Yeah, the goofy footers seem to be hanging out there a little bit more than a couple of the natural footers, but it is a nice little left when they come through. Saw a few of the surfers this morning capitalising on that. Tide's draining out a little bit. It's such a nice day out there, not too hot. Nice and sunny. I think we do have a bit of rain predicted, but yeah, it's been really turning it on in Newcastle the last 2 days. Not as much wind coming up now. I'm not sure what the forecast is like this afternoon, but I'm thinking we're going to have waves for the rest of the day, which is nice. We may get a small break in the swell possibly tomorrow, and then weekend looking like we're going to have some waves for the finals, which is always something that you want to see.
You know it. And there's been some amazing finishes here. I mean, it wasn't all time for the finals last year, but there was such good surfing going down, and surfers willing to just risk body and equipment finishing their rides off right on the dry reef. That was pretty entertaining to watch. 16.5 minutes to go here, and
bit of a wave out the back.
Some real big names coming up in these next few heats, so do not go anywhere as we see Hinata taking off. Got a really strong backhand, and he whips it up into the lip, just gets a little lost there. But yeah, Joel Vaughan, his little bro's been going absolutely mad on his road through to the next round. Kehu Butler, who's well positioned at the top end. He was on the Challenger Series last year. He's looked good. Had a final at the last QS 5000. And you just want him to get through heats because his post-heat interviews are so good. Sheldon Sipkis is in heat 13. And then we've got a couple of big heats with some of the standout performers on the Asian Tour. Ketut Agus, he is so strong in the Challenger event down there at Manly last year, the Sydney Surf Pro. Hiroto Ohara, he's had a major QS victory in the past. And then Morgan Siblik in the last heat of the round. So it's going to come to you thick and fast, the action this afternoon, as Jarvis Earl puts together a couple of decent hits there. Let's take this opportunity with just over 15 minutes to go to have a chat to one of the favourites in the event, Dylan Moffat. How are you, Dill?
Yeah, good. How you doing?
Mate, having an absolute ball. Thank you very much. Unbelievable way to start that last heat, mate. A 7 to kick things off. That's got to feel good, and obviously you're looking to really build some competitive momentum before heading into the Challenger Series again.
Yeah, for sure. Like I've just been so psyched to compete. I feel like I haven't had a break this long from competing for a while, and I've like missed it. I wanted to get back into it. I've been watching all these regional series events going and seeing everyone surfing so well. I'm like, far out, I want a piece of it.
Man,
that was to see all my mates surfing good and get a couple waves out there.
No doubt. Oh, you got so close last year. 11th place, just outside that top 10. But what a fantastic consolation prize to be told that you're actually on the Challenger Series again for this season. You must be absolutely rubbing your mitts together at the opportunity to get back out there and have another shot at it.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Like it was kind of, you get to the end of the year and it's such a big build up, and everyone was like, all the guys I was staying with, at least Morgs and Jacob Wilcox, we were all right on the brink. So to have a little bit of time to kind of just focus solely on surfing and just enjoying it, like surfing with mates, ride some fun boards and take a bit of time to kind of relax for a bit was pretty nice. But then I'm pretty fizzing to get back into the season. Like it's pretty fun surfing comps. I'm not going to lie.
And one of the things that kind of wasn't spoken about, just because you got on a roll pretty early and started collecting results, is that you were on the rebound from a pretty bad injury as the Challenger Series got underway last year. How's that going? And are you back to full strength and ready to go?
Yeah. All praise to Scotty Atherton and Matt Grander at the Surfers Gym, and Sam Pingington, the physio that kind of helped me get through the injury. I'd never really had an injury like that before, and they just made the whole process kind of nice and smooth, and I feel like I learned a bit from it and learned a bit about myself, and everything's feeling sweet now, so good to go, ready to rock and roll.
Fully recovered from that knee injury. Dill, what were you riding out there, mate? It looks like that board, whether you're on rail or flying through rotations, is doing exactly what you need it to.
Yeah, I just got some new boards actually. I've been psyched on them. Wayne Lowen shapes them. It's a Lost Surfboards sub-driver, this one, which just kind of is like cheating in the small fat waves. It just flies over dead sections and kind of creates speed itself. So it makes surfing these smaller waves pretty fun and easy.
Mate, we're loving sitting back here, just watching you do your thing, and really excited to see you on the Challenger Series. But I know you got your sights set on a big finish here at Surfest. How good would it be to put your name up there with Curran, Carroll, Parkinson, Fanning, Slater, and get on a roll?
Yeah, wow. There's some history on that trophy. That'd be pretty special.
Go after it, mate. Good luck.
Cheers. I'll give it my best. Thanks heaps.
Yeah, Dylan Moffat, he's I love his surfing. It's just so raw. Kind of in his stance sometimes. I see a bit of that sort of Trent Munro, boxy, low centre of gravity, load up off the bottom and just give it everything you've got.
Yeah, he seems like a super positive guy.
Oh,
just
man.
Enjoying, the journey at the moment. He's had a lot of ups and downs with injury at a young age, it sounds like. So, to come so close is amazing. interesting to see that like he's had a bit of time off and he's like, actually, I just want to keep competing.
He's still putting in hours at Damien Hardman's Rip Curl store too down there at Narrabeen. And last year I went in before heading over for the WSL finals and was served by Dill, and customer service, got to give him full props for that.
That's awesome.
He's an absolute champion, and I think it's just given him great perspective on just the opportunity that he has. You know, obviously working between contests and then really wanting to make the most of this opportunity that he's got. And like I said, a knee injury last year probably saw him surfing not to his full potential, but he's still savvy enough and still talented enough to wrestle some big results out of the schedule last year. So this could be his year.
Yeah, he seems like he's very on point. First wave, just blowing an air out, straight up. I think, injuries can teach you a lot as an athlete, especially when it happens when you're younger. It teaches you to look after yourself a lot more. And sometimes if you do keep competing, nice looking backside blast there from the surfer in red. You don't get that consistency of training that you need, and a lot of that kind of strength training will prevent injury. So huge backside attack there from the surfer in blue and straight up and down.
Man, this is going to be by far the best number of this heat. Reef Hazelwood's just about to skyrocket himself to the top of the leaderboard in this one. 10 minutes to go, and that was, everyone when they're talking about Reef, gets a little kind of caught up on the airs because he's so damn good at them. But when he finds a good section to lay some power turns down, he doesn't disappoint. That was a clean combo.
Yeah, good looking wave. Really rode that strongly, and I dare say that both these Australian surfers will surf their way back up into first and second position. See how the scores drop here, but nice looking backside attack there. Quick in and out. Behind that, Ronnie, huge backside attack and straight down, straight up again. There was no bauble in between, and I think the judges are loving that today.
Got really right under that critical section of the wave on the first turn. Maybe even Reef would reflect on it as a slightly mistimed hit, but he didn't lose any speed, and the finishing turn was very dynamic, as we see Jarvis now trying to string a couple of turns together there on the inside. He doesn't need a whole lot, and only after a 2.07, and he might have just done that with his previous ride. So yeah, that came through to 2.6. So he's already up in a second, and as you saw there, momentarily he's going to jump into first place here, but Reef Hazelwood gets a 7.5, blows the opposition out of the water at this stage with that big number. And Jarvis is going to be needing a 6.31. Kazuki Okamura, he's after a 4.08. Hinata Izawa after a 4.64. So it's turned a little bit into the battle for second position at the moment, as the man in green down towards that rock section of the break finds something to work with, drives up into it. Nice turn to get started. Little tap on the rail there as he again lays it over to get into the pocket one more time. Hinata is after a 3.94. So yeah, it's kind of left the door open, the fact that Jarvis hasn't found a solid backup score just yet. And with just under 8 minutes to go, he'll want to clean that up at some point. He's got to find a wave with a bit more space. You can tell he's got that beautiful rhythm when he gets going. And here he is again. So he's just letting himself down a little bit with his wave selection at this point in time.
Yeah, I think he's wanting to get scores on the board, but I think watching Reef's wave selection, he has waited and been a little bit more patient. Now Jarvis is looking to be left a little bit alone up on the northern end. Maybe he will wait a little bit longer for waves because, yeah, we've got Hinata on that last wave getting a 5.03, and it was a good double turn combo for him. We saw him, a second turn go grab for the low rail there and do a backside, huge kind of backside hit combo. So he's done well to get into second here, the surfer.
Oh, Kazuki can't ride out of the whitewater there.
Yeah, so Hinata 29th on the WQS, so he's still in that 30th.
Yeah, he's just in. I'd say he needs to win it, and he might even need someone at the back end of the top 7 to mess up. We know Mikey Clayton-Brown he's out of the mix. So, you know, spaces are starting to open up at the top. But for the most part, it's been pretty solid from the front runners on the QS rankings. So here we go. Reef Hazelwood up again. Nice climb from him.
Yeah, the wave looked like a good wave, but yeah, sometimes they do tend to fizzle out a little bit with this wind as it starts affecting the lineup a little bit more. Heat 10 of round of 64. It's been a stacked heat so far. How many heats are in this round? 16 heats?
16 heats,
yep.
And maybe the last one is the exchange that's going to get the local crew most excited, because Merryweather's Morgan Siblick is going to be in that one. Here we go, Jarvis found some space, didn't have priority, moved to the northern bank. He's going to make this one count. Oh, wow. And he fails to complete that final turn. And you can see the frustration there, but I think he's probably done enough work on that wave to potentially get himself into second here. I mean, that's a great opening move, and this is nice too.
Yeah, really critical of those first two turns. Would have been awesome if he had landed that one. It would have definitely moved him solidly up into second place.
Bit of a coach killer, the final move incomplete there.
Looks like we've had a bit of an interference
call.
Oh,
No. We hate to see that for these competitors, especially when there's so much on the line. We know Hinata's got to go a long way, and he's got his hands up. He's wondering what happened. I'm not sure if we got that one on screen. It's tough sometimes with 4 servers in the lineup, and you're trying to get the surfing action ultimately. And I think Jarvis Earl's about to drop a reasonable score here. He could have gone into the 6s, in all honesty, if he finished this one off. He was flowing towards something great. 3.67 is enough to see him make the jump back up into second, because Hinata Ozawa has been given an interference, and it looks like it was a priority interference.
Bit of a shame, because, yeah, Jarvis needed a little bit more than that, than the 3.67, so he probably would have still been in second without that interference call, which is always just devastating.
Yeah, Hinata would have been holding on to that number 2 spot still, so that's painful, and he knows it. And now, if he wants to get through this heat, he's got to drop the score of the event. He needs an 8.84. It'll just be one. His top ride that he counts now. Just absolute heartbreak for the Gold Coast surfer there.
Yeah,
devastated.
It's always hard in a 4-person lineup as well with priority decisions. Yeah, we didn't actually see what happened there in order for him to be called on that one. Some things are really obvious and you can see it, but other times things get called and yeah, you kind of like what very unaware of what's happened. So it seemed like he was a little bit confused as well when we saw him waving his arms. So
well, let's have a look at what happens here. Okay. So that's a really difficult one because they're surfing from completely different sections of the contest site here, but Jarvis gets to the end of that ride, and with priority, his scoring opportunity is limited in the fact that he can't get up to that end section. It's a 50-50 call whether he was going to get to that oncoming section, but at the same time, it's a black and white rule. And at this point, Jarvis is definitely affected, even seeing Hinata on that ride, surfing towards him. And you just have to be so onto it. Who's got priority? You don't want to get tangled up in that situation, especially if you're holding the lead over that individual.
Yeah, and I think like even if he had have straightened out there, potentially would he have got the interference call?
Maybe not, if he made it really clear that he was out of the way, but he didn't do much to avoid impeding that oncoming section.
Yeah.
So I can see what the judges were thinking, but it's a tough one.
That's a real hard one to
swallow. A real tough one because there's a good chance that wave doesn't even go into Jarvis's top 2 anyway, but, you know, that's irrelevant. You just cannot get in the way of a surfer with priority over you, and Jarvis Earl's going to be the benefactor there, holding on to second spot, and really the danger man now for Jarvis is the surfer in white, and that is Kazuki Okamura. And he only needs a 4.52. Jarvis is starting to move into his realm, starting to get into his space, but he might not be able to keep him off this one. You can see that's why they call it the rock section. There's that darker shade of water out there. And Hinata's just out here, just, desperately trying to chase down an 8.84, but it's not going to happen. Jarvis Earl keeping Okamura off this one. Throws the little chop hop, rolls through to the inside, trying to get rid of a 3.67 to push the requirement higher for the Japanese surfer. And, giving it everything he's got. It's great small wave surfing, but, it's a milk fest. He's just absolutely juicing all the points he can out of that ride, but I don't even know it's going to go into his top 2.
Yeah, he really, to even be able to ride that thing all the way through to shore, you can tell how fast and technically advanced he is. But yeah, unfortunately the wave is just a little bit average.
It was an absolute piece of garbage.
Leaving the surfer in white.
He got a 3.07 out of it, and there was like a possible 3.08 points in it. So, surfed it brilliantly for what it was. But
30 seconds to go. We see
30
the surfer
seconds
in
to
white.
go. This is his opportunity. Kazuki, can he stand up and deliver the knockout punch to Jarvis Earl? Nice start. Only needs a 4.52. Almost gets a cheeky shampoo there. And he likes the feel of it.
That's a close one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. There'll be some comparisons made to the 3.67 for Jarvis Earl, which had a couple of pretty reasonable hits on it too. But let's see. He's certainly given himself a fantastic shot. We know that Hinata Ozawa is really up against it. He needs an 8.84, maybe even more after the final exchange there.
Yeah, unfortunate for Hinata with that interference call because he did have a really good heat. Yeah, I think let's have a replay here of surfer in white. Goes huge on the first turn. Banks it in the pocket, gets a little kind of half barrel and then manages to hit it off the section there. I don't know, maybe the little bit of bauble in between.
Yeah, I really feel they're going to be comparing these two rides. That's what the judges are actually doing at the moment. Even though Jarvis was incomplete on that second turn, I felt like the combination on the outside was just a little sharper. And the judges agreed. It came in under the required score for Kazuki Okamura, and he's going to finish up in third. Jarvis Earl, he's going to hang on, but he's got some stuff to clean up as he moves through to that next round. Reef Hazelwood with a classy win over Jarvis, the World Junior Champion there. We'll take a quick break here. When we return, stand by for some entertainment. Vaughan Blakey and Matt Hoy are going to be stepping into the booth.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust. Take a test drive today.
Wait!
The action is firing up here at the Burton Automotive Pro Surfest 2023, the final regional qualifying series event of the season. A lot to surf for here. A big heat coming up. Vaughan Blakey in the commentary box with me dear old buddy. How you going there, Matthew Hoy?
I'm terrific there, Vaughan. How are you, brother?
I'm great, mate. Yeah, this is a big event.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's huge. It's absolutely massive. And we've got, Hirota Arai out here right now. He's trying to rack up some valuable points for the Asia region of the qualifying series up there. And meanwhile, a big snap on the inside.
I like
Hiroto, and he's off to a flyer. So a 4.33 for that first wave. And this one was a 2.67. Just loses it.
Would have been a good
Oh,
score
when
if
he
he
first
didn't
went
make
up,
that.
I was going, geez,
Yeah,
2.67.
Here we go.
Someone needs to talk this head judge.
So he went right and then just went straight back to the left.
But no, he fell. So good call here.
And another one.
Hiroto, he's on a tear and throws the fins.
Throws it away.
He's an absolute character from
Is he?
Japan. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Big time. And he's doing extremely well.
I tried to get the ratings sent to us.
Well,
So
look,
we know what's
he's
going on.
8th on the ratings in the Asia region. And so big points is what's on offer for him. He's chasing it. But this guy, my goodness, launches into outer space. Joel Vaughan.
Watched his brother do it this morning.
19th at the moment, Hoy, on the ratings.
Oh,
But I think he may have already qualified for the Challenger Series. Pretty sure, based on double
Last
qualifications and stuff from last year's Challenger Series. Because, you know, if you don't make the CT, but you finish in the top 20, so basically the back 10, you qualify for the Challenger Series.
Oh, straight back on.
Yeah.
Was that the changes they made? Which
So
is a
that's
good thing.
Well, that's
I think you
Morgan
deserve
Sibley,
it.
Dylan Moffat and Jacob Wilcox finished 11th, 12th and 13th.
Yep.
So they all go straight back on the Challenger. It's kind of a bonus for performing well
if you're going
throughout the year. Off the bottom and huge tail high air rev. Oh, this guy, well, he was on the Challenger Series, as we said, and have a go at the lofty punt.
Just landed on his toes, didn't he? The board actually slid out, is how he didn't make it.
Joel Vaughan from North Shelley, and he's been such a standout in the past 18 months. You know, he always puts on a strong performance. So we see Hiroto now gets a strong finish. This guy is just so busy. Oh, no.
What? What? No, that's got to be ridden out of.
Do you think?
Oh, it has to
He
be.
never got out in front of it. He was on top. He was on the roof.
Oh, no, but he held on for so long. What? We'll see. We'll see.
Look, mate, let's introduce our other surfers in this heat. Oh, actually, no, you take me through this wave first.
Good
Beautiful
first
bottom
turn.
turn. Snap.
Good looking wave. Nice second turn. And then he just rides into this section with no speed, hits it, rides the foamy, doesn't get in front of it.
Mini Margaret's, wasn't it? Full triangle. Now, this kid off the bottom, and that is Ben Spence from WA. Surfed in a CT already.
What?
Last year, won the trials over in Margaret's, and far out, man. I mean, what an experience in front of your home state to paddle out against Kanoa Igarashi and Connor Coffin. He also surfed a heat against Kyle Belly and David Silva. So he's tasted that high energy. And
at his home
surf
break
was
too.
Cooking too.
Yeah, what's that? At his home break. Oh, mate, that last year at Margaret's was huge. And that's a proper scary wave when it's big. You get lit up out there.
Yeah, he's a real talent, this kid, Ben Spence. So snapping, Carota. And another representative from North Stain. North Stain's got a little push coming out at the moment.
Yeah.
We did see some good surfing from Saxon Reaver this morning. And have a go at this, Vaughnie!
Oh, he's got to get him. Oh, extra
fireworks here.
Extra points for running over your competitor.
Is it?
Oh, it should be.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's news to
not?
me. But that was an amazing turn. And far out, straight out of a pretty decent snap too. So this will score big.
Watch the check. There's a check turn at the start. Look, the waves are just pulsing.
What's happened here, Hoy? The tide's drained out a little bit. We're starting to get a bit more push onto these outside banks.
Well, it said that the swell's going to kick in a bit more this afternoon. It gets bigger this afternoon, actually. That's what they're saying, but, don't believe the hype.
Hey, mate, look.
Oh, yeah.
You and I just ate lunch with Al Hunt.
Yep.
And I know
Read
there
the
wasn't
rule
much
book.
left because we went through after him in the Bay Maries and, got a couple of scraps. But I will say this. He was saying, we were going, what's the deal with the live ratings? Like, when do we find out? He goes, mate, give it another round and then you'll really know what's going on.
Well, end of the round.
Yeah, that's right. End of this round and then we'll know.
It is.
But this guy.
Look, check turn.
Just
Nearly
a check.
nosedives.
So
he goes, boof.
Far
And then-
out.
Oh, I like the end bit. Just
Man, everything
avoiding
that could have gone wrong went wrong on that wave, and then he
That
hits
is-
that end section and just completely blasts it.
Yeah.
So that is the class of Joel Vaughan.
7.33. There it is.
7.33. Imagine if he really snapped that first bit and clean bottom turn.
Yeah, it didn't. Yeah.
But sometimes you bobble and it puts you in a better spot.
I think he did then. That little nosedive set him up for he might have gone into that too fast.
7.33. There's been some big upsets this morning.
Has
Huge. Well, Geordie Lawler.
Yeah,
out.
watch that heat.
Julian
I
Wilson.
commentate that hit.
Pipe
I think
master.
that was a bit.
touch and go?
Dubious. So, well, here it is.
Look, okay,
t-
bobble.
nose dive.
Bang, hits it as
Look,
sweet
oh,
as
and then
you can
runs
hit
his, nearly just
How it-
swerves off his
How
competitor.
did that remind me of? Hitting the coping, like really getting that little
Mm.
click. And projects out into the flats. Hoy.
That's good.
Joel Vaughan, you've seen a fair bit of this kid surf. He was on the Challenger Series last year. Didn't have the greatest year, but I mean, it wasn't a bad year either. 28th. First crack at the Challenger.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
that's-
only young too, right?
He's real young, and that's his first shot at it.
18, or is he that young, that old?
I think he is about there or
Yeah.
thereabouts. So,
He's
yeah,
going on his
North
brothers.
Shelley is far
Mate.
out. What a
What a
breeding
club.
ground that is.
Yeah, it is.
And
for
number
sure.
one on the women's tour right now from
Says it
North
all.
Shelley Board Riders,
Yeah.
Molly Picklam. I think we're going to throw it down to
And
Reef
she's ripping,
Hazelwood.
isn't she?
Reefy, are you there, mate?
Yeah, how are you boys?
G'day, mate.
Yeah, Reef.
Good to hear you guys.
yeah, we're just
Thanks,
babbling on up here while you're standing in the wind and the cold, but pretty pretty cool here, mate. Always a bit scary when you're coming up against the junior world champ. Jarvis like hot on your heels there, but you had a nice heat, found some rhythm.
Yeah, definitely kind of set away from the other boys and had kind of identified a couple lefts down the beach, which didn't end up actually being my kind of scores, but yeah, it was good to get a bit of rhythm and just trying to get busy and trying to get some scores on the board. Felt good.
That's unreal, man. You've had a pretty nice run throughout this Australasian qualifying leg. Far out, we want to see you back on that Challenger, and even further, we want to see you on that CT. How are you feeling about where you're at the moment?
Yeah, definitely. Like, you know, didn't qualify for the Challenger Series last year, so was pretty fired up and yeah, have some results and feeling good for this year and yeah, hoping to obviously continue on to the Challenger Series and hopefully further. But yeah, feeling really solid. Just got some really good boards on my feet and have a lot of confidence. So yeah, just hoping to take that out into the water and put some heats together and get the job done. And that's kind of just what I was able to do in that heat. Got the job done. Wasn't always pretty, but yeah, just getting through, which is the main thing.
Good on you, mate. And Surfest, it's been around for a long, long time. Newcastle, it's such a cool stop on the tour. What would it mean for you to do well here?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been coming here for quite a few years now. I think over like 5 years. So it's pretty awesome to be just coming back and to see it a co-sanctioned event again is really cool. Having the Japanese and Indonesians here is really sick. So yeah, the talent and quality of surfing is just super high. So yeah, it'll be really cool to win it. And you know, there's all the names on the side of the scaffolding, which is pretty sick. I checked that out the other day, and yeah, it'd be pretty cool to have my name amongst that. So
yeah,
that's the plan, and yeah, hopefully I can get the win, but just one hit at a time.
One head at a time, Hoy. What do you think? Is it
Never
nice to have
that.
nice to have Reefy in Newcastle, mate? I know you're a fan of his surfing.
Yeah, big fan, and he's been spending some time here having your Reef too.
Yeah, I have been. So yeah, my sister just moved down here a bit, kind of last year, and got married down here. So coming down to see her, and it's a place that I've sometimes had good results, sometimes had some pretty bad ones. So just wanted to put the time in and love it down here. And you know, you've had a lot of good surfers come from here, so just trying to maybe steal a little bit of that juice, you know.
Yeah, that a boy. Good.
That's the way, Reef. Well, yeah, congratulations, mate. As you say, sometimes
Thanks
it's just
so
good
much.
to get those grindy ones out of the way, and hopefully you can flare up even more in the next round. Congrats, buddy.
Good luck, mate.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Thanks.
Reef Hazelwood, I can't wait, mate. Hoy,
Amazing
remember when he got the wild card into the Narrabeen CT when during that shortened year, and we saw him surfing in the Narrabeen. He got this. He got through into what's the round after the? Pretty deep. He got a ninth, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah, a ninth placing.
round of 16. Okay,
Yeah.
so in that heat, he got this late arvo session where it was all smooth and, you know, black water on the face, and he did a roundhouse cutty that was my favourite manoeuvre of the year.
I remember it.
Do you remember it?
Yeah.
Where
I
he
do.
just came flying out, classic sort of Duma, you know, goof, just high-speed draw, figure 8, and I
Beautiful.
know that's the kind of surfing that speaks to you.
Yeah, 100%.
Because you think of Reef, sometimes you think air guy, but he actually has the sweetest rail game.
Yeah, as good as anyone's.
How good's this kid?
A good combination of it too. Good powerful turning and good huge airs.
Kihu Butler on screen. He's coming up next. He's, funnily enough, there he is.
Yeah,
He's,
mate.
oh, look, is he meditating? What's he tapping into here, do you think?
I don't know.
Maybe he's just, you know what he's thinking in his head?
Let's go.
I reckon he's in his brain. He's going da 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 boom, boom, da, da. No, he looks pretty serious. He's
I don't think he's listening.
he's a cool. He's on a tear, mate. Jeez, I mean, Joel Vaughan and Kehu Butler, probably the two biggest improvers from last year's experience on the Challenger Series.
I've known Kehu for a while, and he's improved every time I've seen.
Yeah.
Every time I see him surf again, like the year after, whenever I see him surf, like even if it's a couple of months, he's improved every time. So
I actually went on a surf trip with Reef and Kehu when they were about 13.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and they were ripping back then, but
Yeah.
once the muscle came on,
Yeah.
holy smokes,
Yeah.
mate. That just
Feel
changes
out of it.
everything, isn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It's funny because you see Grom surf, you're like, wow, this kid rips. But I mean, imagine Huey Vaughan with a bit more meat on his bones.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go. This is Axel Carrotta. So, yeah, Georgie Patar and
Well, you
Saxon
look at
Reba have already flown the flag for North Stain this morning, and we've got another guy out there right now. They must be a little gang.
You're looking at Huey Vaughan with more meat on him right in this heat.
Oh, yeah, too, yeah, of course.
Pretty much.
Carbon copies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Huey Vaughan was saying earlier that Mick Fanning's his absolute hero. So you imagine if he turns into a monster like Mick.
Wow. Well, they're
Girth fest.
Exactly. They're on route. Would you say?
Well, Joel Vaughan, he's 28th last year, finished on the Challenger Series. He's 19th at the moment on this regional series. Had a couple of pretty astounding heats this year. Third in the Sunny Coast Pro, but mate, the highlight of the entire regional qualifying series in this country for 2023 was Dakota Walters. So far, was Dakota Walters versus Joel Vaughan in the semi-final.
Is that when Dakota hurt himself?
It was, mate. I've never
Broke
seen
his
anything like
leg,
it. They were flying around like moths in front of a bug zapper. They were going that crazy. And, snap here. Wow, this guy is ripping. Hiroto Arai and far out. You know, Reefy made mention of it. It's so cool to have that dual.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good idea.
Those
Because there's not enough events over there to do. So
yeah, well, we all get to see what the standard is around the world, and I'm telling you what, the standard is high.
Yeah.
Crack!
And it brings the standard up around the world. If they're coming here and seeing what the standard should be or what they have to be up to, it's so much better for everyone involved.
Well, Hiroto is 8th. So that's there's 7 guys he's got to leapfrog.
Yeah.
I think it's
And
actually
he's
top
surfing
3.
like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
top
surfing like
3,
that.
yeah.
So there's the standard for you.
Top 3, it's pretty ruthless, isn't it?
It's
it's really ruthless.
Right. It's like walking into a chicken coop and throwing 3 bits of corn on the ground. Just watching them, watch the feathers fly, mate.
Go for it.
So you've just got to be good enough to make it. That's the truth.
Yeah, well, it's the pick of the crop, isn't it? Top 3. It's crazy. He's a good-looking
Just a
wave
correction
here.
there, top 5 for the Asian.
Oh, top 5.
men, yep.
I just got that on my phone before, boys. Sorry.
There you go. Oh, look at
On my
this.
phone.
Carving off the top.
Oh,
and
great 7. Look.
Wow, this has been a good wave for Joel Vaughan. And on the back of that 733, hoy, that's going to go close again.
Yeah, for sure. I love it. The 733 was a huge air reverse. Then right back to traditional surfing on that wave, because that's all it could do on this wave. There's no air section. Nice big hack there. Another one, the section just stood up for him. Hits the lip, throws a bit of tail, and then just finishes it off with a nice foam floater.
Cool.
That wave was surfed how it should have been surfed. Instead of going for something he shouldn't have done on it, he just surfed it pretty well.
6.83 for Joel Vaughan. So I think it's 5 qualifying spots for the men in the Asian qualifying series and 3 for the women. Always going off to do some research here. That's right. So we have consecutive tours being surfed here, even though it's the one event. And it's unreal. It is unreal to see. But right now, Joel Vaughan off to a fly. What's going on here, Hoy? Look at the lineup. It's like Mordor. The Eye of Sauron has just cast over Newcastle here.
What happened? Where'd the sun go?
And down the beach. Sometimes you can get a little set when the sun goes behind the clouds.
Usually get it when it rains. Remember those sets that starts raining and then it just starts pouring sets?
What's the deal with, in Hawaii when in the morning if you go for real early, It's kind of the wind doesn't really pick up and it doesn't start pulsing till that sun comes over the cliffs.
Yeah, 100%. Always. And then
Strange.
and then the wind.
Uh-oh. Big alley-oop. Oh, what? Air on a string.
Yep, that's the truth. Morning sickness in Hawaii is a full thing. And then the sun comes up and I think it's just the water changes colour. Everything looks nicer when the sun's out.
It does. This is strange. We've just seen such a different mood come over this lineup as Ben Spence off the bottom cracks it. Beautifully timed re-entry, and he'll get a bonus. Can he find a third turn? He doesn't, but two really nice attacks on the lip here from Ben Spence. And now Joel Vaughan throwing fins.
Just the Groms are just wave hungry, aren't they? No sitting around for these boys. He's a good-looking left here. What's he got? Nice vert there. Is it going to stand up for him? Is it going to go out to sea? No, it's going to stand up. 3 nice turns. Needed to score 2. Only had a couple of low scores, so that was a good wave. That wave looked good from the start. Surfed it really well.
Well, that's Ben Spence pulling the trigger. He hasn't actually had a wave yet that he would really be happy with. A couple of just quick looks. See that?
Yeah.
You know, that is a little crested turn. Diving for some sort of small fish, maybe a sardine
I
or
was going to
even
say
an anchovy.
An anchovy, wow. You'd spit that one out, wouldn't you?
Off the bottom, cracks it vertically off the top. Axel Carotto.
It's a good wave. And then finishes pretty well. Nice backhand turns, did all he could on that wave. Nothing too outlandish, but just a solid wave.
Sun's back.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Looks, just changes the outlook, doesn't it, the sun? Makes everything look so much nicer.
Kehu Butler preparing, getting in the zone. He's got his boards down the field.
Psyching. Yeah, what's he doing there? What's the tune?
Maybe he's tapping into a bit of scribe this time. How do original flow like this? Not many, if any. Or maybe some She-Hat.
Yeah. Oh.
Crowded house.
Yeah. Nah. She-Hat would be good. Get you psyched for anything. So there, you're right. There it is. Asia 5. 5+1 wild card to 6. Africa 4. South America, which this is a weird one. For South America 7, but then Europe 7. That's a lot, if you ask me, compared for the amount of surfers that are out of Europe.
Europe includes Morocco and
yeah, I get it, but there's nowhere near as many surfers.
Iceland and
Norway, Germany.
Germany, yeah.
It's a big area, I get it, but there's nowhere near as many surfers in Europe as there are in South America or North America or Australia.
Is Turkey in Europe? Would you consider that part of it?
Yes.
Greece?
Definitely. Yeah, Greece. Yeah, that's all Europe.
Yeah, okay.
Europe.
Remember Byles's famous quote?
Yeah.
Do you remember it?
Yeah. I remember it.
He's like,
we going to Europe after England?
Yeah, do we go to Europe after France? Shout out to Bylesy, love you.
I do remember
New
that.
Brighton's finest. 4 minutes to go here and a little break in proceedings. Joel Vaughan holding it down. It has been dominant. There's no question. A 7.33 for a gigantic air reverse and then a 6.83 for some really solid Matt Hoy-esque 90s power surfing. And Hiroto Arai has been holding down his place in this heat as well. A big rotator. Oh, I don't like seeing that, Hoy.
I don't like seeing that either.
That's a fanning hamstring ripper.
Oh,
he's unhappy
he's
here,
fine.
Axel. He looks healthy, though, thank goodness.
He's fine, though. Good.
Nothing worse than back foot off the board, front foot sticking.
It's the worst.
Ben Spence, what did he get on that last wave? A 3.73, so he's pulled himself right back into this one. 5.5 will get him through with 3 minutes 20. I liked what I saw from Ben on that last wave. It was a smaller inside bowl, but 2 quick attacks, Hoyo, and I think that he'll have more to show us, given a better opportunity.
Oh, definitely. What was Green's ice on? That was a low.
Do you want to know another great Bylesy quote?
I think there's 100.
There's some good ones, yeah, but this was another one of mine. He came in from a surf in Europe, sort of pre-comp free surf.
Here's that
here we go. Let's look at this.
Don't slow it down, please.
And
look, flat. Oh,
sent that into the full rope.
His foot went straight off, which was good. It didn't stick to the board.
Big helicopter. Well, this is a massive heat for Axel, man. He's 21st on the rating, so, if a few things fall in the right place for him, and we've already seen a few big names up the top of the ratings fall off.
Yeah.
You know, he could really do some damage and get up these rankings if he can get through this heat. He needs a 4.67. That would have been it. No question.
No question.
Full rotator into the wind. Okay. Ben Spence. Can't find an option. But yeah, mate, so Bowlesy comes in from this session. Crowded session. And someone goes, hey, how was it? How was it out there? He goes, mate, it's so crowded. There's at least 20 of the top 16 out there.
Oh, jeez.
A man of numbers.
A man of numbers. Really good at maths.
Did some pretty amazing things in his career. I just want to
for sure.
shout out 2 back-to-back wins in Mundaka.
Yeah.
Like pumping Mundaka.
Yeah. Crazy.
And took out Tom Curran twice. The
Wow.
year that he surfed through the trials. The only surfer to beat Curran twice that year.
What?
Yep, 1990.
Yeah, no, I was
Hey,
gonna say
Curran's here, by the way.
I heard that.
He's
In
doing...
Newey?
he's doing a tour, 25th anniversary tour of Searching for Tom Curran. Theatre tour.
Yeah, I
So
saw
you can
that.
go watch the movie on the big screen and listen to Tom play guitar. Have you got your ticket?
Nah. I'm going to stay away from Tom Curran. Bad things happen when I happen with
Oh, I
hang out
can't
with Tom.
believe it. No
Nah.
way. 1 minute
I love
remaining.
him. He's a legend. Yeah, I love
1
him.
minute. Spence, he's going to pull the trigger. No, that one has not much on it. He'll be, I wonder if he's going to be in those trials back in WA. You'd imagine he would be. He's defending champ
sure.
of those trials.
Oh, good paddle. Looked like he wasn't even going
Okay,
for that wave.
this is a big, oh my goodness, that wave
They shouldn't have gone
fizzles.
that wave. He got a low score for that left. Was that the 4.57?
It was.
Wow, they didn't like it at all, did they?
Joel Vaughan, just, he'll call
Dominate.
time on this heat, I think.
Just come in, mate. Dominated this heat.
Yeah, very strong.
With some all-round surfing, big airs and some traditional surfing as well. It's good to see.
20 seconds remaining. Is there going to be a chance here for Axel or Ben?
Doesn't look like it. Look at that. It looks flat.
A little bit of frustration. It was, you know, when you look back over this heat, if you're
Oh, no,
Axel
look.
Kuroda.
Whoa.
Oh, hang on. No, 5 seconds. Surely not. I think
Well,
time could be
someone's
the
gonna
enemy.
Go. Some of these. Oh, no. Look, you can hear
There's
it.
the
on
hooter,
no.
and unfortunately, that's it. So Jolie Vaughan
he did it.
flexes here, flexes that Challenger Series muscle to take out that heat. And it's Hiroto Arai who is moving through as well. We're going to take a break here from the Burton Automotive Pro for 2023. Back with Matt Hoy in just a second.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal. From the people you can trust. Take a test drive today.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
You know,
Here we are. It is the Burton Automotive Pro, the last qualifying regional series event for 2023, and straight into it, Solly Bailey, and down the beach, Kehu Butler throws the fins. Vaughan Blakey and Matt Hoy in the commentary booth as we watch on. Taj Stokes now, the Sunny Coast surfer, bashing it off the top. A little speed check, gets a finish. So we're straight into the fireworks here, Hoy, and some beautiful little bowls. Look at that. What's that section called?
That's the rocks.
That's the rocks.
Yeah, that was a good wave that no one went. They're hard to find those, so they sort of bend in and go underneath you.
They do.
Good ones, but yeah,
Mate.
that was a good-looking wave that no one got. But
Pretty
that was a flurry of waves from
Wasn't
the
it?
start of this heat. I like
Straight
it.
off.
Now it's going to hopefully just keeps on pulsing through.
Mate, some beautiful scenes during the break there. You know, New South Wales, you've been all over the world. You've been far out. Every place that matters. If it's got a beach, you've been there.
Yep, pretty much.
How does New South Wales rate, your home state, compared to the very best all over?
It's the best spot in the world.
It is.
Say that, yeah. From here, well, just the whole of New South Wales, really. From here up to, like, around Foster area, I think it's the best place I've ever been in the world. Just for the difference of scenery and waves. And here's Kihu, sorry to go on about that. Good looking wave, some good turns.
Rapid fire.
Wow.
The blackboard.
Yeah, what epoxies, right? All the black ones. Are they sharp eyes?
We heard Georgie Patar before say that he just paints his black because he likes the look of it.
Oh, fair enough.
But,
I like to hear that.
I wouldn't be surprised if Kihu's on the epoxies. Yeah. You know,
sharp eyes?
What's that? Sharp eyes. Yeah, sometimes. People have been doing sort of dark arts wraps on them as well, different boards. But off the top, this is a good start here for Solly Bailey. 2 turns, returning into the contest Rashi after a little bit of time off. He surfed on that CT, of course, and tell us what you think of this wave of Taj Stokes.
Just a little stuck on this turn here. I saw it at the start. Let's get stuck up there a bit and miss times the last bit. He might have just been better off doing 2 big turns instead of that middle one. And there's Kihu throwing the tail on that one. Nice turn there, and finishes with a good over the top, over the lip, sort of lip climb, I suppose you call them these days.
One of the best post-heat interviews you'll do, Kihu Butler.
Really?
Oh, amazing. But yeah, just getting back to New South Wales, you know, Destination New South Wales, one of the proud major sponsors here at Surfest, has been for a long time. And, you know, Newcastle at the heart of New South Wales. Is that a fair call?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, you know, it's
Sydney siders wouldn't say so, but we are the heart of New South Wales.
I think so too. It's a thriving city, a gateway to the Hunter region, vibrant retail and dining, stunning coastlines, world-class vineyards at the Hunter Valley just up the road. There's something for everyone in the Hunter region, mate.
We've got everything you need.
Visit newsouthwales.com to plan your next adventure. After Surfest, I'm going to grab my wife. We're hitting the Hunter Valley.
Yeah, it's good. It's beautiful up there.
Snap to slide.
Some amazing vineyards. Amazing wines actually come out of the vineyards. Fancy that. And just good countryside up there. Until you see the big hunks of earth being hacked out for all the coal up there. It looks all beautiful, and then there's just pillage. But that's nothing, you know. Can't deny that.
Mate, there's so much beauty here, though. We're so spoiled.
It's beautiful up there, though. Where are you headed? Where do you want to go?
Yeah, anywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Wollongby. Should head to Wollongby. It's beautiful in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
really good tavern in there.
Visit newsouthwales.com.au. Jump on it, folks. 20 minutes to go in this one. Great to see Solly Bailey back, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's, you know, this guy
what a good bloke.
won probably the most all-time QS event ever. Took out the Vulcan Pipe Pro in gigantic, perfect pipeline. Very similar. We'll come back to Solly in just a moment because right now, whoo-wee, Jolie Vaughan. Oh, mate,
hello,
settle down.
guys,
What
how's
is
it going?
going on? What is going on out there for you?
Oh, not much. I was pretty frothing on the nor'easter, so I was pretty keen to go out and just do some punts, hey.
Oh, mate, you were flexing in that heat. You absolutely smashed your opposition. You just look so calm, so comfortable. I know that you live just down the road. Must be fun coming up and surfing in the Burton Automotive.
Yeah, it's really good. I've always, when I was younger, watched this event and very stoked to be here and surfing in it. And I actually felt really nervous before this event. And just this morning, I felt super nervous. And then just before my heat, I got suddenly just was like really calm and yeah, stoked to kind of feel that in my heat and just know that to give myself some opportunity. And yeah, I'm stoked to make it through that one.
Mate, you finished 28th on the Challenge Series last year. Is that automatic qualification for this year? Are you straight on, or do you have to get through this heat, get through this event?
Nah, I have to get through on the QS, in the regional.
Whoa. Whoa, okay. So this is a huge event for you. Gee whiz, mate, far out. I know you're feeling nervous. You weren't showing it. Big old air rotators and smashing vertical Rios and just giving it everything.
Yeah, definitely. I'd rather go out and commit to every section, and I'd rather go and do that and fall on a couple than have good sections and not commit and not get a good score. So that's kind of how I'm feeling.
Fair enough. That's the way to do it, mate. And you did a lot of different surfing in that heat. Went for airs, and then on the wave, the next wave, you just did all the turns on it. It was good to see you mixing it up.
Yeah, it was kind of good to just get a good wave and did a first carve and then I was like, oh, this has got a good couple sections, so I thought I'd just stick the fins in the water and yeah, pretty stoked. I wanted to do 2 snaps on that first one, but kind of come off the bottom and bogged, and then I was like, oh, looks like I'm going to go for an air now. Had to kind of redeem myself.
That's amazing, man.
No, we watched that wave, yeah. So go.
Oh, I was just going to say, just the thinking, you know, you're coming off the bottom thinking, I'll just slam this, and then all of a sudden you bog, and in that split second, you've got to make the decision to throw the fins out. Your brain moves a lot quicker than mine, Jolie.
And mine.
Yeah.
No, it was sick, though, because you nearly nosedived on that wave, too, as you come around that first section. It sort of set
I don't
you up
know
for
really
the air,
what
though.
happened. Yeah, it definitely put me in a good timing for the last section, and I've kind of just bottom turned and like bogged, and I was like, oh no, and I was like, oh, I'm just going to commit to the last section, and yeah, it just kind of put me in a really good position for the little ramp, and stoked I rode out. I almost rode over Axel on that wave, and like just tried to dodge him, and yeah, it was
all happening
fun.
on that wave. Everything happened.
Hey, mate, I've got to ask you, just while we've got you here, you know, a couple of third places this year, so looking for a breakthrough here for a big win, but that semi-final against Dakota Walters down in Maroubra, like, now that you've had a bit of time to sort of reflect upon it, is that one of the heats of your life?
I definitely think it is. I just came in with pure stoke after that heat. I didn't know what to do. I was just smiling for the rest of the day. It was a really fun heat, and it was good. I got to me and Dakota just spoke to each other out there, and we were like, it's so pumping out here, and just go for some big airs, and it was a really good heat. Unfortunately for him, he hurt his ankle, and I wish him a speedy recovery. But yeah, that was a really fun heat.
Likewise, mate. Yeah, we wish he was here and wish him all the best for a speedy recovery. But yeah, congratulations, Vaughnie. Stoked to see you get through, mate. You are absolutely ripping. We're really got our fingers crossed for you for a big result here. You look like you don't need any of our luck, though. You're just ripping.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Good on you, mate. Look forward to seeing the next round. Joel Vaughan.
Yeah, on a
pure flex.
Yeah, it's good. Just to see him mix it up too. Do all forms of surfing.
Mate, he's got some work to do. 19th in this race.
And he said he was so close last year too, and now he's not that close.
He must have just missed it, because I know that one place above him is Kalani Ball, and I think he got in.
Yeah, right.
Could be wrong.
Been wrong before.
I have been wrong before. But 15 minutes to go. So
not many times, though.
Let's talk about Solly Bailey for a second. So he won that QS at Pipe.
Crazy
qualified
way.
for the CT. Kind of had a tough year on the CT. Came back to the Challenger Series and sort of, just lost a little bit of enthusiasm for it, I think, Hoy. It's a hard thing for a young man to sort of taste that real top-level competition and then come back to grinding it out. Look at him go. He's looking so polished. But he said to me, mate, I've had a year off. I feel charged. I'm ready to go. And you can see how much intention he has to really get back on there. I think we all know how good he surfs. And there was an O'Neill clip just dropped recently of him in Indo with Geordie.
Yeah, didn't they do a trip? Yeah, I heard that.
Go and watch it.
Yeah, I heard
Unbelievable.
The waves were firing too, eh?
And he is doing turns as big as those, heavy hitters, Geordie Smith.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is his chance. He's sitting at 6th, so he's on the bubble. So these are the guys that.
These are the heats.
These are the
got to
heats.
get through too.
You've got to.
Yeah.
He's doing well. 5.83 and a 4.33. Kehu Butler. Well, he's 4th on the ranks at the moment.
That first year is always hard on the CT, no matter who you are. Not no matter who you are, unless you're Fannings or Porcos or Idalos and those, the elite guys, Johns, whatever. But if you're not one of those top 10 guys, the first year on two is hard work.
Yeah, and then if
you're getting schooled, you think you're killing it, and you're going, yeah, I'm on here, and then you just go, whoa, I'm nowhere near these guys.
And if you don't sort of somehow manufacture a little breakthrough in your first event, you just get seeded out of the events in a way.
And especially now with the cut, it's even more ruthless. He's a good-looking bowl here. Nice first snap. And whacks it. Oh, come on. Push him up. No.
Hey, how heavy is this heat, Hoy? We've got Solly Bailey, Kehu Butler's in 4th on the rankings currently. Solly Bailey's at 6th in the rankings currently. And Taj Stokes is 12th.
Wow.
So this is really, this is a huge arm wrestle. Someone could, if Taj gets through this, the other 2 guys will be looking over their shoulders going, oh, no, this is a nightmare. Because he can really make up some points here. And let's see what he did on this one.
Nice.
Clean snap.
Just threw the tail a little bit too hard, didn't he?
Spectacular turn.
Would have been mad if he made it. He just didn't stay over his board enough.
Our mate from the Philippines is in this one too.
Oh, yeah.
Shane Cadden. Very impressive yesterday.
Son of legendary Stuart Cadden. Stuart Daff Cadden.
Low centre of gravity, Daff.
One of the first.
He did win a Pro Junior back when it was the only comp worth winning.
Yep.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah, 100% he did. I think the year before Ock won.
There you
sure.
go. That was the junior world title.
And he was ripping at Northie. One of the first exponents of the lay forward barrel riding.
The lay forward barrel.
I'm pretty sure too. I don't quote me on that, but that was one of the first person I
Can
saw
you describe that for me? What's it look like?
You know how they do.
Hang on, wait. It's on your backhand, but you lean over like Luke Egan barrel.
Yeah, well, Daff was one of the first exponents I ever saw of that.
Gotcha.
Daff and late great Adam Parra from Merriweather, the first ones I saw. Luke copied them, mate.
I always, you know who took Luke's tube riding? If we're going to keep going down the line, people who do that. Chris Ward.
Yep.
He did it.
Yep.
And now Mason Ho does it.
Oh, Mason Ho, yeah, he does it. He's probably the best at it.
Snap into the flats. Bailey keeping himself interested. It's nice to see,
Neil Purchase.
Neil Purchase. Oh,
China.
Stop it. Yeah, I think it's a good sign when you see Solly Bailey throwing fins and having a bit of fun as well as ripping in. Because, he can just rely on the meat and potato surfing to get through, but he's got so much flair, and I think it's a good sign when he's throwing fins. I just think it means that he's feeling comfortable. So he's out in front in this one, a 5.83 and a 4.33. Shane Cadden there gets his first.
Yeah, just a quick up
ride.
And down. He's been a bit slow in this heat. There's been 15 minutes gone. That was his first wave.
Taj Stokes, he's in 3rd. He's got priority right now. He's got a final. That was just the other day at the Great Lakes. I think Mikey McDonough might have pipped him.
The hard thing about, you said he needed a break from competitive surfing. The hard thing about getting on tour and you go for that long, or however long it takes you to get on, you get on and then you fall off. Your energy's just sapped.
Yeah.
And you can't have a year off because your seating just goes so far back. You never used to be able to have a year off at all. I would have loved a year off back in the day, just to go right. If I get my seat still, I want 1 year off.
Why don't you just ask? Did you ever ask?
Nah.
You should have just gone up to.
No, there was no chance.
Renato and the boys and just said, "Hey, I'm a bit buggered. Can I just have
they
a
would have
breather?"
laughed in your face. Gone as if, mate.
I've won 3 CTs. I finished 4th in the world. Come on.
I know, but they're laughing at you. If you weren't a world champion, not getting a year off.
Solly Bailey, off the lip.
Oh, nice.
Rides out of that one. It's funny, looking into the wave, if you were side onto that, you get a bit more feel for how fast he was going, and that little side slip might have looked cool.
Finishes it off too.
Does nice.
Is that score he got in? They didn't like it. If it's a 3.5.
It was a little chop hop, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah. Nothing. He's
down
on
the
a
beach.
good-looking wave. Oh. Well, that wave he could have maybe just done a big hack and then... See, sometimes I don't like that when they just go for an air on a wave that there's not an air section. You know what I mean?
It sort of fizzled. I mean,
that's
one hack versus a pretty decent air
like
rev.
Vaughan's in that other heat. The wave he did the turns on, there was no air section, so he didn't go for an air.
Mm-hmm.
I think the waves just has to be
Hey,
surfed.
mate, the new school versus old school war's over. Boy.
I know.
You don't have to keep beating the drum, mate.
I'm not saying that. I just want to see people ride the wave as it should be ridden.
He's having a great year, Kehu Butler, on the regional qualifying series. He got a second up at the Tweed Coast. That was a good final against Geordie Lawler. He's had 3 rounds of quarters, Great Lakes, Port Stephens, and at the Sunny Coast Pro. Finished 55 on the Challenge Series, so learned a lot last year on that Challenge Series. But, you come home from getting around the world, surfing against the best, all that crew trying to qualify, and you're a different person. You're a different surfer. You come back to these regional qualifiers and all of a sudden you're not looking at the opposition and being intimidated. You're like, okay, I'm going to take you down.
I've got this. Yeah, for sure. And surfing with the best surfers in the world, you're going to become a better surfer no matter what.
He's an Olympian too. He's already qualified for those 2024. We're going to see Kehu Butler at Chopes, mate.
Wow.
He's
already qualified for next year's Olympics.
For Billy Stairmand and Kehu Butler will be representing New Zealand.
Oh, already?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
a
right.
long way away.
It is.
When do those teams get picked?
It's something to do with the qualifying format. They've already done the work. I think their qualifying happened from last year's Challenger Series ratings.
Wow. It's a long time between drinks, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really? Anything could happen then. Between now and then.
It
Or then
excites
and now.
me, the idea of seeing Kehu
Oh,
at
no, for
Chopes.
sure. They're the two.
And Billy.
Two best representatives from New Zealand at the moment. But all the other teams being picked?
You know who else could be a gold medal dark horse over there is Paige Harrod.
Oh.
Here we go, off the bottom.
Good looking wave.
Shane Cadden, and oh no.
Just missed time that last turn. That could have been a good score. He's only had one wave too. He's been a bit slow in his heat. Mate, the first turn was good as a bowling wave and just a bit late on the second turn. Coming unstuck.
The big difference right now between first, second and third is wave selection. Solly Bailey and Kehu have actually picked off pretty decent sized waves and had plenty of opportunity. Taj looks just as sharp. You know, he's really attacking the lip. He's getting his completions done, but the waves he's getting are just these sort of either real quick insiders that are lacking a bit of size or fizzlers.
Well, Shane, then, if he makes that turn, he's back in the heat. Kehu's only had a 1.1 as his backup. So here it is down the beach. It actually split up a bit, this wave, didn't it? Look at that bit. One good turn at the start. This one, it's just a little bit too late. And then Green on the end gets a couple of turns in.
That was a good wave.
Yeah.
And here's Kehu. Smashes the lip. Gets a nice bit of variety in there.
Yeah.
Throws the fins over the back, and now Solly Bailey will answer back. Plenty of speed. Gets the speed check in. Out and over.
Gets out of there.
So we're really looking into this wave, which says to me, Hoya, that they're deep on the reef.
Yeah. The lower tide, down to the right in front of the rocks is like Bruce's Reef, we call it. Don't know why. Don't know who Bruce is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a weird story. I think there's a few Bruces it's named after.
And they all claim it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, apparently. The boys will let me know which Bruce it really is. But there's a little reef just in between the ladies and out behind the rocks, in between the ladies and the rocks. And it's just like a chunk of, like this big, as big as the table probably.
Well, they're well over there. Taj Stokes getting a 3.4. And that means the situation does remain the same. Kehu in the lead.
Well,
A
they gave him a
5.07
good-
for his last.
Wow,
I
that's a
love
good
that
score,
snap. And Solly Bailey now in second, which means Taj Stokes needs 6.66.
Oh, good number.
Somewhere in the world, Ross Clark-Jones just kissed his finger and pointed to the sky.
to the ground.
Shane Cadden out there in the white, needing a 7.23. Solly Bailey, what can he do for us? Snap
Nice
off the
looking wave.
top. Bang on
nice.
the inside. 2 turns, Hoy, but that's going to be a big score.
Best wave of the heat.
And
Fitted
another
them
one on
in
the
so
outside.
well.
Kehu Butler now. High line. Sets this one up. Deep bottom turn. Hack. Back to the pocket, sorry. And gets a little second move in there. Oh, a little sticky. But he will complete.
Nice. Two
And
best waves of the heat.
That
would
was
you
nice.
say?
Yeah, I think so.
I think Solly's was sick. He fitted those 2 moves, and they were big moves too.
It's one of my favourite things. Felipe is the absolute master of just 1-2, where by all means you'd only really fit one in.
Yeah, for sure. That was like that. That was full Toledo style.
We have Kehu in the lead. Bummer that the second turn was a bit sticky there.
Oh, what do we say here, Solly? That looked good start. Yep. We're onto it, Blakey.
So Solly Bailey is sitting at 6 on the ratings, Hoy. Big part of that is late last year when the Indonesian league kicked off to start the points for the Australasian qualifying
Here
league.
it is. Watch
He
this.
did really
good
well.
Turn, good turn there. Hacks it, and then boom,
Oh, that's
throws
a
the tail. That
pip
was-
special, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got
That's
big
sick.
points, quarters at both Cruy and Nias. So big results in Indo and quarters in a 5,000. They're
Wow,
both
how
5,000.
good. What about
Lot of
those
points.
2 stops on tour? Thank you very much.
Been to Nias?
No. I'm devoted too about it. That was
That
nice.
turn
That's
is
huge.
magic.
And that one gets a little stuck just there, but finishes off pretty well. Blows his nose on the way through
That's
and has a
claiming.
look back.
That's the Slater claim.
Without finishing the wave. And did a look back. See that?
It's another claim.
Isn't it? I like it.
The claims without claiming. Look back, nose blow, short adjustment.
What else? Double guns.
That's just a blatant claim. Violin. You haven't done that one? Solly Bailey picks off something that doesn't look fantastic up the rocks there. 2 minutes remaining. He's locked in at 7.17. What a heat. This is good. Good to see Solly Bailey. I love seeing, surfers of his calibre really in the zone. And Kihu's been really strong too. Snap, pulls that one in.
Oh, nice.
And again, really getting on the tail. Some pivoty turns. Oh, he's just not selling it to the judges. Give it a little bit of oomph for there, mate.
Well, they got a 5.73 for his last one. And I reckon those 2 turns are better than that. But then the last bit of the wave, he looked a bit like, oh, I don't really care here, which he obviously does. But those first 2 turns were sick. Crisp.
Solly Bailey.
Spicy, do they say?
Spicy.
What the hell?
That is it's a word that's crept
No,
into the
I
surfing
hate
vernacular.
it. What? That's like a taste.
Yeah.
Here it is.
It is a taste.
Oof.
Here's Kihu.
Nice. That
This
second
was,
turn was sick.
What's he upset about here? He ripped this
know.
thing to pieces. Look at him. Look,
Oh,
man.
Did he just swear?
He's just...
I know, he didn't like. That was sick, those
Do you
turns.
reckon that what he didn't like about it was that there was a wind blowing up the face and he didn't get to really open up? He had to just kind of pivot. But he wasn't really seeing how much spray he was
No,
throwing.
and in the pocket, too. They were good turns. The
Still
second turn was
It's not quite his highest score. but
spicy.
Yep. He's 40 seconds.
Stand it.
Consolidated, improved upon that second place position. Taj Stokes
Oh,
is
he's
having
gonna
a
get another
frustrating
one.
heat, but has he got something here? This is a pretty solid looking left hoy.
What's he need?
Let's stay with him. A vertical section approaches.
Oh.
He punches it up over the back. No. He lets it go.
Oh, I
and
needed a huge score. He needed an 8, and he had to go for it.
well, he needed an 8. He did go for it.
Yeah.
Thought that wave might have just been sitting there perfect, saying, whack me.
Well, those boys just took over that heat with a vengeance, didn't they? There it is, 7.17 for Kihu. Was a good one, those 2 snaps, huge score.
And
Good
Kihu
on
gets
ya.
another one before the end of the clock. Big
Good
tail
heat,
slide.
boys.
Very good heat.
Yep.
But it's Solly Bailey who's going to take this one out, I believe. Oh, unless Kihu got a 5.83 on that last one. Oh, he did. Did he? Or a 7.17? No, we're waiting on a
they're waiting
score.
for one more score. Yeah.
One more score to drop.
But I think that was that one. I think he just surfed one after there. But I'm not sure.
So we're waiting on scores.
That was
But
a good score on
this
heat,
is
those boys just-
this is agony for Taj Stokes. He's got to be disappointed. You know, at 12th, in with a real shot to qualify for the Challenger Series. Scores have dropped in. And it's Solly Bailey who holds on to take the win. He looks fantastic, doesn't he? Really throwing a lot of variety into that heat and backing up that recent win at the Port Stephens Pro. We're going to have a quick break and we'll be back with Ronnie and Mitch from here at the Burton Automotive Pro. Surfest, yes!
Wrap my hands up tighter than the rap that he wrote, then let it float like a butterfly.
Wait!
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
vehicles that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal
From the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Wait!
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro. What a performance there from Solly Bailey. Great to see him loving his time in the jersey. Kehu Butler also one of those surfers at the top end of the QS ranks, performing here in the round of 64 as we gear up for, I think, number 13. It's a good one too. Sheldon Simkus, who had a runner-up finish in that first Challenger Series event at home on the long walls of Snapper Rocks at the start of the season last year. Wasn't able to carry that momentum through the season. Finds himself here campaigning hard to get back onto the Challenger Series. Marlon Harrison's out there in the blue. Jamie Thompson from Narrabeen's out there in the white. And Jagger Bartholomew, the big man, out there in the green, ready to rip in. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Mitch Ross. And Mitch, we had a couple of exchanges during the break.
Yep, this is Jamie Thompson, opening ride here. Nice little combo there. It's not going to be a big score there for the man in white. 3.5. Jamie out there alongside 3 snapper locals. What's the chances of that? Of course, those 3. Born and bred on that classic right-hand point up on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, that's right. So don't expect to see a lot of left-handers ridden in this one.
It was funny yesterday.
I'll be focused on the rights.
I thought Jagger actually, he put on a bit of a show on a left-hander. I was really impressed. His best score of his heat was on a left.
Yeah, well, these guys are trying to make up serious ground. Jagger's sitting in 11th position on the regional rankings, and with just a couple of trip ups at the top end, just Mikey Clayton Brown actually, who's fallen out of the mix so far. There's an opportunity there to make a charge, but Jagger knows that he's got to go a long way through this draw because those performers above him staying in the mix at the moment. Only 7 spots up for grabs as we now see Sheldon, who, despite the fact he didn't break through and get himself into the top 20 on the Challenger Series last year, Mitch, his surfing is looking strong. He's been having some big performances lately.
Yep, I think he's good. I think he's got a good chance to move up the ratings and, really sort of make a case to jump on that Challenger Series. Of course, last year he had a huge result up on the Gold Coast for the first event. I believe he got second to Cal Robbo. He's a very good young surfer, is Sheldon Simkus, as we look at the replay of this one. Nice little check turn here, but turned in a bit of a major. Lovely turn, the massive fins out, blowtail down the line. I'll fetch big numbers.
So what we worked out on the live leaderboard is basically the top 30 kind of had a shot, mathematical shot, as we moved into the round of 64. I think that mathematical chance is probably diminishing a little bit with all the top seeds kind of keeping alive, or most of them keeping alive so far in this round of 64. So, it's kind of, for those surfers at the back end of sort of the top 30, the mid to late 20s, it really feels like they will have to win this contest. One of those surfers is Jamie Thompson, sitting in 24th position at the moment. But I tell you, another one like Jagger Bartholomew is Marlon Harrison, sitting in 9th position. So those guys can kind of stall each other's runs at the moment.
Yeah, so really, really interesting. This one. Of course, Marlon got big points last year.
That's right.
In Nias.
Yeah.
It's funny when you look at the rating system.
It's a head scratcher.
It is a head scratcher, for sure.
Yeah.
And a lot of the surfers didn't actually do the events last year. So, you know...
I've been going and trying to find out where those results are coming from that are attributing to the ratings at the moment. I feel like my eyes are like those crazy ones on the springs that you get in the show bag. You've got to really do your homework to figure out how it's all come together. But the surfers are aware of it. They know what they need to do to improve their points, being that this is the last event of the QS season in this region. So, you know, they know. Jagger knows for sure in 11th position that he needs to get himself to deep into the finals to even have a shot at climbing into that top 7.
And at the same time, he kind of needs, you know, Marlon, who's ahead of him, to lose. So
this is a good scenario for Jagger to improve his chances and limit the points on offer for those above him. He wants to get the jump on Marlon here.
You know, a lot of the time, you know, you haven't got the power in your hands. But in this particular heat, Jagger can knock out someone who's just a little in front of him. So a good opportunity here for the big natural footer. Score coming through for Jagger was a 4.07. Sheldon, who's already locked in a 6.83, is flying across this one. Nice little snap there before going down.
Yeah, Sheldon's had a shocker in the qualifying series events. Of course, he'll get to count half of that best result that he had up there at Snapper Rocks last year as a Challenger Series surfer, but he's done nothing really this season. He finds himself kind of way down the back end in 30th position, back end of that mathematical chance. And like I said before, it's just getting harder and harder as surfers above him keep moving through the rounds to chase down the points that he needs. 16 and a half minutes to go. Jagger incomplete on that last one. You can see the frustration there. I want to ride out of those ones, but he kicked things off with a 4.07. We were touching on it yesterday. He's got the power. He's got big turns, Jagger. Just give him a bit of space. One thing it's not like he's shabby in smaller conditions either, but I feel like his chances really go up with the increased swell. So he's got to really do his best in the smaller stuff here.
This is Jamie Thompson, the replay of his last ride. Held on to that final manoeuvre, but I don't think it's going to be a big score there. Nice backup, but I think he'll be ditching it at the end of the heat. And there's that wipeout that Ron mentioned. Did all the hard stuff.
I dig the timing. You know, the transition turns when there's that flare out of the lip. Really helps you chase down those bigger scores, and doing a good job of that in that last heat was Solly Bailey. Solly joins us now. Congratulations on the win, mate.
Thanks, fellas. How are you?
Oh, loving our time. Now, you've had a pretty impressive run on the QS this year, mate, and good to see you getting a victory at one point there. But, you know, what are your intentions? Because I know that you had a bit of a break from competition there for a while. I just sort of lost the love for it for a second.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I guess I probably didn't lose the love for it. I just was a little unsure of where I was at with it all. After the World Tour, I was probably, to be honest, I was on the verge of burning out competitively. I just felt smashed. But that little bit of time off really showed me what I love doing, and just super happy to be here and enjoying the process. And it's really cool, this new the new system where, you know, it almost feels like you're qualifying again. I kind of feel like I'm in Hawaii doing the whole last 2 events and trying to get on that World Tour in 2019 or 2018. It sort of feels like that to get on the Challenger Series. So
mate. Well,
enjoying that process. And
if you're feeling like you're in Hawaii, everyone's in trouble, because we know what you do over there. You win big events. But, mate, huge jump up the rankings at the last stop, up 5 places. I mean, you really are giving yourself a great shot here. But how important are heat wins like that now, and just relieving the pressure of having to sit on the beach and hopefully watch other people fall over?
Yeah, definitely. I truly think the very first heat of any event, no matter the competitors you have in it, is probably the hardest one. You're a little unsure of how you're going to compete, you know, what processes you're going to take, and you know, how your boards work under pressure and all those things. So getting the first one out of the way is always nice, and feeling good.
Mate, how are you, mate? It's Mitchell Ross. How you doing, Sol?
Good. Yeah, Rossi. How are you, mate?
Mate, you mentioned boards a moment ago. I know it's something that you've sort of been, you know, picking through over the last couple of years since you did drop off tour. What are you riding at the moment? What's working for you?
I rode a LSD in that heat then, and it's working really nice. I just got it for this event, and then I've been riding through the rest of the series, Alex Cruz and Axod surfboard, and it's also been an absolute gem. I could pick between either of them, and they would both win heats, no worries, which is awesome feeling to have because anything can happen in a heat. You break a board or free surf, whatever. So having those two options is great, and still working through things, but definitely keen to get something happening soon. So whatever happens for the rest of the year, I've got boards on the flow.
And who are you down here with? Who are you travelling with?
I'm actually solo for this event, the last two events. I've been travelling with Sheldon through these events prior to these two, but we're still hanging out, having a game of golf here and there, but doing the solo thing for this one.
Unreal, mate. Well, congrats. Looking really tasty. So, can't wait to see you again in the next round, bro.
Well done, Solly. Congratulations. Ripping.
Cheers. Thanks, fellas.
Just over 12 minutes to go here. And Solly, kind of just breaking it down, just feeling a little burnout there. And I guess you could say he felt like he's re-engaged, that passion for competition. As we see there, Marlon Harrison letting go of a couple of hits on the end section.
13 minutes until he caught his first wave.
Yeah, it's a long time to wait, as we see Sheldon. It's a classy combination there, Mitch.
Yeah, looking to replace a 1-point ride. So I dare say that score will go into the top two of Sheldon and further that lead. Just under 12 minutes remaining. A score also coming through from the man in blue, Marlon Harrison. Looked like he got to work, did a couple of nice manoeuvres. So no doubt he'll be in a better position. As we see a bit of a left-hander. Here we go, Jagger Bartholomew up and riding. Just a quick wave there. That wave going out to sea a little bit. Yeah, not much scoring potential on that one.
Yeah, it's fun. Solly and Sheldon. They're guys that have been around the system a little bit. Solly obviously has been to the championship tour before, desperate to get back there. But they have been enjoying themselves on this run of QS events, and a couple of little side bets. As Solly mentioned, they like having a hit at golf when they're travelling up and down the coast. And they might even have a game riding on who finishes better in the contest here at Surfest 2023. It's so good to be back here at Newcastle, and definitely feeling the buzz of the competitors. I haven't seen her yet, but been chatting with Dimity Stoyle. She's excited. She's well positioned on those QS ranks and wanting to get a big finish here again. Had a victory here in the past, but I think a lot of the competitors that have enjoyed competing here at Surfest over the years love to return to Newcastle and feel the buzz around the beaches.
Always been regarded as one of the better qualifying series events.
I think just looking at the regional qualifying series, this has to be like the most prestigious event on the schedule. It's one of the longest running qualifying series venues, but any event its prestige grows when it has a solid honour roll of past winners, and it's just remarkable who has taken this contest out in the past, and I'm sure we'll find some worthy champions. But you think about even the last 10 years, it's all been surfers that have graduated to the championship tour, and then when you go back through the ages, you start to quickly identify that this has been a really good sort of crystal ball event for who will make the jump onto the CT. I don't think there's anyone who's had a victory here that hasn't gone on to make the CT.
Interesting.
Can you think of one?
Probably no.
No, I'll back that. I'll back that claim. Every single one of the competitors that have won this event have.
Oh, is that the answer?
Gone.
So there's no one.
Win. Yeah, I knew the answer. It wasn't a guess. I was just putting you on the spot.
Yeah, so that's
on the men's side.
Wow.
That's true. Yeah. Pretty amazing.
It's funny. I'm still trying to think to
go on
to prove you're wrong, but yeah.
You love to do that. There's only been a couple on the women's side too that didn't make the
Philippa would
CT.
be one, wouldn't she?
Philippa's won. I feel like that's not very fair. Ellie Brooks had a victory here. But yeah, for the most part, you win here, you'll get onto the CT. So that's probably what's lured a few people who've already made the grade and got themselves onto the Challenger Series back here to Surfest, because you can't argue with the stats.
Stats don't lie. 8 minutes remaining. Sheldon's had a pretty good heat in this one, Ron.
Yeah, without really finding a wave that truly gives him the opportunity to show us his best. He's showing a lot of class. Real tight combinations. He's got that ability. Super kind of elastic form that he carries. He can whip that board through some turns pretty quickly. Added a lot of power to his surfing over the past couple of seasons. But yeah, that final on the Challenger Series, what a way to kick off the Challenger Series. And, put in a fantastic showing against Callum Robson, who'd already had a great run on the CT before entering that zone. So that's just the perfect, reminder to Sheldon, something he can call back on and say, you know what, I'm capable of testing myself against the best.
Yeah, this is the type of surf he can do. The bummer was, after that event, he just went on a cold streak. He couldn't make heats.
Yeah.
But right now, he's opening up his heat here in Newcastle with a bang. All eyes right now, though, on Jagger Bartholomew. This is where, this is an interesting one. Jagger needs a big result to get up into the qualifying spots. Here he is up and riding. Needs a small number at the moment. He's going to get on that one.
Oh, man, that's two end section manoeuvres that Jagger's been unable to complete. This is we're in the early stages of the event. For some of these surfers, they've surfed a couple of heats already, but we're seeing the top seeds enter the lineup now, and you just can't make mistakes like that against top guys. And Jagger, he could be winning this heat. So that's a lost opportunity there. He's got to get his head together now, because that's a couple of falls. Needs a 3.91.
A 3.91 to keep the dream alive. We've all seen the interviews with Jagger. He expects a lot of himself. He really wants to make the Challenger Series.
Well, it's the early stages of the event for us, but for these surfers, these are crucial. You can't win the event if you're not in that next round and getting through these heats. And obviously that means that for someone like Jagger, who's got to make up ground on the top 7, you can't crack that top 7. So this is a big one. This is intense for him. 3.91, maybe feeling that pressure out there at the moment, just based on those uncharacteristic falls.
Yep, there's been two of them. Unusual for Jagger Bartholomew. 5 minutes remaining, and he's still looking for a 3.91. Jamie Thompson, he's still sort of, he's in the bubble, needs a massive result down here at Merriweather. Looking for a 4.27 to move up in the second. And Marlon, he's currently in the top 10, thanks to a big result last year over there in Nias.
This is intense. I'm feeling this one. Jamie Thompson, Jagger Bartholomew, both reasonably placed, but their fate, is going to be decided here in the next 4.5 minutes. Marlon Harrison also trying to make up some ground on those regional QS ranks. Sheldon and Marlon, they're a long shot of getting to the top 7, even with a win. But Jagger and Marlon, they're right there. They're just behind those top 7 surfers. Heavy.
So tight. There he is.
You just forget what's on the line sometimes in these earlier rounds. You kind of start looking forward to, who's going to win this thing and who's got the momentum. But, the journey starts here. It starts in these early rounds. And like Solly Bailey said, your first heat is sometimes the hardest one, settling into just the correct mindset, feeling out your equipment, getting a feel for the lineup again in new conditions, or maybe it's your first time out there with the jersey on in the event window. So, this is intense. Jagger's opted to sit to that northern end of the bank. He has found room already in this heat. But yeah, he's.
What do you think
He's got to overcome the falls.
It's funny though, like, look, Marlon Harrison, he's a local Grom from the same beach as Jagger, and it's interesting to note that he's sitting nowhere near him. He's not sitting on him. It's probably because he's got a lot of respect for him, wants to keep out of his way. You know, you'd see situations like this where the surfers ahead of Jagger would be, you know, sitting all over him, but yeah, I don't know. Jagger he's a big boy, and I don't know. I think that
it's like trying to pat a big dog while it's eating its food. You don't want to do it. Jagger's looking for a feed out here at the moment, and yeah, if you go near him, he might turn around and bite you on the hand.
A 3.91. He could have had it twice.
Oh yeah, he could be winning this heat. I really feel like his power it's undeniable. The judges, you know, when he gets it right, they don't deny him. They do throw him good scores, but you know, he's having to generate his own speed a lot out there at the moment. He set up those final turns really well in transition. He's gotten some speed for those final hits. Yeah, just a little off on the completions. Here we go, 2 minutes to go. He's making his move here. So again, taps into it, gets this one right, finishes on his feet, but it wasn't a big wave. And it's going to be a question mark on whether he turns the heat here.
Borderline. Really close. 2 minutes remaining. He might get another opportunity, but right now he's hoping that the judges are on his side. There's definitely a chance he gets the score. On first glance, I'd say no, but I don't know. The judges will definitely break it down, see how big that second manoeuvre was.
Sheldon's having a go at this one with just under 2 minutes to go. Nice little slice there. He's trying to drop a 4.4. This wave's, it's got ribs right through it, and he just can't find the flow. Down the beach. Let's see if the game plan is going to pay off for Marlon Harrison. Stuck to his guns and found this one. Gave Jagger Bartholomew plenty of space. And he's looking to get rid of a 3.8 to consolidate that second position at the moment.
A score coming through for Jagger. It looks like it'll be a little low, a little under, 3.27. So needed the 3.91. You can see Jagger making his way out into the lineup once again. It looks like Marlon Harrison holding on to second position.
He does narrow the requirement a little bit, but it feels like Marlon might up the ante here with his last ride. Scrappy heat. I mean, Sheldon's kind of been in control from the opening exchange. 6.83, backed it up nicely. But it's a close tussle here for that second spot. Even Jamie Thompson, who's been waiting with priority for his opportunity, has a shot here. And is a 5.3. The score comes in for Marlon, 4.83. Jagger is now after a 4.93. Jamie needs a 5.3, and here he goes.
Good looking wedge here. Nice snap there. Really aggressive. Would love another big turn.
This wave's starting to fizzle out. 10 seconds to go. Jamie, razor sharp, whipping through some turns on the outside. We do have Sheldon up again. He's already solidified that number one position. But the battle for second spot's going to come to a close with Jagger Bartholomew left without an opportunity. And he'll be frustrated with the way that heat panned out. Jamie Thompson, well, he's got a score on the way. And he needs it to be a pretty decent one, 5.3. Do you see it going there?
No, unfortunately, I don't think...
What was it missing, in your opinion, if it doesn't get there?
The section just, yeah, it didn't work out for him. It was like a floating section, and just needed to stand up a little bit more so he could do a re-entry. I don't think it will be the score required. So Marlon Harrison lives to fight another day.
Oh, yeah, the score's coming through now for Jamie, 3.63. Just didn't really feel like... even though it was crisp that first turn for Jamie, it didn't feel like it had enough in it to turn it and get him into second spot. So you're right, Marlon Harrison hangs on, but Sheldon, his solid work in the early stages is going to get him the victory here, and he'll move through to the next round. Stay with us, you're watching the Burton Automotive Pro.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust. Take a test drive today.
Wait!
From growing up, like a street back from where they've always held it, and just to have, I mean, my memories of even just watching the event, guys like Kelly Slater and, you know, pro surfers. Just one of the first years I remember watching the comp was at Newcastle Beach. I was sitting like above the old skate park because we couldn't get down. The crowd like around the beach was so gnarly. I just remember sitting on this thing and seeing Kelly like snapping his board mid-turn, and then all the Groms like running down.
Trying to get the board.
One of my good friends at the time, Jake Sylvester, actually got the board.
When you come here, you see all the kids surfing, you see there's so much surf culture, and it's really cool to see. I mean, it's a place that I really want to come back to every year.
Being involved in an aspect of an event of this kind of size, it's been a really good, you know, stepping stone and been monumental in my career and my life for sure.
Welcome back to the show. The Burton Automotive Pro continues with the round of 64, and we love this round because it's our first look at the top seeds, and we're seeing how they deal with the pressure of trying to hold off those underdogs who've come through the round of 128, through the round of 96 to earn their place here and to shake things up. And now we're going to see Kyan Martin. Oh, smooth. He's kind of held his line there. He's come via that Asian region as well. He's got Swedish heritage, but he's competing over there on their regional tour. So looking to wrestle some points away and give himself a chance at getting up into the Challenger Series ranks. Also in the lineup, Ketut Agus, great surfer. Didn't he have a fantastic showing at the Sydney Surf Pro last year in the Challenger Series event? Really swift backhand
Oh,
verts.
it's gnarly, yeah.
You'd hate to surf against him in your opening round heat. Dom Thomas, he's been moving nicely through the rounds and gets a 4.17 to kick things off here. And Kaiki Yamanaka of Japan is out there in the green.
As we look at some replays here on, this is Kyan's last sort of smooth little tail side there.
Really, like if you did it in a free surf, you'd just be going, that was cool. That was interesting. Not sure how it's going to
pretty big score actually.
Here.
That's a big score for a tail slide.
2.83.
Yeah, no, oh, 3. I thought it was a 3.83.
2.83, yeah, and then a 1 throwaway for Martin. But yeah, it does get him into second position to kick things off here. But yeah, we're seeing some pretty dejected souls make their way up the beach after losing out in this round because they're missing their opportunity to get themselves way up that ladder and into a position to have a go at the Challenger Series. So, you know, we offer our condolences, commiserations to those competitors that don't progress out of these heats. It's been a long and grueling QS campaign, as we see now. Dom Thomas looking to back up that opening score, and he hangs on for the finish there.
That was nuts. Semi-local from just down south, Frenchman's Beach. Dom Thomas looking really good. 2 big turns in that last wave there. He's had a couple of great performances. A few days ago, he had a buzzer beater. He got the score right in the last 5 seconds or so. So been a great event thus far for Dom. And he started strong in this one, Ron.
Yeah, that's right. Well, 20 minutes to go in this one. Let's hear from the man who took that last heat down. Classy performance, looking sharp, and his good mate progressed just before him. He's loving that. Sheldon Simkus, how are you, mate?
Yeah, better now. That's it's done. Finished with the rashy for the day, so it's not a bad day.
Yeah, mate. Solly was saying that quite often the first heat of an event is the toughest one. You've got to overcome some nerves, figure out your equipment a little bit and just find your place out in that lineup. Do you agree with that statement?
I totally agree, yeah. I think you're spot on.
Mate, did it
Mitch?
feel like you're a part of a local board riders heat out there then?
Yeah, I didn't realise until I think it was Tapper was mentioning over the commentary on the beach. So I looked around and saw a few guys that I regularly see in the surf. So yeah, it kind of made it a little more, I guess, fun in a sense.
Sheldon, you come into this one in 30th position, and I made the mistake of thinking that there might have been a bit of a switch up in the rules, and you were going to be able to hang on to half your points from that runner-up finish on the Gold Coast last year, but they scrapped that. I got slapped in the back of the head by the administrators here at WSL, and yeah, that's not the case. So that means that a victory for you is possibly your only chance of getting into the top 7. How hard is it going to be to navigate your way through this draw?
Yeah, don't worry, Ronnie. I'm just as confused as you are with the whole situation. But, I'm here, try my best and try to win the event and see where that gets me.
Well, looking really sharp, mate. Obviously, the Challenger Series is really difficult, but you proved last year that you can crack a final. And for me, that was one of the best finals on the Challenger Series last season. How did it feel to go up against Callum in that exchange?
Yeah, it's the Challenger Series. It's a whole nother ball game. It's you're surfing against the best other surfers from their regions, and you got to beat your best at every event. And I think I was surfing my best at the first event and got to surf against Cal, and we had such a fun, 35 minutes at Snapper. I felt like I caught about 35 waves in that final, but we were just going toe for toe, and I mean, that was, it's such a good highlight for me, and I wish I could have done that at another event, but I know I can do it, and I don't know what the go with this year will be, but I can't wait to get back there and compete in the Challenges. That's where I want to be, and that's the pinnacle of our QS.
Most definitely, mate. Obviously, heading away on the Challenger Series gives you time to hone your craft and test yourself against those other surfers from different regions. But you come back and you also learn pretty quickly, I think, being around these events, that there's an evolution that happens on the qualifying series for those surfers that didn't make the Challenges last year. Are you sensing that in this region there's a swift evolution happening in the performance of the youngsters coming through?
Oh, for sure. I mean, everyone's growing up, and all these heats you got to be on top of your game and surf well to get through. So if you're doing that, you're making heats, I guess.
Yeah, we've seen some standout performances from some of the youngsters, but you're still young, mate. You've still got plenty of time, and you're still alive in the draw. So best of luck as you charge on through.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
Yeah, he looks a cut above Sheldon, and even in a heat where he didn't post his best numbers. Just looks quick to me, and obviously has that variation, especially on his forehand.
Yeah, his forehand's definitely his flavour. Growing up at Snapper Rocks, is it a surprise? Probably not. A 6.83 he had in that heat. So, when you say he didn't have a huge heat, you could nearly say
I'm wrong.
A 6.83 today is pretty good.
It is pretty good today, but he's an excellent surfer. And I expect him to get up into the excellent range at some point in his run through this event. And he's got to pretty much go all the way, you'd think, because we knew that today, looking at the math, he was the last surfer with a mathematical chance. So that's probably going to require a victory here. 15.5 minutes to go. Dom Thomas, been a bit of a revelation on his road through to this point in the competition. Some people have to surf more heats than others just based on their seed being a little bit lower, and Dom survived those tough opening rounds.
And watching him, he's his strategy looks as though he's just going out and having fun. It's easy to say, but it's hard to do. And I think Dom, he's just getting out there and going for it. Held a leather, a big air reverse there.
Yeah,
this is so similar to the same sort of waves that are at his local beach break down in Frenchies. Really similar. So no doubt he's really comfy.
Yeah, he seems to be in the zone. But you're right. You just see he's like, I think the lower seeds, some like Huey Vaughan, they just settle into it because they're completely unfazed by big names. Surfing with someone like, for Huey, gets to spar with his brother Joel all the time, and gets to travel a lot with the the stable that he's a part of with Quicksilver. But, you know, I'm seeing Dom Thomas settle into just being in this situation in a major QS event, and he looks a little bit more relaxed every time I see him stand up.
Yeah, I see it. I love his excitement. Love how he goes for plenty of airs each heat. He's had a few airs under his belt. Right now, got a pretty decent total, 10.5. That's going to get the job done at most of these heats. 14 to go in this one. It looks like we've got a bit of a paddle out the front. It is the man in white, the current heat leader, up and riding. We're going to go with the man in blue. Kicks the tail out, reverse. It's going to be hard to, it's going to be hard to ride that one out.
Yeah, he did well to hang on as long as he did in the green. We've got the Japanese competitor, Kaiki Yanamaka. Not able to finish that one off. But I'm excited to see what Ketut Agus does on his next ride. He's got a 5, but for me, he's the true danger man in this heat. He's so fast, he can pivot on a dime and throw a vertical hit without losing any momentum.
You speak to half of the guys down here, or probably more than half actually, they'd say the gnarliest surfer in small waves, I'm talking like 1 to 2 foot, is that man on screen. He's so electrifying. That's an air reverse right there, which is a nice little touch. But when he gets going, his vertical attack is something else, as we see.
Oh,
wow. That was brutal.
That was cool. I mean, no space and really no business throwing that turn down. He just kicked that board out so hard, got it back under his feet and held on for a completion. So waiting on a number to come through for Ketut for that ride. And expecting it's going to launch him out of 4th place up into a qualifying position, because that's something a little different to what we've seen. We've seen some rotations. They've scored pretty well, but that was a different kind of progressive approach there.
Yeah, really aggressive. As we see, surfer in blue up and riding. This is Kyle Martin. Nice snap there. Perfect placement. Sometimes it's all about where you put that board, and on that second manoeuvre, he just hit it in the best spot to chuck so much spray up in the air. The judges will love that one.
He almost holds the pose in his moves. He gives you gives the photographer a great amount of time to push the button down and get the freeze frame. But I dig it. It's just a smooth flowing approach for Martin. And we'll see if he can get himself into the top 2 here, as now we're seeing Dom Thomas ramp things up. Already has a 6.33. That was classy.
Wow, he's not losing in this heat.
No.
That's going to be another big score for Dom Thomas. I was thinking as he paddled into that wave, we'll talk about it in a moment, but the replay of that one for the man in red, Ketut, that's going to come through around a 7. So a massive exchange here from 3 of the 4 competitors. This turn was big. That's going to be a good number. And just maybe this was the best of the exchange. So big numbers coming through for 3 of the 4 competitors. Dom Thomas, massive air reverse. He's already had a 6, a 6.33. Ketut just dropped a 6.77 for that layback run. And it looks as though the last of kind was a 5.07. And 1 score to come through for the man on screen, Dom Thomas. That's going to put him back up into the lead, no doubt.
Yeah, red and white starting to just pull away at the moment. And there it is, 7.67 for Dom Thomas. Yeah, it was a clean air, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was sick.
Got some pop out of that section.
As he was paddling into it, I was actually thinking, as we see a couple of boys identifying some sections, I was actually thinking he's having a free surf to the left. Like he's on the northern peak and he's all by himself. He's already caught 8 waves. 8 waves in 15 minutes. That feels to me like it's a free surf.
Yeah, I think he's kind of throwing the wave selection thing out the window a little bit and worrying about connecting with a wave that's got multiple opportunities. He's backing himself at the big individual turns. I mean, he's still finding decent wallers. We see the replay of that last ride, but it's been the individual moves that have put him out in front, and he's well out in front. Ketut needs a 7.24. It's a battle for second spot, and the surfing that Ketut has done has really made the requirement pretty tough for the man in blue and the Japanese surfer in the green there. So they are after pretty big numbers. Kaiki needs a 7.84. Kian needs a 6.71. And yeah, they've been hard to come by today.
Yeah, some big requirements for sure. Yeah, hasn't been too many scores around the 8-point region, so the man in green has to get busy as we see the current heat leader go for a big alley-oop. Nearly made that one too. Unfortunately, just landed off the back of the wave, but really went for it. Dom Thomas, there's no stopping him. With 9 minutes to go, he's out in front ahead of Katut.
Yeah, this has been a really strong performance from Dom. Also considering that he's the one kind of moving through the rounds, having to fight his way through each heat. He's done very well already. Also want to give props to Burton Automotive, getting behind the pro once again. Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota, proudly part of the Burton Automotive group. And yeah, you see the fleet rolling around the event site. They're behind a lot of the surfers in the area, which is fantastic to see as well.
Absolutely. Good times.
8 minutes remaining here. Let's see what Katut can do. I mean, he's not going to even look at a wave, really, unless the man in blue or green are able to turn this thing. He's not going to go for anything that's less than a 5 unless he wants to, or more than a 5 is what he's after. But, yeah, he won't relinquish that priority here unless he really needs to. He's going to take control of this lineup here in these final 7.5 minutes. Here we go.
As we see green up and riding, good looking wave. No, it was a horrible looking wave. For a moment I thought there was a bit of a section down the line, but no, did nothing for the man in 4th spot. Still looking for a big number, a 7.84.
Yamanaka he's finding the speed, but he can't get the ramp. And he's having to really trying to manufacture some height out of flat sections. And it's working against him.
Didn't actually have a great heat in the previous round. It was the one that Eden Hassan got an interference and he snuck through with a couple of high 3s. So hasn't really, hit the straps just yet.
It's funny though, Mitch, you can probably speak to it more, but when you're in a heat situation like this where there's individuals getting scored for big individual turns, do you sometimes take your focus taken off and just attacking the first section like you're going to get multiple turns in and start to lose focus and looking for ramps down the line?
Yeah, you can, and it can bite in the bottom. Just got to jam those sections that you get, especially today, especially this afternoon, where you can have a heat like you see the man in green have, and he hasn't found too many big steep sections.
It's what the best surfers in the world do. They only really force the move when their back's against the wall, but for the most part, they'll take off on a wave and surf what's right there in front of them and really focus on that critical section of the wave. 6 minutes to go here, and we'll see if Kaiki can change up his strategy a little bit, chip away at this requirement because it's a hefty one at the moment. But at this stage, still has time with a couple of rides to turn this around.
Well, good news, he's got second priority. Just needs to, if you look at the surfer in second right now, that's, it's a couple of high 5s. So just split it down the middle. As we see a bit of a set roll on through here at Merriweather. Tide is still going out this afternoon. So what you're seeing right now will continue to maybe get a little bit more consistent, a few more peaks as that tide rolls out.
The locals have put on a good show today. I'll say that. And just reflecting on what we've seen, even those that didn't progress, surfers like Mikey Clayton-Brown performed incredibly well. He was unlucky in a close heat. He had some terrific waves, but we've still got a local to hit the lineup here and have a look at this thing. That is exactly what we were talking about. Kaiki, Yamanaka. He didn't focus on the one big turn then. He surfed what was in front of him, and he's going to turn in his best number, and he's going to give himself a shot with just under 5 minutes to go here. That was great surfing.
Well, we said he should split the total required. I think he actually did a little bit better than that. I have a feeling that score will maybe even creep into the 6-point range. Just look at the replay. First turn was nice. Second turn was bigger. I think it'd be hard not to put a 6 in. Maybe a little bit more, which will really sort of shake up the situation down here. 4 minutes to go. Score coming through.
Yeah, that was really solid. Power surfing, a big finish. Thumped the end section. Drifted that tail too. So it wasn't like it was an end section hit where he left anything in the reserves. He really kicked that tail free, and the judges, they just picked up the knife and fork and just dined out on it. 7.13, and you're right, he's hammered the requirement. Beyond halved it, and he's only after a 4.64 with just under 4 minutes remaining here.
And here he goes again. Looks like a pretty small wave. Let's see. Going to get busy on this one. First turn was a little bit rushed and a little bit sticky.
He knows it. He's out.
Goes down 3.5 minutes remaining. And it's good to keep your eyes on the man in green as we check out the replay here. I don't even know if he surfed this wave perfectly, he was going to get the score. It was a really average inside corner. As we see Katut, now he's trying to break away. Currently in second position, first check turn. Second turn got engulfed by the whitewash with 3 minutes remaining. So down to the business end of this heat, it is Dom Thomas out in front. Katut Agus in second position, holding onto that second spot at the moment. And Yamanaka owns the second highest scoring wave of this heat, the 7.13. Needs to ditch the backup score and replace it with a 4.64.
Yeah, Katut's well out in front on the Asian regional rankings. As we see a replay of that last ride. Just threw everything into it. Kind of came down on the tail of his board, which stabbed into the whitewater, and he wasn't able to ride out. But yeah, Kian Martin, he was in fifth position. So this is a really important one for him. And then Yamanaka, he's a little further back in 24th position, the Japanese surfer. So we know there's only 5 spots to go for that region, along with the wild card. Katut's got the momentum. He's sitting up on top of the ladder. He should be pretty sweet. He doesn't want to risk it. But Kaiki has a huge opportunity. Don Thomas throwing everything at it out there. And, I mean, he's sitting in a great position. He can afford to really throw everything at it. But he's going to put himself to the back end of the priority order. I don't think it's going to matter. It's the battle for second place between Kaiki and Katut Agus here.
Yeah, it certainly is. With 90 seconds to go, Ron, the battle for second position, Kian Martin, as you said, Ronnie.
He's in that spot, that last qualifying spot.
It's a horrible spot to be.
Oh, man. Well, we saw Billy Stammen on the Australasian side of things. He's in 7th position, hang on to his spot. And with Mikey Clayton-Brown out of the mix, there will be some shuffling, you'd think, at the top end of the Australasian Oceania rankings. But here in the Asian rankings, we're going to see a shift up because these 3 surfers, Katut Agus, Kaiki Yamanaka and Kian Martin, they're all in the hunt, trying to get themselves a big finish. Less than a minute to go. And it's within reach for both the surfer in blue and green. Katut's in defence mode, but he's drifted down to 3rd priority and hasn't upped the ante with his last ride. So there's not a whole lot he can do here.
No, not at all. Or is there a little bit of a bump coming through here? Some big scores required.
Oh, nerve-wracking times. Dom Thomas is going to take the wave.
He's just having a ball.
Yeah, just a float. Not going to factor into the heat, but it's a solid finish to what was a great heat for the youngster. 7.67, 6.33, couple of big airs. Kian Martin, well, he's just going to run out of time here. After a 6.71, Kaiki Yamanaka not going to get an opportunity again to chase down that 4.64. And Katut Agus, the current number 1 on the Asian regional rankings, is going to hang on the 2nd spot and move on through to that next round. We're going to go to a break here at the Burton Automotive Pro. We've got 2 big heats still to come. Hiroto Ohara is out there next. We're going to bring in Vaughan Blakey and Beck Woods to the call.
You know, people still today are talking about reconciliation. Wandy Ali and Surfest, Steve Kilroy and Warren Smith have been doing it for 22 years. It used to be a program, it was the Corys versus the Coppers. Coppers couldn't beat the Corys, so then they brought in the Fireys and the Ambos. That's how it all started. The Indigenous Surf Classic, it's just growing and growing. We had them from Western Australia, everywhere. You know, one guy comes here and he just scrapes a few dollars together, he sleeps in his truck down on the side of the road. You know, that's the sort of commitment that these fellas have got. You know, I just tell them, you know, it's not about who stands on the podium at the end of the day. It's having the opportunity and to take part in the event and take what was special here back home and remember it forever.
Wait!
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
The 2023 Burton Automotive Pro is well and truly firing here at Merriweather Beach. Beautiful scenes of this incredible New South Wales coastline. I'm going to say it, Newcastle is the jewel in the crown of New South Wales. It's such a wonderful city, such a beautiful, tight-knit community. You know, it's hard for a city to feel like one big town, but this city does it. And we are here for Surfest, one of the all-time events, not just on the surfing calendar in Australia, but you know, around the world. I think it's one of the longest running events. It was for a long time the richest event in pro surfing. And now, as we work our way around the rocks, we'll get to see this wonderful beach come into view. Vaughan Blakey and Beck Woods. Beck, a three-time champion here. You know Newcastle better than a lot of people. What's it mean to win here? It must be a pretty special feeling.
Oh yeah, I think the history of the event, 37 years. Yeah, I watched all of the pros when I was younger and yeah, saw them holding the trophy high. Lots of experienced competitors taking this thing out. I think it's a very prestigious event and great images there. Looks like with the drone footage. Still a few ways around.
There is. And this man's already managed to find some. Hiroto, oh my goodness, how fast is he? Oh, he's just come out and he is really...
I'd be claiming that too. That was strong.
Throwing it down. So you'd remember Hiroto. He won a huge event, the US Open.
I think that was my last year, actually.
How long ago was that?
A long time.
Yeah, he was all time. He won that event, made a pretty classic speech at the end, and we thought, wow, Japan, here we go.
Yeah.
And since then, you know, it's been a bit of an up and down ride for Hiroto, but he's off to a fly here, 5.77 already. And he's up against Countryman. So Hiroto's 23rd on the Asia region qualifying rankings.
Yeah, I wonder if he's done like enough events because yeah, I would say.
Don't think he has.
Yeah, that maybe there's been something else going on.
Yeah, he's ripping though, and he's up against Countryman Daiki Tanaka, who will be out against Cooper Davies. He's been really impressive so far. Really strong performer on this year's regional qualifying series. the Australian rankings, or Oceanic region rankings, and Oscar Berry, who I think was, definitely one of our highlight surfers from yesterday as well.
For sure, yeah.
This is going to be a tough one. Ahara out to a really good start here. 7.17 for his last. Let's take a look at this. Oh, this is actually Daiki Tanaka. So he is third on the Asia region rankings. Cooper Davies. He's picked off one that, yeah, well, it didn't look like much when he took off, but he gets a very strong finish. And then on the outside, and up and over for Hiroto Ohara. And wow, that was just so fast. And a lot of consequence in that final turn, and he just gives the judges a good look over the shoulder.
Yeah, stared them down. Well worth a score.
Yeah, so off to a flyer and far out. Speaking of off to a flyer, what about Dom Thomas in that last heat? Congratulations, mate, flying the flag for the locals.
Yeah, thanks heaps. It was so fun out there.
Yeah, mate. I mean, there's a little puffy wind blowing up the face. The waves are staying nice and open. You must have been chomping at the bit to get out there and rip in.
Yeah, as soon as that wind swung northeast today, I was full amped for this heat. And then I was watching the heat before and seeing some sick ramps down the beach a bit, and I couldn't wait.
Yeah, it was a pretty tricky heat, your one, man. You had Katut, Agus, Kaiki, Yanamaka, and Kian Martin. Now, all those three guys are actually surfing for points in the Asia region, so they were pretty preoccupied with each other. It gave you a bit of space to get busy.
Yeah, that was one of the plans going out there. I just wanted to kind of stay away from all the other competitors and have my own little spot. And I did that at the start by sitting real deep, and then all those boys went down the beach. So I got a couple on the rock, and then they all come over. So I ran down the beach to get some ramps. It was sick.
Unreal, mate. And how far into the draw do you reckon you'll have to get before they have a national holiday in Crabs Creek and start cheering you down the main street?
Oh, I don't know. Everyone's pretty excited already, and I'm just about to turn 18, so there's already a big party coming up. So this will just add to that.
Oh, good on you, mate. Well, plenty to celebrate already in Surfest, and you're flying the flag here. You know, there's been a lot of local Groms getting the opportunity to pull on that Surfest Rashi, that Burton Automotive Rashi that you've got on. What does it mean to you to be surfing in this event? You must have had one eye on it ever since you were a little fella.
Yeah, my first memory from this was watching Matt Wilco win it, and ever since then I've just always wanted to carry the trophy for just the local crew, you know. And yeah, I'm so stoked to make it even this far in the event, and I can't wait to see what happens.
Unreal. Well, it is the final event on the regional qualifying series for the year. You've done well. You're already through into the next round, and we really look forward to seeing what you can bring as Surfest continues through the weekend.
Thanks heaps, guys.
Well done, Dom.
Yeah, Dom. Excellent result here for a young fellow with, gee whiz, plenty of surfing ahead of him. But what a good feeling to just get out here and really put on a show and do it for the local crew at home who are all watching on and just frothing.
Yeah, he absolutely smashed it yesterday, absolutely smashed it today, and he seems like he's just really enjoying himself, which is great. Great opportunity, and he's meeting and matching that. So we see a replay here with Surfer in Blue. Bit of a double banger there. Did well to get a second turn in. Huge open face snap there for the Surfer in White.
Cooper Davies, he's been watching these last heats, and you know, there's a lot of surfers who are around about his spot on the rankings. He's 15th at the moment. And Oscar Berry, who's in this heat, is 16th. So these two are really going to be competing against each other for valuable spots. There's not many of them, only 7. As we see a nice air reverse here from Daiki Tanaka. And, well, yeah, I mean, this is a real battle. I mean, if Cooper gets through this heat and Oscar doesn't, or vice versa, that's going to really play into things and their chances of qualifying. Cooper staying busy, gets a big power tail blow on the inside section. So he's up into second position. He's got a 5.5 and a 5. But Oscar Berry yesterday, he brought so much flair to his heat.
Yeah, it was the first time I'd seen like a full heat of Oscars, and it was unique the way that he approached the lineup, and even a lot of his like technical variants in the air was interesting. I haven't really seen a lot of flair like that for a while. So Yeah, 15th and 16th on the QS
Oh.
with the Aussies. Big heat for both of them, and especially up against Hiroto Ohara, who is very experienced and obviously super strong competitor, has started out with a 717 and a 577, so they're going to have to work
Oh,
pretty hard to claw
he's
back at him.
Going to be so hard to pull back, even with this much time on the clock. You know, someone gets off to this kind of start, they can really just build momentum, and without having to worry about, you know, working for scores. I think Hiroto is going to really start flaring. A familiar face of Morgan Siblick. You know, had one of the great moments from Merriweather Beach when he took down John Florence here, right on this very stretch of sand that we're looking at. What a massive moment it was for him in his rookie season, surf for the world title that year in the WSL Rip Curl finals. And, you know, since then, it's been a bit of tricky going for Morgs, but he has nothing but eyes on the big time. He wants to get back there. He's got a big heat coming up too. Joe Azuki, Harry Martin and Jack Thomas will be surfing against Morgan and what has become his home beach. This guy's snapping here. So staying very busy. Dikey, this is a good wave too. It's been steep and he's hammered it. Oh no, over the front. The handlebars, bit of a nosedive and out the back. Oscar Berry was waiting to unload on that section, but it backed off on him. Yeah, Morgs are from Yamba and Gowrie, that little region, and I think Oscar Berry might have actually grown up there, so they might have been Groms in that region at the same time. But Oscar's since moved up the Goldie. I think he might even surf for Alley Board Riders. Definitely from around that Palm Beach zone.
Yeah, that last wave for Daiki coming in, and I think it's going to be, it's going to definitely range into his top two. It may drop him up. I know it's just under what he needed. So a 497, not a bad score there. If he had nailed that third turn, he probably would have got a pretty good mid-range score. We see Red up and riding again. Geez, he's fast, isn't he? Super fast.
This is just super impressive surfing. Oh, my goodness. And puts a huge stamp on it. See you later, 5.77. That's what he was holding on to. That's gone.
How's that for wave selection too? Three waves, all, you know, huge turns.
And watch the acceleration through this turn. You know, really hammers it. Gets a big open face wrap and then punch on the inside. Didn't just tap it. Really gave it some, and I think the judge is going to be loving that one. He's going to launch even further into the lead. 12 and a half minutes remaining. Oscar Berry, oh man, anything could happen. I mean, Cooper and Oscar are both pretty big units. They're big physiques.
Yeah.
So they're power surfers, and, you know, I'm thinking about the Challenger Series events that are going to be coming up this year. We've got Snapper Rocks. Both those guys have spent plenty of time there. They'll be standout performers, chomping at the bit to have a crack at that. Narrabeen, well, that can be powerful, and it's a good time of year, that Narrabeen Challenger Series event. Then you've got Sakarima, you've got Portugal, Ericera, which is a semi sort of Bells-ish wave it is often compared to.
Yeah.
There's plenty there for the big fellas. So, you know, to get through this, to get these points, to get onto that Challenger Series, it's what they want off the bottom. A little bit frustrating here for Oscar at Berry at the moment.
It looks like Oscar has got a 563 in his bag there, in his kit. So, yeah, he's also, you know, got a wave under his belt. Cooper Davies has also been pretty busy and got a 5.8 and a 5.5. So pretty good start to the heat for both of the competitors. Yeah, I'm not sure if we have a replay of Oscar's 5.63, sorry, but yeah, he must have gotten pretty busy with that one. So yeah, both keeping themselves in the heat, and they need to, sitting at 15th and 16th on the QS, right on top of each other. They've had a fair few results up and down the coast. It looked like Oscar Berry had a 5th at the Tweed Coast Pro, possibly a 5th at NEAS as well. Cooper Davies made a final, got 2nd at the Great Lakes Pro. So yeah, the boys have been busy, and it seems like a really solid little competitive circuit.
Oh, it's been incredible. And this guy is, you know, keeping pace here. Daiki Tanaka. He's sort of holding on to that third position, trying to push into the 5s. Oscar Berry is sitting on a 5.6. So, yeah, as you say, you know, he's well placed. Needs a 5.68 to get up into second. This heat has been, all about Hiroto at the moment. He's found the gems. He's attacked them. He looks really fierce. And
I think
I'm
with
surprised
Hiroto,
we haven't seen more of him,
Yeah.
That huge breakthrough result, that normally flows into a bit of momentum and a bit of a run.
Yeah. I feel like I've seen him for a fair few years over this contest, actually. I remember interviewing him on beach comms a fair bit in a particular one year, and he made it pretty far into I think it was like semis or something like that into this event. So he's obviously pretty consistent with his, with all of his results. So yeah, I wonder what's gone on. What's his highest placing on the QS? That might be something I'll have to go and check out. But he's certainly gone to town at the start of this heat.
Here we go. Oscar Berry loads up off the bottom. He can throw him. And this one, he over-rotates. Gets caught on the tail. 9 minutes. I mean, it wasn't a big wave, so I don't know if he'll really be feeling like he missed an opportunity there.
Yeah, it was close.
5.68. I mean, it was a really impressive turn, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it's
super
so
high.
cool that he's got that in his artillery. He can actually give the Hail Mary a shot. Not everyone has, that much comfort in the air to be throwing sort of big turns like that. Yesterday, he was sensational. One of the photos of the event so far, actually. Check it out on his Instagram. It's really cool.
Yeah, there's been a few really big frontside airs thrown down by some of these younger competitors, and it's really moved them through pretty much straight away. In Julian Wilson's heat, surfer in red. I'm having a blank on his name, but super high air rev. Got a 7.
Dylan Moffat.
Yeah, flat 7 to start with, and it just seems like if that isn't a turn that is in your repertoire, then you're gonna really struggle a little bit on the men's tour.
Yep.
It's just such a commonplace now, and most heats you see it thrown, and especially the young guys, they're so acrobatic with it.
Off the bottom. Wraps the first turn. He's going to squeeze the second one in. It's a chunky section. I thought he was going to do it. I love how loose he is out of the tail. So much release. And now down the beach. Daiki Tanaka. He'll get the finish. And a similar story as Hiroto gets air out of the lip. Not so much an aerial, but, feeling that weightlessness as he punches that closeout section. Definitely feeling comfy out there, and rightfully so, with a pair of 7s in his score. Joel Vaughan, another standout with a big frontside rotator today. So been some pretty amazing aerial theatrics. 7 minutes to go, and Cooper Davies is holding it down. He'd definitely be very wary of Oscar Berry. Daiki Tanaka is right there, but he's really struggling to bust through this 4 zone. He needs to get into the 5s. He keeps locking away. Really good, solid surfing. I think he's got 3 or 4 rides in the 4 zone at the moment. But this wave, I thought, there could have been a big opportunity for scores here. He just mistimes that second turn.
Yeah, and we see a replay there of Surfer in Blue. Really nice flare on that first section, and just banking the second turn off, just making a complete ride. Does look like that's come through for Daiki as a 4.57, so he is scoring in and around that flat 4 zone, mid 4 zone. So it is Cooper Davies holding down second place. Pretty consistent so far in this heat, but Oscar Berry would probably be the surfer that you'd be looking at here, because he does have a score that's right in the middle of Cooper Davies' scores, actually, with that 5.63. So yeah, I think knowing the air game, it's going to be a bit of a mad 5 minutes, I think, for the surfer in white. I mean, it's still attainable to catch the surfer in first, but it's a big ask too. It's an 8.64. So yeah, coming down to the 5 minutes, there'll be a few tactics coming into play. Looking at all the surfers, they're pretty stretched out in the lineup there, which is a good sign. Everyone's just playing their own race at the moment.
The scary thing is that the tide's low. There's a really solid, you can see the white caps, air wind blowing into those rights. So anyone who can, use these ramps has the potential to pull out a huge score with just one turn. And again, a really good surfing from Daiki Tanaka. His timing's good. He's just not getting those waves. And I think he needs to be a little more explosive if he wants to go deeper in the draw here. there's a big difference between what Hiroto's doing and the way that Daiki is surfing. But, I mean, there's plenty to like about what he's doing. If he can just push it that little bit harder, he might be able to get the score that he needs. But it's Oscar Berry, isn't it? Like, that's who we're watching. It's Cooper Davies and Oscar Berry. And Cooper's in the zone. He knows what he's got to do to improve his situation. Anything higher than a 5.5, and he's going to make life a little trickier for Oscar. Time will start becoming a factor. But you know that Oscar's looking at these, bowled out waves. That last set was probably the most... I'm almost thinking it was one of the drainier, taller waves we've seen. So, it had plenty of juice.
Yeah, and just a bit of a mistimed. Yeah, it looked hard, and when the Newcastle kind of bank does come back at you like that, sometimes you do feel a bit rushed. I've certainly copped a flogging on a fair few waves here because you're kind of reading it and you think I'll do a quick kind of check turn and then I'll come up and hit this section, but sometimes it just monsters over the top of you. So yeah, I think Oscar's on the move here, but it is White who has main priority, so he may tactically start following him a little bit.
Yeah, this is it. This is where the tactics come into play. Cooper's got priority. He was paddling towards Oscar, and he's gone the other way. So he saw an opportunity to sort of consolidate that lead. Now he starts to move over.
And it's hard because you've got like the surfer in blue down the beach, and then you've got Oscar up here. So he's got to make a bit of a decision, and I think holding priority in that situation. It looks like he's just gonna pick being a little bit closer to Oscar and take away possibly some opportunity off him if something comes through in the lineup, another set comes through. But there is still 3 minutes remaining, and in a wind swell,
look at this,
gives you plenty of opportunity.
Cooper knows Oscar. These guys would really love each other's surfing. As I said, quite similar. They can both, rely on the rail, but they've both got fireworks when they need it. And so he's getting right up there. He's going to sit on Oscar because he knows that he has the potential to do it with one turn. And, as we've seen, Oscar has found a couple down here.
Yeah, he's got the sneaky side section there. But, wind swell. Lots of lumps and bumps out there. And, it is a surfer in blue. It's called the most waves. But, hasn't really been able to break that 4 barrier. Daiki is sitting in third. We see a bit of a left moving through here.
Oh, well, I think that might have been a sell. He was trying to get Cooper Davies interested just to free up a bit of space. And, wow, well, this is real cat and mouse stuff, isn't it?
Yep.
Cooper's hanging right on Oscar. And this is the thing, you've got to know, you can't just block him off anything.
No.
You've got to look at the wave and go, okay, there's a chance here for an air, so I might go, I'll eliminate the risk. But Cooper's really just staunchly not being sold into anything that won't provide the score, and,
And the paddle rules are changing a little, like every kind of year, I find, because sometimes it was like you had to make a really concerted effort to paddle, like really aggressively, and now sometimes it can be just like a slight paddle or a slight interest in the wave, and sometimes they'll flip the priority. So it's been interesting seeing even just those little nuances change. And
well, I think back in 1988, feeling Tom Carroll got an interference just for looking at a wave. I'm almost positive that's what happened. He made a slight motion towards it, which you weren't allowed to do.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
there you go.
That cost him the world title. Here goes Cooper. He's going to pull the priority card here, and he's blocked Oscar Berry. And with 1 minute to go, Oscar will have his choice at the next wave, and he's going to use it. So he takes off, throws an air rev. That's his first turn. He's going to need something more, you'd imagine. Cracks the inside and falls.
Oh, gosh.
And that was 5.68. I just don't know if there was enough juice in that wave to get the score. It was a pretty, big effort on the first turn to throw the air reverse, and you'd maybe put a question mark on it if he got that second tap in, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
No.
Down the beach. Daiki Tanaka, can he find something? No, he overbalances there. 26 seconds.
Commentator's curse.
Did I curse him?
No, I think
I hope not.
Just you do by even calling it half the time. But he's up again.
Here we are. Let's see. He throws the air revo, but he loses that one in the air. So Cooper Davies has surfed not just a powerful heat in the early stages, but a smart heat as well. You know, he had to get over there. Probably didn't want to use the tactics to block Oscar, but in the end, it worked for him. But it is all about Hiroto Ohara. He just got out there and went loony. 7.17 and a 7.27 to take out this heat. And we're going to take a quick break here at Burton Automotive Pro for 2023 Surfest, Merriweather Beach, Newcastle. Back in just a moment.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust. Take a test drive today.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro 5000. This is the last event of the Australasian Qualifying Series, Oceanic region, and big results coming through with every single heat now. We just saw a pretty insane battle between Cooper Davies and Oscar Berry, 15th and 16th on the ratings, both trying desperately to keep getting the points needed to hit that Challenger Series. And it was Cooper who ended up finishing second. Oscar, unfortunately, eliminated. There were two Japanese surfers trying to get the points for the Asia region. And that was Hiroto Ohara, who took that one out, with Daiki Tanaka, his year coming to an end. I think he's still in third place on the rankings at the moment. So top 5 go through from the Asia region, top 7 from the Australasian Oceanic region. But Beck, it's been a huge day. We have had women surfing today. We've cruised into the round of 64 for the men's. And we've got so much coming up. The Speaking in Colour Women's Pro will be kicking off again tomorrow, I believe, with round of 32. And here we are with Morgan Siblick, who will be looking to hopefully get through this heat as well into the round of 32 for the men's. Morgie does really not need any introduction. He was just a superstar. He is a superstar here at Merriweather. He had such a radical rise to fame. And what do you love about this wave, Beck? Anything?
Yeah, I really loved the ending here, just to fin flare like that and be able to land. We saw with Oscar's last few waves in his heat, he just couldn't capitalise on that ending, but Morgan knows what it takes. I think Oscar's probably just going to learn a little bit from that. Obviously, he's got the talent. He smashed it yesterday, and he'll be going home to do some homework. But, yeah, Morgan Siblick, he's, come out of the blocks. And I think that a lot has to be said for, his age division, COVID, changing of the WSL's rule books and the changing of the point system with all of these different systems coming into play and negotiating that. Somebody's got to go through that when things come through and things change and series change. And I think a lot of these younger guys are negotiating that really well. Sometimes you get in your head what you need to do and what's happening and what contests you need to do, and then all of a sudden, the systems change. So it's, I think that didn't really happen in my career. So they seem to be negotiating it, really well. Morgan missing out just at the end of last year on the Challenger Series. Did he end up 12th on that?
He did, yeah. So he, it's tough, isn't it? At one stage, he was surfing on the World Tour for the world title. The next year, he misses that cut. He goes back on the Challenger Series, misses that cut. And only just, a couple of heats here and there. And it's a lot. It's a lot to take on. But, he's a fighter. And I think that he's at his best when he's fighting. So, there's no stress in Morgan's act now. He just has to get out there and attack. And that's when we see his best surfing. So, looking forward to seeing what he brings here. This is his hometown event. He doesn't have to be surfing for points in this one. He's already on the Challenger Series for 2023. So we'll be seeing him at places like Snapper, Narrabeen, Irasera, Sakurima, Bolito. All these events coming up in that just announced Challenger Series. But, yeah, so he surfs in this one because when you're from here, you want to win this comp. It's a big deal. Like, you know, we've only
100%.
seen one local surfer on the men's side at least win this thing. I think in the women's, Philippa won it.
Yep.
Michelle O'Donoghue won it.
Yep.
And you won it.
Kind of
You
local.
count yourself as a local?
I mean, I live here, but I haven't done the minimum 20 years yet.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
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 Well, Morgan lives here too, so, you know, he would love nothing more. And you can see there, witness the rise of world champs. This is where it can begin. Big rolls, and let's see what Morgan can do. Oh, instant power, and really gets plenty out of the back of that. Even that last turn, you know, it was a mistake.
Yeah.
But having the skill to just ride out of that, not just bail on it,
Yeah.
it just means you're not getting penalised. You won't get any points for it, but you probably won't get penalised for it either.
No, he's looking very mature in his approach, and yeah, the power in that first turn, that's nuts.
Just extending. And Morgie, you know, a crowd favourite. Such a character. Been getting to know his story on Make or Break.
It's been a good show, hasn't it?
It is a good show.
Yeah, I get a bit anxious watching it. Actually, I get anxious watching the Formula One show as well, so it's quite full on.
Do you need that before you go to bed at night, watching all these shows
No,
with
so
people's careers
that's
and
banned.
lives?
But in the daytime, it's okay. But yeah, I have banned it at night for myself. But yeah, it was, you know, yeah, the episode, there was a bit of the background, I wouldn't call it fighting, but a little bit of competitive exchange, I think between Sage and Tatiana in one contest. And I was like, oh yeah, like they're actually capturing the
They get
behind the
it.
scenes, yeah,
It's-
which does happen.
It's real.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't feel like it's false representation of any of those moments. They're right there for just about everything.
It'd be a bit confronting. Sometimes I'd come in from heats and like chuck a tantrum. So yeah, they really are. They're in your
Idolo
face.
certainly didn't mind that the cameras were there. Joe Azuki, who is 10th on the Asia rankings, he's out there in the blue. Yet to get a wave. Harry Martin, he's in the white, just a 1.4 so far. From up there, Burleigh, Palmy region. And here goes Joe.
Ooh. Quick in and out for Joe. Joe sitting in 10th, so he'd be chasing a few of those guys. Nice backside snap there.
Jack Thomas. Yeah, he's surfed in a CT as well, Beck. He won
over in WA.
Was it a wild card or won the trials? But let's have a chat with O'Hara. Hiroto, congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, you're surfing so good out there, mate. You look like you feel good.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I'm surfing like my local point. So yeah, I was feeling really good.
That's cool, man. Tell us a little bit about what you've been up to this year. You know, you're not hugely up there on the ratings in that Asia region. What's been occupying your time?
I actually had a little bit of back injury last year, and I almost didn't do any contest year, so that's why I didn't have any points. So I started contest in this year in March, and you know, getting used to it. I got third 3,000 event in Japan, but I lost first round in Avoca, so yeah, hopefully get a win here, and then hopefully made it through to the Challenger Series.
It's been so good to see so many representatives from Japan and the Asia region in this contest. I mean, it's amazing the standard. Do you think you can do it, mate? Can you get a good result here? I mean, you've got a lot of really good surfers you're battling against in there.
I know. There's a lot of surfers in Japanese, Indonesians, of course, Aussies. But you know, if you can't win here, you never can win in Challenger Series. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to win this event.
Hey, Hiroto, what's been your best event in Newcastle?
What is it?
What is your best event in Newcastle? What's your best finish here?
I made round of 16 or a quarter.
Yes.
I made a man once And yeah, I love this place actually. I love the wave. It doesn't matter on shore, offshore. Yeah, so yeah, I can wait to surf again.
And we'll let you go, mate. But yeah, I just wanted to ask you quickly. It was quite a while ago when you got that big breakthrough win in America. How do you feel like you're surfing now compared to then? I feel like in that last heat you were just looking as sharp, maybe better than ever.
Yeah, of course. That was like 7, 8 years ago. I was like 18, and then I just young, like little kids. I just surf whatever I can, and then just won the event. So now, I had a lot of opportunity to surf, and I got a lot of experience now. So just having fun and hopefully get a result here.
Unreal, mate. Well, fantastic performance. You really dominated that heat. We look forward to seeing how deep you can go here at Surfest.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to Hiroto Ohara. Really smashing that last one. Really solid performance. 14-point total. And, a couple of sevens. Really attacked it, didn't he?
Yeah, I seem to remember that event. Yeah, possibly the year he made quarters, and he was smashing it. I was like, and then won the US Open. I think it was the year that maybe Baron Mamiya came out for the first time too, and I was watching the men's, and I was just like, oh my gosh, they're killing it. Interesting to hear he's had a bit of a back injury and has taken some time off. Doesn't look like it's affecting him too much right now.
Oh, back injuries are the worst. They're just so niggly.
Yeah.
You just can feel like you're better, and then you surf and you just get this niggle, and it just stops you from really being able to, attack things with confidence.
Yep.
Check out these scores that have dropped while we were chatting with Hiroto there, Beck. 7.5 for Morgan and a 6 for Jack Thomas. So the Yelling Up crew will be frothing on that. And on the inside now, Joe Azuki. I remember seeing this kid surfing in Taiwan. I went over a few years ago. He was easily the smallest person in the draw. I think he might have been 13 or something when I first saw him surfing. But, here he is in this 5,000.
Ugh.
And a beautiful backside attack here.
That was solid. Solid combo.
Jack Thomas, he's, as I said, surfed at the CT level. And this is Morgan's 7.5. And,
Drop wallet there at the end. Bit of smooth variety there for Morgan. And, 7.5. That's a big score for today.
It is.
It's not even going to the air either. So good to see that they're still rewarding some old school hacks. I like that.
Morgan has this ability to hit a lip and it stays hit. He's never just sort of cruising up and over it. He's a real destroyer. And that's been one of the real standout aspects of his surfing. I know he's been working on his air game and stuff, but I just love it when he, gives it the big uppercut.
Yeah, it's got a nice, a finished fluency to it. And I think, like, for how old he is, it's really well polished. It's something you'd see in some of the older guys in their 30s down at home. I used to watch all of the older crew and just how they would finesse their turns. And, I think Morgan's definitely got that, that maturity in his surfing at such a young age.
When I was a Grom, hitting the lip was a big deal. And I think one of the very first compliments that Kelly Slater, it was one of the first compliments that Kelly Slater had ever received from the peer group above his. And it was from Martin Potter, and he pulled him aside and said, you know what I like about your surfing? You hit the lip. And I just thought, you had to be from the 90s really to understand just what that meant. It was all about surfing with power, surfing with aggression, and really attacking, the most powerful part of the wave. And Morgs is a bit of a throwback to that. He's got elements of his surfing that are new school, but like I say, it's that vertical approach. It's that ability to really punch it that separates him from other crew. And he used that weapon effectively, not only to qualify, but to get all the way to the Rip Curl WSL finals that year. And, now he's going to be relying on it again to get back there. Joe Azuki on the inside. Good little combination of turns.
Yeah, really made that wave from nothing into something. Final turn there, throwing up and over. Full fin-free release there for Joe. Sitting in 10th. It's definitely been a few upsets today in the Japanese side of the draw too. So it'll be interesting to see how their little how it plays out basically in the next few days. Finals days coming up. A lot on the line for all of these competitors, but yeah, there's just, I mean, with the Asia and the Australia regions going on at the same time, it's just the wars within the wars basically.
Yeah, the weekend, Surfest weekend. What a weekend it is. So it's usually, I don't know how he does it, but he does it on purpose for sure. The great Warren Smith, he's been the contest director here for since day dot.
Yep.
And he always times it so that the rugby league's on. There's a home game for the Knights. So a lot of the time, all the stars and the surfers get out there and they watch the footy.
Yep.
And then, you'd hit the town and you'd eat in the best restaurants and you'd basically take part in all of the activities that go on in this city. But it seems like it's a festival. That's why it's not just the name. I mean, this place lights up when Surfest is on.
Yeah, and I think it's also like...
I always found it hard to go for a surf.
Oh, yeah.
When the comp was on.
Oh, yeah. Did you see it yesterday afternoon after the contest? There was like 900 guys out.
Yeah, you look at all the crew out there and you're like, I might go into town and see what's happening.
Yeah, I might go have a snack. Yeah, they and also like the other events that are on around, like the Indigenous Classic that was actually able to run this year because of the sponsor of the women's event, speaking with Colour. They stepped in and there was money donated to that event, and so that event ran, and then there's a whole bunch of other events that run alongside this, and it goes on. It is a full festival, like almost a month of it. So we have just had the supercars here, so it's all been happening. Supercars and straight into Surfest this week. So
sports mad.
Yeah, the sports mad town.
So those seagulls, they're exhausted.
Well, they will be soon when everyone's running out for their free surfs to practice for the contest this weekend. But that's kind of what I like about it too, like just seeing how amped all of the competitors are to still be in the draw. And like, it's tricky out there today. It's windswept. It's a little bit onshore. I mean, it's very pretty. But getting out there with 100 other competitors in conditions like this, they're motivated.
It's going to be another element for these competitors to factor in over the weekend. That's the crowd. We get huge crowds down here on the weekend. Everyone knows that Surfest is, a big part of the fabric of this city. They all come down to support. And it's a different thing. It's one thing to pull on the rashie and paddle out against your heroes or against some, up-and-coming superstar. But it's another thing when you've got to do it in front of, upwards of, can there be anywhere between 10 and 20,000 people down here when it's really fired up. So that's going to be, just that extra element. It brings atmosphere, excitement, that real stadium feel to Surfest. It's one of the rare events where you can really get that amphitheatre cranking the noise because, it is a steep little cliff. There's a bit of a promenade, a boardwalk where everyone gathers and then they spill down onto the beach and, it's just so cool. I remember when the CT was on, the high tide, there was almost no sand. There's so much sand on the beach right now. But
yeah, there is.
When the CT was on, there was no sand. It was right in on the rocks. And surfers were finishing and basically right in everyone's faces. And so all that noise that the crowd was making was really feeding into the adrenaline that everyone was experiencing down here. Let's stick with Jack Thomas, who gets a first turn up. A little stuck. Missed time this one. He's down in third. He's got a 6. Somehow he needs a 4.06 to get into second. So Joe Azuchi has been busy. 5.73 and a 4.33.
Yeah, I think they really liked that last wave of Joe's where he fins free flared on that last inside section. So 5.73, not too far off Jack's highest wave there of a 6. So it did put the pressure back on Jack. Be good to see Jack and Harry in this heat. Try catch a few waves, get away from each other and get a few waves on the board because it has been the other two who have caught more waves. Basically, it's just a bit of a wave catching contest right now and they've got the better of the exchange.
Here's a cool fact for you. Jack Thomas surfed a CT heat against Kelly Slater.
Really?
Last year at Margaret's. He also surfed against Owen Wright, who's retiring.
Yep.
And Philippe Toledo. So he'll far out. I mean, that is a feather in your cap to have surfed heats against those guys.
Good start to the World Tour.
Who was the scariest? I know I've asked you, who was the biggest star you surfed against.
Yep.
Who was your rival? Who was the scariest competitor you ever surfed against? Who was just a pure mongrel in a heat and wouldn't leave and let you get a look in?
I think there was like different people for different reasons, but I think Lane.
Was she just terrifying? I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah. And I was like...
Give us a bit of an idea of her,
13 to...
her
I think
energy in a heat.
13 years younger than her, so I was very young when I first went against her, but...
Would she talk to you?
Oh,
or
yeah.
Was she chirpy?
Yeah, and that's like throws me off. I don't like to talk to people when I'm in the lineup. I'm like, don't be my friend. You're not my friend. So yeah, she would talk. But also there'd be a few little, there'd be some jibes and some interjections, and it would sink in after. So you'd be in the lineup and be like, hey, actually what? And then, yeah, and then, but then Steph. On any right-hander that you have, Steph, she's probably the most intimidating person because if you give her an inch...
You don't think of Steph Gilmore as intimidating, ever.
No, but as far as surf prowess goes on a right-hander, yeah. Like, I drew a bell.
You're kind of almost like mesmerised, right?
Yeah,
you're
you're just like, I just don't want to make a mistake and I don't want to give her a wave. And then, like, she gets the wave and she gets a 9.5 and you're like, okay, I'm going in.
Oh. I was watching those... Rip Curl WSL finals last year, what Steph Gilmore did was so out of this world.
Oh, that was Steph in her early years for sure.
I put myself in the shoes of, Tatiana, Carissa, and I was just thinking, this is like having a lion.
Yeah.
Like you're on the other side of a paddock.
The Slaughterfest.
And someone's just opened a lion cage and you're just watching it run at you.
Yeah, because
Like,
once she gets in that
like.
and you see her in that zone, and once she's in that zone, that's the intimidation.
Yeah, and you turn around to start running and all of
Yeah.
a sudden you're in quicksand. It was just a pure nightmare because she was just so incredibly fierce in that event.
Oh, Jack.
And putting it together. This is nice. Loses it. No. Oh, I thought he was on his way. Only needs a 4.06.
Just went a little bit too high there on that third turn. See what the judges give that. The first two turns were nice and crisp, solid power surfing. He's super strong.
What's your take on this? Do the judges penalise you, like actually take points off your score if you don't finish a turn? Because
I think
I've had
sometimes.
a chat to Willie about this. He was in a final at Santa Cruz against Taj Burrow.
Yeah.
He had priority, but he decided to catch this wave. He did 2 turns and fell on the third.
Yeah.
But the 2 turns he did were awesome.
Yeah.
And when he fell on the third, he got a dud score, whereas if he'd just gone straight and not even bothered with the third turn, he might have got a good score.
Yeah, and I think sometimes that is something that can cause safe surfing. And it would be good if they can eliminate that from contests completely because, yeah, you don't want to go soft just to get the score. So tactically, it makes sense, but sometimes if you really want to push your surfing and you level up, yeah.
He's been done here. It's a 3.13, not enough. So Jack Thomas is going to need to find another wave as Morgie takes to the air. It's a fin blast down the beach. Big rotator from Harry Martin, who has had a pretty shocking heat, really. I mean, it's not his fault, but just not a lot of waves coming in. And, I guess you don't want to be hunting out your first ride with 2 minutes to go. It's just, you got to hustle a little more than that, but he will learn from this one.
I think Jack just had a bit of a paddle for that.
2 minutes. And, Jack Thomas is sitting out there needing a 4.06.
See the surfer in blue following him
Down
in
the
the
beach,
lineup.
Morgan. Slice to slide. He'll let that one pass. We're in for a big finish here. Jack Thomas is back out the back. Joe Azuchi is holding on to priority, so he's going to look for a wave that'll better at 4.33. And these two are all over each other right now.
A bit of cat and mouse.
And Jack is trying to sell Joe there, and he commits to the wave. Meanwhile, down the beach, Harry gets going, and a nice little fin flare. 1 minute 20. Is he going to put himself back in the frame with a minute 20 to go?
Harry had a really good heat yesterday, actually. And, it's good to see him kind of switch on now. Might be a little bit late, but we'll see if he can get a quick score. There it is, a 3.33. So still within reach for Harry. But, yeah, he's up from Burley Heads, I think, possibly. And, a couple of good surfers up there.
He's got to get back out there and get another wave.
Yeah,
It's just far out. I mean, he's really putting himself under pressure, but he's back. That's 6.73 is what he needs to advance. 50 seconds. Tense moments here for Jack Thomas.
Bit of hardcore hustle going on
Yeah,
with green
Joe
and blue.
Azuchi as well. Look at these two. They're just trying to get away from each other. Jack wants to have a shot, but as long as Joe's got priority, he's going to block him. So that's why you can see the engine starting to hit red line here for Jack Thomas as he tries to move away from the Japanese surfer, Harry Martin. Where is he? A bit of splashing here, or is that, no, it's just hit a bit of chop. 20 seconds to go. The ocean is,
it's so hard to be in this position. It's so hard to watch as well. But, you know, Jack, obviously a capable surfer.
There's 9 seconds and, yeah, well, Joe's just done this so well. Holding down second. He holds off any chance. I mean, the wave was a fizzer, but Joe uses priority to block any chance of Jack Thomas. So, unfortunately, Jack and Harry will exit Surfest 2023 right here. And Morgan Siblick and Joe Azuchi will progress. We're going to have a little bit of a break here, Beck. Thanks so much for calling the heats with us. We'll be back in just a moment. I think we're going into the Speaking in Colour Pro right after the break.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat.
We're for the spirited, the grounded, the true outsiders. We know, you know, life's better outside.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds for Michaels. Get to the Royal.
I've been doing this for 40 years, shooting surfing and helping grommets to, you know, have their careers, and I'm pretty proud of them because I didn't waste my time. Surfest has played a massive stepping stone. I've got goosebumps as I talk about it because I remember when I was a kid, Surfest was the biggest contest in the world. Tens of thousands of people, sometimes 100,000 people would go through a day. It was like a big arena. And I met a lot of surfers. And Andy Irons called me up and said, "Any waves?" I said, "Mate, let's go to Merriweather." And Merriweather's pumping, like really fun. And he went out there and ripped it to pieces, and I'll still never forget that day. He actually left his mark on Merriweather, you know, because he surfed it in a way no one else has surfed Merriweather. Since, you know, Surfest has been here, kids' levels have gone through the roof, and it only comes down to that. To be the best, you've got to be surfing with the best. It's priceless having the contest in Newcastle.
Yes, the great Peter Boscovic. I had the great pleasure of working with him for years. Every surfer in the world has been seen through that man's lens. He is a legend of this region, but the one good thing about Bosk is he's always focused on the action. So there's Morgan Siblick, Vaughan Blakey and Beck Woods in the booth. And yeah, winner of that last heat. He did it pretty comfortably. So he's here at Merriweather simply because he wants to lift that trophy. There's no other objective for Morgs here except winning.
I love it.
And yeah, we expect him to go deep.
Yeah.
We saw last year, Beck, the first ever local male winner. It was Jacko Baker. Morgs wants his name on that trophy as well.
Fair enough.
A huge day, a massive day for you know, the Burton Automotive Pro. Some big upsets. And we saw some big names go out of the draw. And now that we're through this round of 64 and into the round of 32, we start to pay really close attention to the rankings because big stories are going to happen. Crew are going to fall away. Other people are going to leapfrog. 7 positions up for grab on the men's side of things. 5 up for grabs on the women's. What are you expecting to see? 4 up for grabs even.
Yeah, so I mean, those who can respond well under pressure. I mean, just watching Morgan then in that heat, he really, he just went out and showed his maturity, took like the reins from the start of the heat. There was basically Morgan and Daylight, and the other 3 were fighting it out. So yeah, you can see what it takes to be an experienced competitor. And the differences. And I think tomorrow and the finals day, you'll see that come out. There are, of course, the occasional upsets as well, so where there's just a few tactical errors that get thrown in the mix. But I think it's going to be really exciting times coming into the weekend.
Yeah, it will be, Surfest weekend here in Newcastle, this wonderful city in New South Wales, destination New South Wales, far out. What a wonderful place we live. We're so fortunate to be here. This event, we've talked about it already for 3 or 4 days, but there's something special about it. It's not like your typical QS. This one, not just because it is the last event of the regional qualifying series, but just the weight of history, the people who have won it. You go through and it's just who's who. There's Slater and Gilmore, there's Ockie and Curran, there's Burridge and Mensah. There's just, if you've got a hero in surfing, the odds are they've lifted this trophy.
Yeah.
And you've lifted it 3 times, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, my brain doesn't remember.
Do you want me to remind you?
No.
Yeah.
My brain's
There
not
they
remembering.
are. Look at those champions. Mick Fanning, a 3-time winner alongside you. I can see Mark Ocalupo in there. Pam Burridge, a few wins. Oh, look, 3 wins for Pam. And so she's a champion here. And what other names do you like the look of on there? Mikey Wright. How about that?
Mick Fanning's there. Coco Ho. Ellie Brooks, she's in this contest. Dimity Stoll, she's in this comp as well. So we'll keep our eyes on those 2.
Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to have a look at some highlights from the day. We'll be back tomorrow with the Burton Automotive Pro and the Speaking in Colour Pro here at Surfest 2023.
At that crossroads of what I was going to do for a career, I was like a failing surfer. And I saw Terry McKenna. He actually said, "Hey, come on down and jump on the microphone with me and we'll have a bit of fun." It had a massive sort of bearing on, where I was meant to go.
This was the first event broadcast that I worked on. It was definitely a big kind of launch pad for my career in commentary for sure. If you're an aspiring pro, you want to get your name up with Kelly Slater and Mick Fanning. A lot of world champs on the men's side have won this event, and it's the same on the women's. There's always been a pretty good conversion rate for surfers who do well here to go on and actually make the grade. To maintain that calibre of surfer on your honour roll just continues the legacy of this contest. When you think about stepping stones to get into Challenger Series events and ultimately crack the championship tour, there's no bigger stop than this one.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometres to your destination. No beds to Michael's. Get to the Royal.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometres to your destination. No beds to Michael's. Get